Computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Computer evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Computer is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another season of eRacing GP. The Endurance Edition is upon us once more. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo. We're going to be your voice for the next 4 hours or so as we run through our first round of this brand new season. So, brand new things and a brand new Endurance Edition, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of change, there is going to be a big change on the calendar, which we will show after this. But once for sure, some familiarity will be lost for the opening part of the season. But again, we also bring back tracks that haven't been on the calendar the last few years. So that's the big change for this year.
I mean, the other big change I was alluding to is that the fact that this is now an officially FIA-sanctioned e-race here. That's right, for the first time in this region, we have an actual FIA-sanctioned e-racing series here in Southeast Asia. And we literally have officials from MAM who will be adjudicating the race later on. And boy, oh boy, can't wait to get this started.
Oh yeah, definitely, because not only that, the knock-on effect from having an ASN affiliation, which is of course us in Malaysia as MAM, is that all the other affiliations, the other national ASNs around the region, have also sent in their adjudication there with the licenses to the drivers as well. So it is as official as we could get. So that's why the process has been a bit more, well, on the operational side, a bit tedious for the drivers. But at least now, they can lay claim that they have actually taken part in an official FIA championship.
Exactly, so that's exciting, and we welcome any of you who are just watching this for the first time here, and good morning to you guys in chat as well. So let's go ahead and get down to brass tacks as we have a look on our season calendar. We're starting round 1 this March 7th at Watkins, Glen, and we have 3 more rounds. This is a 4-round championship, of course, for this season of 2026. So, after we're done with Watkins Glen, we're going to be going to Red Bull Ring and so on and so forth. Here is Watkins Glen International. We're going to be using the full layout here, including the boot. So, very appropriate here for our 4-hour-long endurance race, and 5.552 kilometers with 11 corners. Some pretty tricky sections here that I'm pretty sure that our drivers are going to be raring to have a go at as we speak here. So, as we have a look at our next set of graphics here, here are our previous championship winners. It's a bit unfortunate that the majority of these returning champions would not be in this season here.
Yep, indeed. But key point to note, with Stratos' win last season, they become the first 2-time winners in this championship. This is the same crew as well. Just the addition of Nakib and Nabil Azlan in that one. But apart from that, all the other teams were competing in the previous seasons too. So it was quite tough competition, especially last year towards the end. Stratos had really stiff competition, especially from Amigos Racing team. But in the end, they came out clutch, and Stratos were the one of the first ever teams in the overall standings to get 2 titles under their belts.
Exactly. Sadly, we won't be seeing them having a third here as we have a look at the championship winners for the different classes here. Pro class, of course, being held by Stratos. Silver class, Apex Racing Brunei Silver. I believe they are also going to be competing again this season, so we'll be very much looking forward to seeing what they'll be doing this year. And Team Uncle Evo, of course, was the champion for last year's amateur class. So, have a look on the last year's standing itself. Of course, as you can see, like as you alluded to, very close championship when it came down to it in the last season itself. Legion Racers and PJ Toei Racing even were quite neck to neck to get to that third position there, although Legion Racers did end up taking the third overall. Then for the Silver Class Championship, Apex Racing Brunei really ran away with it quite throughout the season here, leading Bigo X Y-Lab and Pepeka Susu Ice as well.
Indeed, but the fact that this Apex Racing Brunei Silver team just romped their way to the title, it was almost a case of when they were going to take it, as opposed to if they were going to take it. And likewise, a similar story for the GT3 AM class when Team Uncle Evo, who are moving up to the Silver class for this season, a perfect haul of points. In fact, if you were to actually slice it to the 5 rounds that we had last year, 25 points for a win, they almost had the lion's share of everything in there. They finished in the top 3 in every single round. So, shows how consistency paid off for them. And they had a nice round number, exactly 100. Well ahead, 45.5 points ahead of the CMSC Lions in second place, with Aitan 797 being the surprise finisher in third. So glad to see that the Thai teams are actually taking this very seriously for ERGP and in the Endurance Edition in particular.
Yep, so now let's go ahead and jump into the track where qualifying is already started now. We have given them, I believe, 15 minutes of qualifying, was it? For them to go ahead and get out there and set their fastest lap. We're on board right now with Ahmad Jusmin from BRM, that's Balapan Random Motorsports. And yeah, let's go ahead and have a look at the Watkins Glen itself.
Yep, indeed, we're entering into the boot section through the chute. So this is they have an interesting corner names on this place, but when we say boot, it's actually just the whole section, so it's not a corner name per se. So that's why we call it the boot. And then once he actually exits here, the toe of the boot, we get to the heel of the boots. You know, just for good measure and how they're gonna say it. But the fact that this track itself has had very long history in world of motorsport, not just from GT point of view, but of course, if people were to read up on their F1 history, this was the host of the US Grand Prix and the US Grand Prix East, because we're on the east side of America, on the East Coast, and not that far away from upstate New York. So that one is when people say a racetrack in New York, no way. Well, that's not exactly what we meant by inside New York itself. It's just in a park outside of New York City. So that's why we say this circuit has really good characteristics, undulations here and there, plus it is a true driver circuit. If you get this lap right, you get one lap right on this circuit, it is absolutely gratifying.
Yeah, particularly like the first and second corner has always been the bane of my existence every time I try to run this track in the Sims, and I expect like for these drivers here, they want to be able to nail that absolutely perfectly. And to allude to your to say like, yeah, during the golden era of Formula One, this was pretty much like the party place. They literally was like a camp not too far away where that's where most of the drivers stayed, and usually they would go there after the races for what's been described as very, very fun after parties.
I think it was called the Cedar Lodge, if I'm mistaken.
Yes, that's correct. The Cedar Lodge itself.
Yeah, where we see, if you watch the F1 documentary called The One, you know, that's what they call it. There was even archive footage of drivers having a little bit of a drink afterwards, including Niki Lauda. So whoever watched Rush and said, well, Lauda doesn't go for parties.
Oh no, he partied heck.
Yeah, you'll be totally mistaken, as we're running through the cameras as well just now with, that looks like Enzo Ison in pit lane wearing a very snazzy hat. We had a lot of drivers wear hats in Global Edition, so it's nice to see that it actually has transferred over to Endurance as well. No times in terms of anyone setting fast ones yet on the track.
Yeah.
Not really representative. So we're just waiting and seeing if the times will come and tumble in the last 9 minutes or so, as we see on track here for the Ramadan. And now this is an interesting livery. If you watch IMSA racing in the 80s, this livery from Bigo Racing Division actually is a throwback to the Toyota Group C cars of the era.
Yeah, nicely like asymmetrical as well. I always love like asymmetrical livery somehow, and this one is no different either. And great to see that throwback there to the old school Toyota days, and yeah, very appropriate for that to be on a Lexus, no less. So, as we mentioned, the times on the board are not quite representative of what we saw. At least we saw way faster times during practice there. Enzo Ison's 1:43.007. It's not quite the fastest we've seen all day long. So let's see who else is going to be able to step up to the plate and try to challenge him for that provisional pole. So Jaden Liao, second at the moment. Freddie Ramadan, who we're on board with, of course, in third. And Iman Ryan as well, so trying to catch up as much as he can. It's only about 0.2 seconds behind Freddie Ramadan's fastest time. So let's see. We still got another 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
Okay, correction. That it was actually the Seneca Lodge.
The Seneca Lodge.
Yeah, I thought it was Cedar Lodge, but Seneca Lodge is the one that you see drivers hang out in in the end of the season, because Watkins Glen was actually the season closer for many F1 seasons. In fact, it was true up until 1980, which was the last time that the US Grand Prix East was held. And after that, F1 was just meandering along multiple circuits in the States until we kind of stopped after 1991 with Phoenix, and then returning with Indianapolis, and ultimately we ended up with Kota in the end, which of course was the race that we went to last season, which was quite an epic one that went from changeable weather and then the last minute drama. So that's kind of like what was on the offing there. But let's see what Watkins Glen can offer, because the last time we had it here was a bit of a processional race.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely the weather is going to be a big talking point for us here. Like for this season itself, we did apply like randomness, but it is based on the actual real-time weather that is at Watkins Glen, the real-life location itself. So it's very much, I think, like drivers will be looking at forecasts as well to hopefully predict if there's going to be a chance of rain. At the moment, it's still sunny with a bit of clouds in the air, so not really a lot of moisture to be seen off. Temperature is not particularly high over here, so I think that should spell good news with high degradation as far as this race is concerned. So, but as of right now, you know, for this qualifying, this is absolutely optimal here. So we'll see how the times continue to tumble as we enter the last 6 minutes of qualifying.
Yep, and we are actually focusing on Iman Ryan, the just recently crowned Gold Class champion, dramatically, of course, through the final corner on the very last lap of the entire season to snatch it away from Russell Reyes. He is driving for the Apex Racing Brunei team, which were a bit unlucky towards the end of last season because they were the informed team midway through, but then just fell off the boil in the last round of the season. That just ultimately prevented them from getting into the top 3 placings. But the Triple Tree team have actually come back in big ways, because not only did they got Iman on board, they also got Amirul Naim, who was also proving to be the star of the show in that Apex Racing Brunei Silver team that won in the Silver class. And combining that together with a few other Brunei luminaries, it's an all-star team in that one. So we're seeing if Triple Tree can put a challenge up in the front, as Iman Ryan crossed the line now. Well, unfortunately, no improvement there, because on our sector screens, it was showing that he was about 2/10 up, but it looks as though somewhere in the lap he might have lost time there.
And I believe it was Dafa Daniel, is it? Number 4. He actually dethroned Iman Ryan from the 4th place early on. Sorry, it's Derek Daniel from Bigo Racing Division. Someone in the chat is asking why we aren't talking about why Duran is not taking part. Duran is literally inside the chat right now saying, cheering for CMSC esports here. And yeah, good morning to all you gentlemen in the chat right now.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Well, that's one to focus on. This is actually Savi Rathnayake. So Savi then, can he do an improvement? No, not this time. But he seems to have traffic in front of him in the form of James Palmares in the Veloce Ragazzo PXN car. So it's nice to have a bit of a draft, but for him, it's not the way to start a lap either, because he got a bit bogged. But either way, that's some highlight. We highlight some drivers on the track, and Savi is one of them for CMSC Esports. Nice to see that Sri Lanka's involvement in ERGP is still going on strong, and in this case, Savi here. One of the drivers to look out for in this particular squad. But if Duran was ever to be racing, well, we know how quick he is too.
Yeah. Well, for this moment, he's going to be cheering on his fellow countrymen here. So watch out for those Sri Lankan end plates on those spoilers there. That's how you know there's a Sri Lankan behind the wheel here. As Savi's getting himself caught up in quite a bit of traffic. Had to do a bit of evasive action to miss that BMW there.
Yep. As meanwhile, we had to go back to Enzo Ison, because he is starting in the 2nd sector of this lap, coming through to the outer loop, into the chute, and into the boot section he goes. He went about 2.5 tenths faster in the first sector, so really then this is going to be one to watch out for. And there he is in his hat that we were talking about earlier, while in pit lane, and it looks like a strawberry hat.
Yeah, this really does, with the tails some more there. So glad to see that fashion sense is still very much in play here in the eRGP series. So we'll be looking forward to see any other drivers showing off what they're wearing for this competition here. We're going to be having a lot of these throughout the day here. Of course, this is a 4-hour-long endurance race, as Enzo Easton right now is going to be held back behind Watkins and Chai.
Yep, and Oscar unfortunately has gotten in his way, and look at that, the face of disappointment. Well, I think it's just a neutral face, but he'll be bitterly devastated inside that. 2.5 tenths up, and unfortunately Oscar was probably not on his push lap, he was probably in his out lap trying to get the tires heated up, but at the expense of Enzo, he has actually gotten in the way. So Oscar Mortian Vichencha is actually just about to start his lap here now, whereas Enzo is completing this one straight away. 2.5 minutes left to go. 2 laps in it for him to just try and inch away from his stablemate, because Jaden Liao in second place is part of the LOR team, but it is for the LOR Ascent organization as opposed to being part of LOR Racing. So the LOR teams first and second, that is foreboding, isn't it? Because we know that they've been champions before in 2024 with the main team, but Enzo and Michael Vince Velasquez have stepped up to the plate here for the second team, and now they want to actually do it for the main team.
Yeah, I mean, it's same team, but different faces for this season itself, and it's great to see that both LOR teams are actually fighting it out in the top 2 here. So we'll see Enzo Easton right now trying to gain some more, and Eamon Ryan also kicking off his lap here.
And in fact, he just improved it by about 4 tenths of a second, and proceeds to go off track and just enter right there. But I think he knows full well that it's an endurance race, not a sprint. And on top of that, you don't get points in qualifying, which is what we can show in the format as well. But we jump back to Enzo then. This is going to be the do-or-die lap, or maybe the next one, if this lap was a bit of a flunk. As again, he has to deal with traffic this time with James Palmares in the PXMPW moving out of the way. Let's see what he can do here with a bit of a clean track. Well, no, actually, no.
Well, not exactly clean, but
just slightly clean, because he just has to back it up a bit, which he's doing now.
I mean, he's holding it as late as he can in this qualifying session when the track is way more optimum in its grip level. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to improve. So far, Delta's not looking that good, unfortunately, for Enzo. We'll see as he crosses the line here. No, doesn't even improve on his 143.007. Surprising to see. And
he's not going to improve it anymore, because he's gone off the track and calls it time on qualifying. Meanwhile, some other drivers out on track who are looking very good here is Derek Daniel in the Bigo Racing Division car, with a bit of a reference to the Toyota liveries of the 1980s, with their own spin on it as well. As I'm pretty sure Derek is somewhere in the picture, or is that someone sleeping on his bed?
I think he's like
that might not be Derek Daniel.
Yeah, that might not be Daniel's one, because I do see a couple of feet just at the bottom of the frame there. I think it might just be his teammate who's just taking a nap.
Yep, or he's found a way to use telekinesis to drive in sim racing. That would be quite something, isn't it? As you know,
maybe he's doing double duty. He's like on the one hand a part-time driver and a part-time ninja.
No, we can't see him though. As of course, if you talk about John Cena, it will be the last time you see him this year in WWE as well. Anyway, so Derek Daniel then coming out of the boot section and into the final corner. This is the sweepers at turn 10 and turn 11, where you really have to make out your time, and he's looking so good right now. As Raul Chakraborty is about 5 tenths up, but we're not focusing on him right now. We're focusing on Derek Daniel then, if he can actually stir up a bit of a surprise. A bit slow through the final corner then. Across the line he goes. Can he improve? And the answer is no. Stays there in P5. Now we go to Raul Chakraborty. That's what we were looking at just now, with a 5 tenths of a second gap on his previous best. This might jump him up into the top 10. Let's see then. Across the line he goes. Yes.
There he goes.
P7, and hit third fastest among the pro class categories, among the 5 that have actually taken part in here. But the man of the hour is Enzo Easton, and despite not getting a lap in to improve his time, still is up in front of his stablemate by 2 tenths here, whereas Jaden Liao is the fastest among the AMs with a second place timing of 43.2, well clear of Derek Daniel that we saw just now, and then Aiden Tan, who is actually making, in fact, is that Aiden Tan? It is Aiden Tan, moving over to a brand new team, which is a hobby culture. So that's for the Pro and M classes. The Silver class being led away by Bigo Racing's Ferdy Ramadan, number 351, and a slew of Lexuses, in fact, or Lexi.
Lex.
Yeah, if you want to.
I'm not sure whether
yeah.
that's actually.
I mean, you know, like platypus.
I know, yeah.
Platypus. You don't call them platypuses. It's platypi. So let's just call it Lexi then. A sea of Lexus, yeah.
Now you just made me wonder, like, is Lexus like taken from Latin? Because then it
Yeah.
would be actually appropriate. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but I
pretty
mean,
funny.
yes, it is.
Pretty funny to call it like a Lexi filled like top 10 here.
Yes. So, Ferrari first and second, with a Porsche in third, and then Lexus fourth and fifth, sixth is an Aston, seventh Ferrari again, and then more Astons in eighth, then a Ford in ninth, and riding up the top 10 is a Ferrari. So, even spread of manufacturers then, so that's to be expected, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
BOP comes into play, plus we're using LFM's very good BOP to get the cars balanced up. But it looks as though patterns a bit emerging right now, is that front engine cars are not as dominant as they used to be in ACC, whereas Mercedes was the order today, or BMW, much to the agreement of our producer who loves the big Beamer. But looks as though right now it's actually quite a nice spread of manufacturers from top to bottom. But what's for sure, based on last season's results, seems like everyone wants a Ferrari.
I mean, yeah, it's looking very, very represented in the top end of this whole grid here. So yeah, that could be the case, and we'll see whether or not LR will be able to take this pole position here and take it to absolute victory. We're going to be getting ourselves started in the race soon as the server itself resets. And again, good morning to everyone who is joining us in chat here. We got lots of viewers coming in to check this out. Of course, this being the first ever FIA sanctioned race here in Southeast. The FIA sanctioned e-race in the Southeast Asian region here. So glad to have you guys all on board for this historic moment here. So we're about to kick things off in this first season itself. In his first race of the season itself. So yeah, let's see whether or not LOR will be able to bring both of the cars to absolute victory.
Well, let's see that, because again, it is not a sprint, it's a 4-hour race, and we actually get to see what it looks like, what the grid will be lining up with. Some liveries may have changed a bit in between this period where we got it on board, but what's for sure, plenty of new teams to look forward to, including the likes of Hobby Culture that we saw earlier with Aiden Tyne, who was driving alongside Will Hammond.
Yeah, it's very distinctive, like with the, I mean, it was yellow, but I think it kind of looks like gold highlights, you know, on the edge of the cars there, with the blue as well. But a lot of like familiar liveries as well. The Aston Martin still using the green wings on the sides there, so that's for both of the CMSC cars. And of course, we got the Itasha liveries here.
Yes.
For like GSR Silver, Balapan Ramdan Motorsport still sporting the blue, white, and black. So, and yeah.
Indeed, and just a couple of more new teams coming on board, including the likes of Sidewinder, a prominent esports organizer in the north of Malaysia, making their debut here. Whereas Technobus, a team that have competed last year, are running with two cars this season, one in an Aston Martin and one in Ferrari. So nice to see that VTuber drivers are taking part in this as well, with the likes of, say, Red Pact, who have been actually involved with since in ERGP the last few seasons, are here. Apex Racing Brunei are actually running 3 cars in consecutive order in terms of numbers now, rather than 333, 366 or 399. They are actually running beside each other, so it's easy for the team to just sort them all out. And then towards the end of the entire list, I think a couple of noteworthy teams are including the likes of Pepega with their food-based items.
Yeah, I mean, I10 is also sporting orange and white, and I just love ABG Motorsports' meme livery. If you notice the no Mikey no meme right on the driver's side door there, just love the jokes that we get with these kind of liveries here. And of course, last but not least, car number 999 Lumiere Apex Racing Team is going to be rounding out our sponsors guide here for round number 1. So session is going to be about to start here, ladies and gentlemen. As drivers line up, they will have to go for a formation lap, of course, given that this is an endurance race and an ACC. So drivers will have to do a formation lap to line up for the rolling start.
Yep, and a couple of other things have to note as well is that because we have stewarding right now from an FIA ASN, which is MAM in this case, it gets very, very tricky when you want to actually put in a steward's report, because you have to do it in a very formal manner rather than just bashing it all out in our Discord channels, and it gets a bit tricky to follow there. So with official guidelines being followed, hopefully it actually becomes a bit of a more streamlined process for those involved, especially if the incidents happen very fast and consecutively.
And again, like we talk a lot about how sim racing is in itself like a simulation of real life racing. I mean, this is submitting your protests and your reports as well is kind of also the process you do in the real life track anyway. So this is also kind of something that our virtual drivers themselves will have to learn eventually if they do want to make that step into the real motorsport stage. And what better way to do it than in a series like this, and actually officially FIA sanctioned series.
Indeed. So here's the look at to turn number 1, but of course we're not going to start this way. You get some rolling
Yeah,
start.
of course.
So it's not like what we do in Global Edition where we run through the grid and see how far they start behind. We're actually going to see it even further when we go for the rolling start. But this is the look from Enzo's point of view. He's got a big ribbon of tarmac right in front, and you can see on the side of the road there the amount of rubber deposits. So it looks like the track is pretty much optimum now. But if you go offline, you're going to really scuff your tires. Meanwhile, somewhere in the middle of the entire field, this is Chong Jin Bin's view for GSI Esports GP2 engine. Very mature. And running the exact number as the driver in question, isn't it? And he is not going to have a great season by the looks of it. Poor Nando.
Yeah.
Well, yep. Anyway, yes. And further behind, well, this is the car that we're actually surprised to see right at the back because we thought it was going to be quite fast, but it is the GSI Esports Silver Stallions car with the Itasha livery that we were mentioning earlier. But we'll get into that car once it gets rolling. But you can see the sea of cars, about 40 others in front. In fact, we're just 2 cars away from being a full NASCAR grid, which is 43. So that's quite a good reference, isn't it? A full bumper grid of cars, and we're getting ready to start another season of Endurance Edition.
I love the subliminal messaging that's going on here with the sponsor board. Go bowling. Straight into turn 1.
Yes. I mean, that's actually the actual sponsor for the track that sponsors the NASCAR races too.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
I mean, it makes sense, isn't it? The way that NASCAR drivers just bowl each other the way. But now we get ready to go on a long formation lap, and when I mean long, it is very long because they're gonna go all the way around the entire circuit. So a bit anticlimactic in that regard, where we thought some people would think that I would start the race immediately, but no, because the way the cars are bunched up together, it's almost impossible to get a line without any safety concerns. So that's why a full formation lap and then a rolling start is the way to go. But with the grid now, we're going up through the S's. Back then, the very treacherous S's, because if anyone watches F1 history will know when we mentioned the S's who got killed here in a very horrible way, that these blue barriers don't really look as nice as it has its colors.
Yeah, luckily these drivers are driving in cages now, so, and of course in the safety of their own homes, so that's not going to be that much of concern. I think what Enzo is going to be more concerned about is getting a good start off the line here so that he can think a little bit less about defending here. I mean, he's got a sister team behind him, not exactly teammates to be fair, but as they're racing different classes, but certainly knowing that Iman Ryan has been showing up, and given that he's a freshly crowned champion of the last Global Edition, so we'll see how this is going to shape up. I mean, Enzo is no stranger to competing against Iman Ryan, but at least it's going to be a little bit relieved to see that at least one car between him and Iman Ryan.
Well, actually, the fact that Enzo, for example, wasn't racing with Iman per se, but they weren't in the same. They were not in the same class, of course. They were in different classes, gold and silver. But in terms of straight fight competition, they were actually fighting each other on the same piece of racetrack, albeit for different championship titles. But now, the scene is different. This is a straight fight for the title, and you can see the steely determination on Iman's face. You know full well he wants to take a double, and he will be one of the very few drivers that have taken a double in the same season, and he had a Global Edition and an Endurance Edition title in one go. So he will love to join the exclusive club and get it underway immediately from round 1. And he has every right to, because here's the other big change. All 4 rounds now count towards championship. So no drop round shenanigans here. Everyone must have all 4 of their rounds score to get the championship that they want. So that's easy for everyone to follow in terms of championship permutations. But for the likes of Iman Ryan and for Enzo Isan, that's added pressure, because for them being the starting drivers, they do not want to stuff this up into turn number 1 on lap 1, especially with the stakes being so high now.
Yeah, I mean, it's every round counts, every point matters, and in this 4-round championship, scuffing 1 round just means catastrophic consequences really for your championship. So don't want to drop a single a single clutch wrong here, you really want to be able to perform your 100% best. So far, weather is still looking cloudy. No sign of rain in at least the next 15 minutes, although that could still change given that we are going to be running on track here for 4 hours in a row. Now, the driver's going to be lining up towards the penultimate section here, the last 2 corners, as you see the drivers already slowing down. Enzo Ison already collecting up the field now, as the drivers have to be in formation before they can get started with racing here. So that's Enzo Ison, I believe, on the left-hand side. Jaden Lau from his sister team on the right-hand side. Got Eamon Ryan having a good view on Enzo Ison himself. So yeah, he'll be expecting to see these guys come to blows later on in the first lap of this race. But as you mentioned, you know, this is not a sprint. This is going to be an absolute marathon here. The drivers now round around the final corner. They will not be allowed to pass until the leader has already got them past control line. So this is pretty much going to be brimming with anticipation. Look at the amount of cars now that's lining up into the grid, a full grid of 40-odd cars. And green is go. Enzo Ison tries to launch off here. Iman Ryan already putting an attack around the outside here, going to turn 1. Almost went side by side, but Iman had to back out of it, and Enzo will continue to lead on. But look at that. Oh, wait. Iman does get a bit more momentum on the exit here. He's going to be able to cut the head of Enzo Ison with very little dramatics.
Okay, behind there, that's Derek Daniel then around the outside through the SS, but he's on the wrong line. And there you go. Momentum is gone immediately. You might see his teammate slingshot from behind. That's Ferdy Ramadan. So Ferdy and Derek are not part of the same class, but they are part of the same team. Wouldn't want to actually stuff it out coming to the first sector here. But apart from that, then another thing to report is that we got a drive-through for Hamad Jusmin. So that's one way to start on the back foot.
Yeah, we already saw like Enzo having a bit of trepidation on his driver cam early on, and I fear like the worst has come to pass. Ooh, Antabunya getting caught up with Kaiser inside the runoff area, as Buyan will be able to rejoin. Kaiser is going to run through the barriers there in order to get back in, and Shaman Shabik unfortunately spun out there just after chicanes.
Yeah, unfortunately we cannot get into replay because it might actually stuff up the game, but looks as though it's just 2 separate incidents happening in one go at the outer loop. Now then, back out to the front. This is the real story right now. Whether or not Imarayan and Enzo are going to go all the way here fighting together, that would be quite enticing, isn't it? Two young guns from their respective countries fighting it all out at the front. That will be a story for the entire season. Plus, no drop rounds, of course, we mentioned before. So it's a straight fight from start to finish of this season.
And this first round, this opener of the season itself could determine the momentum going forwards here. So Enzo certainly will want to be able to find a way to be able to get past Iman Ryan at some point in the next 4 hours. First lap already done here. And Iman Ryan is still very much in control here. Enzo Ison trying to keep himself as close as possible. So does Ferdy Ramadan, as well as Daniel just behind him as well. There was a drive-through penalty just now for Ahmad Jusmin, and unfortunately he's going to have to serve that. So he's dropped out of the top 10 effectively here.
Yes.
In fact, it's already going to be by the end of this drive-through, he's pretty much going to be at the back of the grid here, I feel.
Well, he's not plumb last because, again, we did see earlier that a couple of cars got involved in incidents, but really, you think that somebody of Jusmin's experience will just time the starts correctly, but again, your over-eagerness to get it off the line just gets the better of you. And here is, that is not Jusmin, I think that is, no, it is Jusmin, yes. So Jusmin, you can see the Balpan random shirt on him there. All smiles, but he's probably a bit miffed by the fact that a driver of his experience had made a bit of an uncharacteristically rookie error from the start.
Yeah, so...
Oh. And can you imagine double misery? These are two teammates.
No.
Technoburst Racing, both of them were involved in start line incidents. Saito Kaiser and Danver Mukkonen both are in the pits and to serve to just fix damage. So can you imagine that? They had high hopes coming to this because in terms of practice pace, both Technoburst cars were going so well. But unfortunately, just incident at turn number 1 has put it all to bed for now.
Yep, so as we rejoin the front of the grid here, Iman Ryan still leading ahead of Enzo Ison by 0.4 of a second. That was how the margin was when we last left them. It still remains the same. Enzo Ison, of course, still thinking about like long game because this is still a long race to go here. So we'll see whether or not he'll be able to gain some time as the laps continue to collapse here. But with Iman Ryan being in the front, now it's going to be about the tactics here, really, for both the team and the drivers as well. So as of right now, I don't see any kind of like aberration in terms of weather here. So really, they just have to really focus a lot more on maintaining the tire condition. Just make sure they don't overextend their stints here, and just try to play that long game here. And that's certainly what LOR will be looking forward to.
Certainly, and the fact that in terms of rear gunners, JD Liao actually lost a couple of positions at that start because of the brilliant moves that Ferdy Ramadan and Derek Daniel made to just get in front of the other LOR car. So Enzo doesn't have a rear gunner for that one. He'll have to focus on his fight at the front immediately. But by the looks of it, he doesn't need too much help. He can just do it all by himself here. But oh, if he gets into the wrong on that curve there, he can spin out, because the way the ACC model suspensions are just ultra stiff. It's almost like being on a bed with basically no springs.
Yeah,
so it's just hard.
ACC is very notorious for being very unforgiving for drivers, especially they ride too harsh on the curbs. So certainly something that these endurance drivers will have to be mindful of every time they go slightly offline. But Enzo seems to be doing quite well, actually closing in that gap to Iman Ryan right now. So just hoping to try to put a little bit more pressure on Iman, hoping he's going to be able to push him to use up his tires a little bit more in this first stint of the 4-hour race.
Indeed, and meanwhile we're going to jump onto one of the Pepega cars. We didn't get to talk much about Chandramauli Anandan, who is the bronze champion after an epic season as well. He actually just stole a march on the rest of the field after basically running away with it in Monza. Here he comes onto the outside. In fact, I thought he was going to go inside, but he tries the outside of Jaden Liao coming to turn number 1. He can go all the way out there because the runoff area actually is part of the track, but I think Jaden just gave him a bit of a fair nudge, because side by side they go through the S's. Jaden's really not had the best first couple of laps here. He's still being attacked left, right, and center by Chandramauli, and then he got overtaken by the two Beagle cars. But here they come now onto the outer loop. Can Chandra try to pull one on the inside? In fact, he is thinking about it. He's trying to, and he does. Well, Jaden's actually being a bit more circumspect there, though he'll be more concerned with the fact that the pace in that Ferrari is not as good as compared to his teammate Enzo.
Yeah, as of right now, he's already lost like what is that? 4 positions altogether here since the start of this race. So this is certainly not boding well right now for Jaden Liao. He's going to have to reconfigure what the strategy is going to be going forwards here, and hopefully he wouldn't lose any more positions here. Hopefully Anandan will be the last of it here, at least for this for his opening stint.
Well, he might be thinking of retaliation because, again, he might have lost the position there, but he is not losing touch to the Pepega 4 in front. Here is Jaden now, who will also be a bit miffed by the fact that his season in the Global Edition didn't turn out as well after leading round number 1. Same class as Chandramauli, by the way, in bronze with the TCR cars. They pan out well, but then again, it might be a case of deja vu. He's fighting with the same guy again, but albeit in completely different classes this time. He is in the AM class due to the fact that his teammate is running in a class lower than bronze or copper, whereas Chandra is an all silver lineup.
Yeah, I mean, these two are very experienced drivers between them, and certainly have their fair share of battles on track. So we'll see. And so right now, though, by the time they completed a lap here, Anandan is already pulling slightly ahead of Liao. So perhaps this is going to put this battle in a bit of a cooler from this point on. In the meantime, let's see how else everyone else is doing out on track here. We see Javi Mokhtar now putting a move on the Kairuddin coming out of turn 2 to the S's. They're going to be side by side through this, but Kairuddin is still able to hold his nerve and still keep his car ahead of the other Ferrari.
And I think Azib might have actually gotten a bit of inspiration from Chandra, because he's probably got a bit of a giddy up from seeing that Ford blasting by. And here's Chandra's teammate on camera right now. This is Azib on our screens, and looks as though he's put the microphone a bit further away from closer to his face compared to when he was in Global Edition. So at least now it will not be too bad for the recipient of whoever's listening to his audio, though he's looking very good here today. In fact, he is teammates, of course, with, once again, Justin Raul Dev, our champion from the Toyota Rookie Series.
Yep.
So that's one way to really sell it, isn't it? A champion, 2 champions in one car, with Azib being a champion before in Copper and Justin being champion in real life. Meanwhile, for the behind, there's a bit of a spin, but we can't pick up the car right now. In fact, they went
number 50
all the way to the back.
Find him on the board right now. Oh, okay, sorry, he's number 39.
Yeah, so it's Palmares, James Palmares. So for the Veloce Ragazzo Racing Sim2 Premier PXN car, we'll just call it Veloce Ragazzo because that's the team that is normally running here. But here is James, and on our camera as well, Yeah, not looking very happy, isn't it?
No, his car came to a complete stop and is still losing grip, drifting its way, and unfortunately, just barely got into the barrier there, but managed to save it just in the nick of time. But yeah, James is not having a good day so far here. But yeah, it's not quite end of the world here, even though he is 39th place at the moment. But it's going to have a bit of time right now to calm down his nerves and try to catch up with the rest of the pack.
Yep, and meanwhile, speaking of catching up to the pack, this is a really close pack of cars from Chandramauli Anandan to Zohaib Hussain, Rahul Chakraborty, and now we're watching Aiden Tan right now, 4/10 of a second behind with, well, it looks a bit very scuffed rear end from Rahul's car, so he's been involved in the wars, but somehow manages to keep it up in the top 10 here as they come through the chicane at the inner loop, now going to the outer loop. There's Aiden. We noticed him on camera, but a bit slightly lower, so at least we know he's driving rather than having someone smurf for him on this one. So that Aiden, he is an interesting case. Last year's champion for Team Uncle, car number 23 of course, but jumped up now to car number 388. So that might be a reason for that, for one thing. License didn't get approved in the last minute because we actually could have gotten some drivers from Australia. But here's the real funny story. The drivers from Australia couldn't join for one thing. The entire CAMS organization, the ASM for Australia, are at Albert Park.
Oh, right, because of the
Grand Prix.
Yeah.
So
oh, no.
The entire registration phase for those driving in Australia, they couldn't get the license fee because the whole CAMS organization was in for the Australian Grand Prix.
Well, on the bright side, they'll at least be able to watch the actual qualifying itself, unlike us over here who will have to keep focused on this 4-hour race. But yeah, I think just off camera, I think Jaden Liao was able to get back on Chandramauli just now. He's back up in the 5th place.
Yes, as Palmares is having more
no.
woes. Okay, let's not bring it back on camera. We'll just keep it at that. But yeah, good spot there. In fact, Jaden has moved it up to 5th place in front of Chandra. But Chandra himself is not actually that much safer either because we did mention just now that pack of cars are close to each other. Oh,
it was a spin!
Oh, that's a bad spin there from Zohaib Hussain. How did he save that? That was full throttle, full commitment, and he doesn't have the benefit of front-wheel drive to save that one. He managed to hang on to that for dear life and then some.
Yeah, it could have been worse than that, actually. He only lost a couple of places as a result, dropping in behind Aiden Tan here to settle in 9th place. And Afif is now actually bumps into the side of Shamim. He was looking to get a move, and Shamim unfortunately turns into a spinning top here and collects Crooks at the same time.
Oh man, Crooks is so unfortunate. He thought that he could steal a march there, but then he himself got his position robbed by his own teammate.
Yeah, he's going to be joining. Oh, well, he was going to unfortunately join behind. Now, Afif was able to recover a little bit quickly, although you see Oscar now joining around the outside of Afif here, trying to be able to get, and I think he will be able to get a position away from him. But Henry Crooks, unfortunately, will have to take a back seat in this one here. Might have a chance to try to take position back here from Afif, regardless. But yeah, this is just so unfortunate here for Henry.
And in fact, even more unfortunate for their teammate, who's actually jumped straight to the pits by the looks of it. 3-3-4. In fact, Ayman Shamim is actually classified as jump to the pits. The car was badly damaged because you saw just now he actually whacked the barriers and then spun across the track like a Beyblade into his own teammate.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. He's going to have to stay in there until he's allowed to be released from the pits and get back into the race. But by that time, he's going to have a long fight up ahead here to rejoin the rest of the grid. So, well, that's the first victim already claimed here in our first 15 minutes, actually, of racing here.
Yes. And the first stewarding report has been given out as well to Antar Puya. We heard that a bit.
Yeah.
And I think it's a bit faint on our ears because we couldn't hear what was the jurisdiction. But by the looks of it, that has been given to Antar for ATXR Racing. And look at how badly scuffed that car is.
Yeah.
Because that is not his natural color. That is definitely damage from incidents that involved with this thing. But Antar, nice guy. Met him in real life as well in racing. And there he is on our screens. And I can't put my finger on what jersey is that. I thought it was... It looks like a football jersey. I thought it was Sporting Lisbon, but that is definitely not Sporting's colors.
Yeah.
If anyone can point out the comments on what jersey is that, it might also be Bangladesh's cricket outfit, but not exactly either.
Cricket, actually.
Yeah, but not exactly either.
Yeah.
They were all green, so Bangladesh.
I mean, still green colors to represent his original nationality. I mean, he lives and works in Malaysia, but he is a foreign national here, hailing from Bangladesh. And what happened?
Okay, we kind of missed that completely because we were focusing on different chaos that happened further behind, and we're only just kicking off, isn't it, with the first 50 minutes. Enzo Isan has actually dropped behind Ferdy Ramadan. So Ramadan then, with the faster lap of the race, has managed to get one over the yellow car. By the looks of it, visual checks at least, car's looking fine. But I'm not sure if there was a further contact outside of what we were looking at.
Yeah, and he's already fallen quite far behind Imran Ryan itself, so perhaps a mistake on his part here, allowing Ferdy Ramadan to get the better of him. This looks could be the case here. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get to see what happened live just now. So, well, that's going to change the equation for sure now. I mean, I thought Enzo was at least going to be able to keep up together with Imran Ryan throughout this first stint, but now he's got, unfortunately, completely flipped around. I mean, he had one car behind him in the form of Jaden Liao, but Jaden unfortunately became a non-factor by the time things started getting rolling in the start. And now he's one car behind Imran Ryan himself.
And Derek Daniel is not that far behind either. We're going to keep an eye out for this battle as well, because the top four are not actually that far away from each other. They're about 2.5 tenths at least, give or take, from each other. So that's good. That's actually 2.5 seconds, sorry, separate each other. So this is really good. The racing is close up in front. Normally by this point, even by 15 minutes, you see a clean it. Oh, Ramadan! No. Ramadan runs it wide. Ramadan has actually gone through wide after the shoot. Well, that was about talking how close the gaps were. Now it's going to increase again because Ferdy Ramadan just dropped it there, and that allows his teammate to just catch up to the back of him.
And allows Enzo Isan to regain his position, although by this point he's already 2 seconds behind Imran Ryan, so it's still a costly situation there for Enzo regardless, but at least he still has the second place position. At least he is in front of the Bigo Racing cars.
But look at that.
Yeah.
Ramadan's making more mistakes there. He ran wide again, coming through the heel, and now they're actually dropping further behind. Derek actually is playing the very nice team game here. He doesn't want to actually bother his teammate, who granted is actually in a class above, which is silver, whereas he is in AM. Don't want to actually scuff each other's race because they're both also leading each other's class. So they don't want to jeopardize by doing a silly move that actually will cost them big time. So that's why right now Derek's just staying behind us. Meanwhile, the Antapuyan finally jumps back to pit lane because we saw yellow flags being caused by him, and he was off the track earlier, trying to serve that 10-second penalty and then some. So at least now, you can see that he's just relaxing in the pit lane there. He's done for now, but I think he will still be going on track. Yes, he's holding his wheel. Meanwhile, James Palmares was also is going to serve a stop and go penalty 30 seconds for a menagerie of reasons, probably on top of the accident that scuffed his car up completely, and he's trying to just get back onto the track to get toe-to-toe with Ayman Shami, but that seems to be a bit of a lost cause right now.
Yeah, in the meantime, and looking in the front there, Ferdy Ramadan, of course, still with Dafa Daniel, Aiden Tan, and Zohaib Hussein, as well as Khairuddin, currently locking a three-way battle right now for 8th place here. But yeah, very unfortunate
again.
for Ferdy, just going wide again, taking a bit of the grass on the way out.
Yeah, and curb, because that is not going to be doing well for the car. I mean, Lexus is probably among the most stable cars because, again, front engine rear-wheel drive configuration actually is much more stable compared to, say, mid-engine. Any of the midship cars, if you hit the curb a bit, the car just gets pitched broadside, and it will be just your talent or maybe just a bit of luck trying to keep the car going in the right direction to keep it going there. But for Ferdy, he might not be one to tempt fate too much, because in these cars as well, even though they're much safer, they can still go completely wrong if you hit a curb in a way that just pitches you off. So Ferdy then just happy to still maintain the lead in the silver class and P3 overall. So teammates together right now, the two Bigo cars running in Toyota Classic liveries.
In the meantime, Luis Moreno has just joined us in chat and is already asking a question we answered earlier on the stream. What is Enzo wearing? A strawberry hat. He's wearing a strawberry hat there.
Yes. It's also a bit of a snow cap, isn't it? Because I don't know if it ever snows in the Philippines, but it's nice to have a bit of a classy ornament on top of your head while driving. Maybe keep yourself comfy as well. As meanwhile, speaking of being close for company, this is Aiden Tan now. Not in the right number car that we saw in the Spotters Guide, but regardless of that, he is doing quite well here. Around the outside he goes in the top 10, trying to challenge the pro class of Ali Khairuddin. Now, where is he going to go here? Stays around the outside and thinks better of it because he doesn't want to get involved in any unnecessary collisions, especially given the fact that the two Bigo cars are still within touching distance.
Yeah, I believe Kyrie actually got past Aiden Tan off camera, so that's Aiden really trying to regain his position as he was 9th place earlier on, but seems like Kyrie was able to get a better him, and now it's already trying to catch up to Suhaib Hussein in the car just ahead of them, which, by the way, that BMW is using, it's actually using a Gravedigger livery.
Lexus.
Yeah, the Lexus in front. It's using a Gravedigger livery on the actually the original Gravedigger livery itself. You can see the name Gravedigger written on the side, so we'll see if Suhaib will be able to keep that in the top 10 for now.
Well, he nearly dug his own grave earlier. Remember when he had that big slide coming through the S's? Mercifully, somehow he kept it going. We thought that he was going to just drop it and into the crowd, but kept it going, and looks as though among the Bangladeshis, he's second best right now behind Raul.
So right now, I think a bit of a close battle starting to form between Chong Jin Bin and Fahim Hatta for 12th place. In fact, there's a bit of a cork in the bottle right now as Fahim Hatta, as Aprilano, as well as Chuhan is already caught up to him as well. And right now is just doing everything he can to try to keep Chong Jin Bin's Ferrari just behind him as well as we enter onto the main straight. And Jin Bin's already getting a bit of a peak now. Will likely go side by side now into turn 1. This could be exciting.
Yeah, man, here's Jimmy. Look at how close he is looking into the camera. Well, I don't think he could sit like that for an entire 4 hours here, or maybe even during the stint, he wouldn't want to do that. But he gets it through, coming through to number 1 and into P12 overall. But he is still 4th in class, so that will matter for nothing as well because he just got one battle out of the way. But another battle still on, as you can see there, Fahim. He's in the slipstream, and behind him is Aprilino. Then you can make it a 4-way battle because Chuhan's there too in the other Velocity Pantera car.
Oh, just kept it very nicely there, does Jin Bin. And I also love the little detail that Jin Bin is not only driving a Ferrari, he's literally using a Ferrari Thrustmaster wheel at the same time. So really fitting the theme, as it were, here as he currently drifts his way into 12th place.
And now that's something big that's going to happen in the race, isn't it? I heard Nafi clearly there saying drive-through penalty for car number 3-3, but I didn't get the one. I didn't get the third number. If it was 3-3-3, that is Imarayan.
Yeah.
That will be devastating. As well, there's another crash then from James Palmares. I think it pretty much you can call it his day done here because so many incidents. In fact, it's car number 3 that got penalty. So not the race leader, but it is another car from Hobby Culture. It says Umanandan Jayaratnam from Singapore. But Umanandan then, in the sister car to Aiden Tan, has gotten drive-through for pushing another car out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, using the same number as Max Verstappen this season, not going to be working out, unfortunately, for Umanandan. Let's see if he's going to be able to recover from this. And speaking of recovery, I think I just saw Kelvin Pao being able to make his way up to 24th place, starting from all the way back earlier.
Actually, that was a nice little background there of Umanandan for a second. So unfortunately, because we had to jump back to other more pressing matters, here's that Itasha livery that we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
And I think it is an AI-generated image of a character, which is, I'm not sure, but I think anybody who knows their characters might know where she's from, but I hazard to guess it's an original character.
Yeah, it's already caught up to Henry Crooks right now. Crooks, who you remember earlier, had that incident right around the chicanes, so now he's unfortunately dropped all the way down to 23rd. He's now getting his position somewhat challenged here by Kelvin Powell. So we'll see as he comes through the S's here. He's already gaining just that little bit onto Henry Crooks here, so perhaps might try to think about making a move here at the chicane, and hopefully doesn't trigger any PTSD on Henry Crooks' part.
Oh. Well, he might have actually gotten a bit of PTSD right there because he just jumped on the brakes because seeing Kelvin behind and the young Crooks just cannot hold it there, and he just has to concede the position. Or is he? Because he's still on the inside. He might still be to his advantage, but no. Thinks better of it because he just survived a big one earlier. So I think for the sake of his race, he just wants to get this car over the line in one piece rather than being in multiple collisions. And behind him is Adam Hakim, and that is actually for position! No! Adam Hakim has dropped into the barriers, and we thought it was going to be a clean maneuver, and he gets whacked a second time from Zaman behind him. Zubair Zaman for the Bengal team. So Adam Hakim then, well, you know, he didn't do anything wrong at all. He just wanted to look on the inside, but Crooks was the one that actually caused it this time.
Aye. That's definitely going to be something to be reviewed later on by our official MAM stewards who are in the room opposite of us right now. And Adam Hakim seems like still has a bit of damage there, losing a bit of control in the mid corner there. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to recover too well anytime soon as he loses even more position. Is now behind Dennis Ong here, so it probably is in the 29th place at this point here, and boy, when it rains, really does pour, doesn't it?
Yep, indeed, and we'll just move away from that one because I think that is worthy of a pit stop to fix the damage. Now, what happened to that little battle just now between Jinbin, Aprilino, Hata, and Chunhan? Well, it's just becoming into team battle this time with the two Velocity Pantera cars. Now, don't mind it says ST Power, that's actually a wrong livery because they happen to carry the same number, but this is between the two Pantera cars. Now then, will it be team orders here or they're gonna go through? Oh! Hata phasing in and out of reality for a second.
Yeah, he just had to check the alternate universe here to see whether or not he ends up finishing in front of Chunhan, I suppose. But he is still ahead of him for now, so still very much in real space at this point. Chunhan in the meantime still trying to do his best. Does get a little bit of grass around the outside there. It's not going to do any favors on this part of the boot. And you got Muliono just behind him as well. Just kind of like waiting in the grass. Just like a tiger, isn't he?
Yeah, or you know, a lion somewhere in the Masai Mara trying to get after some wildebeest or little antelopes. But yeah, in fact, I thought I was gonna jump over for a second to Umanandan because he actually had another one, and there you go. He triggered yellow flags earlier, but the car looks more second-handed now. Well and truly scuffed. He just has to go back to the pits here to get that car fixed. There's no point carrying it on because otherwise it would just snowball into more and more accidents. Now then, battle between the two Bangladeshis and a Malaysian in between.
Yeah, so Hypesuk was saying just stuck in between these two Ferraris here. Keeping that Lexus very high and mighty at this point here. I mean, still in 8th place for now, and his certainly
whoa! Look at that!
Blows his control a little bit coming out of chicane, and unfortunately he loses the momentum there to Ali Khairuddin, who just sweeps up and says thank you very much. Takes up the 8th place.
And he'll have plenty of that. That was actually a very opportunistic move. It looked as though that there might have been a bit of space that he could take, but Ali, knowing how much of a cool operator that he can be, just took it at the first opportunity and gets a position away. But again, just because due to the mix and match of the entire field, that might just be an overall position, but still not enough to actually move up in his class. Though the upshot for him is that he is only about 1.2 seconds off the podium because Raul Chakraborty is holding that position, and unfortunately for both of them, they're both teammates. So is it going to be the best man wins, or is it going to... Well, no team orders, of course, because we're only in the first round of the season. But would there be a bit of gentleman's agreement to say, if I'm faster, let me by?
I'm going to stand with Ken Watanabe on this one to say, let them fight.
Oh, yes. And they shall fight, but hopefully within reason, because you do not want to see a collision, especially between two teammates, in such a promising position, because it will just scuff up our opportunity for a Championship 5. Meanwhile, yeah, you're looking at somewhere there. That's Lu Chunhan.
Yep, getting better his teammate there, Fahim Hata, and I think like Muliono is also looking to try to get into the action as well. He's trying to catch Fatah right as he gets onto the main straight here. Had a bit of slipstream now going to the first turn. Let's see if Muliono will be able to do much. That's very close there to the camera there, my friend. As he entering the turn number 1. Doesn't seem to have gained the momentum he needed to get past Fahim Hata, so he still stays behind. So a bit of a switching the order here between the two teammates. I believe it's
yes.
Chunhan and Hata as well.
Yep. And can we have another bit of a report on James Palmares? He's caused another yellow flag. You can see there on our mini-map. Yeah, Palmares, again, the very same corner, doesn't seem to be liking it at all. As Muliono. Muliono tries one, and he does get the better of Hata, but then, can he get the move done around the outside? Hata got spooked a bit by the fact that Muliono was looking like he was going to dive, but it looks as though Hata has had enough momentum to get around the inside, but which becomes the outside. Muliono will have the inside line. Side by side they go. A touch was almost imminent there, wasn't it? Because the door was being shut, but Muliono had the momentum to come through. that might be a room for Stuart's inquiry.
Might be room, but they were more or less side by side entering the corner though, so I think Molino would be within its rights to expect a bit of space there. But yeah, Faimata unfortunately will lose out there. I mean, again, spooked is pretty much the apt term there, coming into chicane there, because it looked like Molino was going for that dive, and Faimata, you know, he reacted a little bit too late there and lost control in the next part of the chicanes, and that's what allowed Molino now to move up to 15th place.
And you can see that corner after corner, it was actually just snowballing, wasn't it, for Hata, because once he just got that mistake completely scuffed up his entire section. Though he might actually have a second bite of the cherry here, because Palmares has actually bogged Molino, and now Hata might just come back, and this will be another situation repeating itself.
Yep, it looks like it's going to be round 2 here, but Faimata this time is going to be one on the attack. Still keeping close here to Molino. We'll have to see. But yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to be getting the momentum here coming into turn 2. There's still a chicane coming up, but by the time to get there, I think Molino will be pretty secure in his track position as of right now.
Yep. Meanwhile, this is the other battle up in front. This is Aiden Tan, teammate to Manandan Jairatnam just now, who was in the pit lane, causing a bit of yellow flags and massive damage to his Aston. The leading driver of that particular lineup is now making do with the pace that he's got, and he goes around the outside. Oh, at the toe of the boot. But I don't think you can actually get the move done there, because by the time that the corner opens up,
yeah, it goes uphill, doesn't it?
Yeah, it goes up and it tightens on exit. So you really want to get him over the inside right here. But Zohaib is actually very staunch in his defense, as he's actually lost position to Ali Karudin. So that's why this battle's on right now.
Yep, well, hopefully the Gravedigger is going to be able to keep him digging in his heels, literally, as we come out of the heel of the boots and into the main Watkins Glen circuit here. Trying to keep behind, but I think he lost a bit of momentum, goes off track there. Aiden Tan pounces on the opportunity, going around the outside, but Zohaib Hussein still is able to keep a bit of momentum coming in here and still keeps himself ahead, but just barely as we enter the main straight. So now Aiden Tan will still have a slipstream. You also see Aprilino also just behind it. Sorry, that's a different guard.
Azib, oh!
Bit of bump in
Yes,
the back there.
Azib just bumped into the back of him. I think he was just checking up on that incident. But luckily, though, Aiden just kept it going.
Yeah, that was very, very close there. There's Azib in the inset right now. He was actually closing in on the Aiden Tan as well as Zohaib as well, battling it out in front, and unfortunately bumped into Aiden. Luckily, both cars still able to roll on, but I think Aiden still it's not going to be able to gain any time against Zohaib Hussein, as he's already clearly ahead now, going to chicanes. But Azib, luckily for him, still also is in the running here in his three-way battle.
And this is a battle between two different classes as well. But Zohaib is actually holding on to the podium in the silver class. That's important. Oh, something happened between the two cars, isn't it? Something happened between the two GSR cars. They're actually close together right now. They might have actually had a collision, you know.
Oh boy. Let's open up the door now for Karudin to try to put the pressure on his teammate Chakraborty just in front of him. And their two Ferraris just going to be literally bumper to bumper now. His blue flag's being waved right now just behind Zohaib Hussein is trying to get through Jay Ratnam.
And that's a team play. Look at that.
Yeah.
Jay Ratnam actually might be doing this to help out Aiden Tan, and he nearly does
Oh
though.
boy, it almost caused collision there. They're actually trying to block Zohaib Hussein, but he unfortunately will have to yield now. He will definitely yield to his teammate here. Aiden Tan he's really trying to keep up with Hossein, and you got I think it's Azib Mokhtar, is that behind him? Yeah, Azib just behind him as well, going a little bit off track there, literally riding saddle here. As we go into the main straight here, Aiden Tan now trying to get alongside Zohaib Hussein, but I don't think he had the momentum coming out the final turn, so he may have to tuck in behind here and wait until the S's.
Well, he didn't have to wait until the S's to try. He can just go to turn 1, but chopped across the nose goes Zohaib, and he maintains the position. That's actually a good bit of driving, even if it is a bit in the gray area, because very, very late to close the door right there. Meanwhile, up for the S's, Azib then, we're getting a really good boxing on this one. Because if something would happen to the two of them in front, he will actually get a podium position in his class out of it.
Yep, So Aiden now still trying to close into Zohar Hussein. He had to be very ginger through these curves here. They can certainly unsettle the car a lot, as more than a few drivers have found out over the course of this last half hour. But so far so good. Zohar taking a little bit of a wider line. It's allowing Aiden now to actually gain momentum onto him, closing in that gap between the two of them, but losing out on that as soon as they get to the next corner though. And I see Mokhtar in the meantime looking like he's going to try to make a move onto Aiden around the outside. Nope, switches onto the inside here, sweeping in, but couldn't quite get it done there. Aiden Tan still remains ahead of him.
Yep, and that's really good bit of racecraft from all involved. And in particular, Azib, I was actually thinking that he might have waited for another corner, but again, he's using those spook tactics to just probably try to scare Aiden, but Aiden's well versed to that one, you know. He is a champion in the Endurance Edition for a reason. He knows those kind of tactics in the long race can actually just become tedious, so maybe he's just biding his time right now, and also just not being phased by the attacks coming from behind.
Yeah, I think we have to have a look at Lu Junhan. It looks like earlier on there was a 5-second penalty applied to him, and right now he's locked in a bit of a battle between himself, Abad Jusmin, as well as Fahim Hatta at the moment. So that's another three-way that's happening just behind this one here. But unfortunately, we have to keep an eye on this one here, as Zohar Hussein now still being defensive here against Aiden Tan. The two of them fighting it out here for a possible podium. But it looks like Zohaib is so far still able to keep himself just ahead, and still frustratingly for Aiden, not really opening up any avenues for him to go for the attack.
And I just wish we had the same camera work that we can do in Global Edition, because we can open up two different screens. But it is what it is on its ACC. We just have to keep it like that. But it looks as though the battle in this particular trio has kind of stabilized a bit. So we can let it stay there for now as we go on to other battles that are actually close on track. And one of them is that! That is a big one. Fahim Hatta has actually whacked into the barriers. He looked like he had a bit of a desync.
Yeah, it's really just jumping all over the place, and he's unfortunately have to teleport into the pits. There's massive damage there. I believe he's sustained against wall. This was the other battle I was alluding to. Ahmad Jusmin has already gotten himself ahead of Lu Chunhan, who still has a 5-second penalty hanging over his head, so he's fallen way behind.
Yep. Oh, and the battle between the two GSR cars.
Yep, that's still going on.
Yeah.
Going on the whole time as we were having a look on those other battles. Ali Khairuddin is still keeping the pressure. Oh, let's push that Palmares, having to dodge out of the way there as the two Ferraris come through.
Yes.
But Chakraborty, fortunately, didn't lose too much time here, at least compared to his teammate.
Yeah, but Ali then flashed his lights a lot there just to make sure that Palmares sees that the leaders are coming through. And I think for James's sake, if he wants to continue his race, he might as well just give it to, his team to continue, give it to another driver, because right now he'll probably be trying to just nurse his mental health, if anything, because he's been involved in so many incidents all by himself. He's just worried that maybe that one incident might be with a leader of the race, and that will just be curtains for his self-confidence.
Yeah, he's going to have to keep it together for now. We're already past the first half hour of this race here. This car stopped on track 828.
Ken Lau in the Team Uncle car. And that is completely different from the Team Uncle that we saw last year with the Marlboro colors. This time, however, is actually running in just a red and yellow, a bit more AF Corsa type. But oh boy, he needs to get back on the road safely, because
there's a lot of damage in his front as well.
Yep. And can he get the car powered away, because more cars are coming? First case in point is Jaya Ratnam. And he does get it away. In fact, the car looks, not to say terminal, because there's, I think terminal damage in ACC doesn't mean the car comes to a complete stop. But if his suspension is borked and he have to go, yes, jump back into the pits just for the sake of everyone's safety.
Yeah, Aiden Tan still keeping it very close and having a bit of traffic to deal with there. And Aiden's actually getting nicely slipped into the bumper there of Zohaib Hussein, trying to get a slipstream on this uphill part. And the next corner is coming up, and Zohaib is still taking a very defensive line. Indeed, Aiden tries to go around the outside to no avail. Still couldn't quite get a momentum on exit. Still has to tuck it behind. This battle's been going on for the better part of the last few laps now, and Aiden still hasn't found a way to get past the Gravedigger car.
And all the while then, that the two of them battling hard, it just lets Khairuddin and Chakraborty get away. So the two GSR cars will be counting their lucky stars there, that this battle actually has been beneficial for them.
Azib this whole time is also still following in behind, so still these 3 cars locked in place here, battling in 9th, 10th, and 11th respectively. Aiden Tan again having by this time almost Azib almost did a repeat of just now, bumping into the back of Aiden Tan, but fortunately I don't think they got into contact this time around. But yeah, that's still very, very close between the 3 cars.
Indeed. Now then, we can actually go back up to the very sharp angle as a Pirelli board gets flown into the air and straight back into the ground. Right. Ferdy Ramadan is now behind Enzo Ison as another car. Luckily that time it wasn't Palmares, but there is a car in the barriers on the side. That's Fitri Abdullah, the Zen Racing car. It has a livery there, but unfortunately it doesn't show up on our screen. So the Johorian and Penangite partnership in this particular instance is not bearing any sort of technical results.
Yep. And I just wonder how the heck did Imran Ryan manage to gain another 2 seconds ahead of Enzo? It was just a 2-second gap between the two of them. Now it's up to 4.5, so Iman's really running away with it as far as you can see in his first stint. So this is looking, I mean, very strong right now for the Bruneian driver, but certainly it's going to be cause for consternation here for Enzo if he's not going to be able to close that gap at all. I mean, he's still got, I mean, to be fair, he still has Ferdy Ramadan to worry about for his track position, but still, that's actually impressive progress that Imran Ryan has been able to pull off in the lead.
Yes, indeed, and after he took it away from the 2 LOR cars, it looked as though he never really was challenged. He just didn't look back after that. Though, having said that, we're only just about 40 minutes into the race anyway, out of a 4-hour race, so anything can still change when he passes the car over to his teammates. There's about 4 of them, I think, in that car. But in this particular round, it's only just Amir Naim who's actually registered with him. So that's another cool operator moving up from the silver car. Let's see what he can do when he actually jumps in later. But for now, Iman's doing an absolutely stellar stint up in front.
Yep, very secure in that lead, and it's looking like this round could be his to lose now at this point, as Enzo still has to keep his car ahead of Ferdy Ramadan. Aiden Tan still stuck behind Zohaib Hussein as we enter the chicanes once more. I mean, again, these two have just been, I mean, he's been keeping the pressure going onto Zohaib for as long as possible, but you know, Zohaib, to his credit, has just kept his cool all throughout, still kept his car neatly tucked in front of Aiden every single time Aiden tried to make a move. So very impressive defense here for the 9th place.
And again, good driving, good racecraft as well from Zohaib to actually just keep it there. And yes, they're not actually fighting for positions in class per se. They're fighting for positions overall. But for Aiden's case, it might be so frustrating that a driver who's in supposedly a higher class in front of him is just holding him up right now, while the 2 leaders in his class, the M class, are just getting away.
Yeah, they're very far ahead of him here, and he would just love to be able to get past Zohaib here so that at least he could try to bring the fight there. But again, still very far away from even Chakaboti and Khairuddin, who are still very much locked in their own battle. I mean, it's been between the 2 of them so far, with Khairuddin still tucked in behind his teammate, and that's very, very far into the distance here. Aiden Tan, in the meantime, well, still having to deal with being in 10th place for now.
Right, so let's see what other battles that we can pick up and try. In fact, Chu Han is only about 0.3 of a second behind Sabri Rathnayake, so that's how far he's fallen. And unfortunately for the Velocity Pantera team, one of their cars is completely out of it. Fahim Hatta actually is, I think, not back on the tracks. Yeah, I think that car is out completely. So that's one car out of the way for Velocity Pantera, and here's his Liu Junhan's screen right now watching him. He is keeping tabs on Rathnayake, but it looks as though Sabi has actually gotten a bit of pace here, and he's making hay while the sun shines.
Yeah, I mean, his own countryman Duran in the chat is just saying this is another example of how much he can gain from just avoiding trouble. And remember, Chunhan still has a 5-second penalty hanging over his head. He's lost out position, but that loss is to Sabi Ratnayake's gain, as he's only 1 position away from breaking into the top 15. So that's certainly spelling some good news here for CMSE Esports.
Indeed. Well, then we can also pick up some other cars that are further behind. This is Ayman Shamim, who we saw earlier was spun around like a top, trying to, you know, getting spun around by another car behind, which was Naufal Afif, yeah, in the Entropy car. Well, here is Shamim now trying to go for a recovery drive. Here he is fighting with Umanandan Jayaratnam around the outside through the heel of the boots, but sorry, toe of the boot. Looks as though he might just get it done on the on the exit here and into the heel.
Yeah, at this point on, it's going to be a bit downhill, so it's a bit tricky braking now, coming to the heel, which, I mean, couldn't quite make the dive. Jay Ratnam is still able to keep it outside of though, coming out of the curbs there, loses control and loses the momentum and loses the position here to Ayman Shamim, who smiles very much as he comes out of the booth.
Well, he'd be happy with that maneuver, but again, the whole race for this particular crew was scuffed because of the fact that, out of his control, he got hit by another car and then spun into his teammate Henry Crooks. So then both of the Apex Racing Brunei Academy cars just coming a cropper at the worst possible moment, and one of them was just basically collateral. Right, so that's Ayman Shamim's battle done. I think the battle between Chakraborty and Anandan are actually still quite close, in fact.
No, I think
yeah.
Khairuddin's gone past. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Khairuddin has gone past actually Chakraborty, so that's why the gaps on our screen looks a bit weird because
Yeah, it was like,
yeah, it looks like, wait, why is Chandramali's gap close to Chakraborty when there's a big difference between the both of them?
yeah, it looked as if Chakraborty, it looked as if Chakraborty was like half a second behind Anandan, suddenly like gaining like what 8 seconds
Yeah.
in one fell swoop. But no, Khairuddin finally gets past his teammate now as they swap positions here for 7th and 8th respectively. So yep, that's already doing well. Enzo Ison 3/10 second behind Ferdy Ramadan. He actually lost position, Ferdy, didn't he?
No, in fact, Ferdy was already in front of Enzo anyway. It's just that the both. Oh, you mean Enzo loses position? Yes, but the thing is, he has actually lost out a couple of times to both the Vigo cars. Now he's just having to fight it again. But whether or not Ferdy can actually hold on to this when Enzo's really fired up remains to be seen. But pace-wise, I think at this current juncture of the race, the Ferrari doesn't seem to be as good as compared to the Lexus or the Porsche way up in front.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be a bit of a cause for concern. I mean, it could just be the variation of this track itself. I mean, Watkins Glen is a rather tricky rather tricky track to drive to begin with, but given that he's consistently just having to fight it out with the Lexus or the Lexi, as you like to say, while the Porsche is just running away with the lead. I mean, again, could also be because like he's still trying to defend position against Ferdy Ramadan, is causing him to lose that much time to begin with. But at this rate, it doesn't look like Enzo could be putting much of a challenge into Iman Ryan's own lead at this point.
Yeah, we'll see then how that will play out because we have about 15 minutes left on the hour, and let's see who will pull the trigger first to just commence the first round of pit stops right after this. Now then, I think Aiden Tan is very close to Zohaib. Well, again,
again,
yeah, because we have not seen any sort of moves happen here between the two front-engine rear-wheel drive cars. Same powertrain, but just probably a bit more in the advantage of the Aston Martin around here. Sorry, the Lexus around here, given the fact that the top speeds just favor it. But on the other hand, though, through the corners, it looks as though the Aston's got the number on the Lexus, but Aiden just cannot use that to his advantage because he still needs the straight line speed to get by Zohaib. And Zohaib, again, to his credit, has done an absolutely stellar bit of defending to keep his position on track.
Yep, so bit information from Mahat here. Nevertheless, Aiden again, still again and again, still continuing to be stuck behind Zohaib, and again, like trying to have a peek around that main straight here. That doesn't seem that he's going to be able to get the better of Zohaib so far in this race. And yeah, unfortunately, out of the top 10, these are really only 2 close battlers as far as we can see. And I think Aiden's probably just thinking about like just waiting until he has to hand things off to his teammate here, and just hopefully be able to keep that car in the top 10 for now.
Yeah, Wilson Wu will take over that car after this, whenever he will take over, because again, it's just depending on who wants to take the position where when the cars are coming to the pits. If you're in a very advanced position up in front, maybe you want to keep the same driver that got the car to that position to keep them in the seat, so that they can actually just carry on with the good work they did before, and let a fresh driver take over from the second half of the race onwards. So just a split of 2-2 right now, especially that most of the teams are running 2 drivers anyway.
So Yeah, still still very much possessional between Sohaib as well as Aiden at this point. Enzo Isan still trying to regain some position here from Freddy Ramadan. Doesn't seem like it's going to be happening anytime soon, so he's probably going to have to wait until the inevitable pit stop that'll be coming up soon. We've got another 12 minutes before it ends.
Oh, there's a big accident. Unfortunately, we can't pick out which car was that. Oh, in fact, it is one of the Sidewinder cars getting involved in it.
Yeah, so we can watch the trying to regain here as McNeil driving the other car is taking massive damage in the front as well. Both these cars caused the yellow flag. Lucky for them, the pit entry is just around the corner there for the two of them as they both tuck in there, try to lick their wounds, so to speak.
Yeah. But unfortunately for them, that's pretty much their opportunities to get better points completely out the window. As another car is also in pit lane, that is So. But where is he right now in the pit lane? Yeah, Chia Kat Seo. So he is driving for the proper livery this time. SD powered car from Singapore. Not as opposed to the Jordan McNeil car. You can see there he's actually running the same livery but different car. So it's unfortunate. Same instance. But anyway.
Yeah, back onto this one here. Inadan, Zohaib Hussein still in battle with each other as per usual. Well, we've been seeing this already for like more than a handful of laps at this point. Although I'm also seeing that Jaden Liao is starting to put a bit of challenge there onto Chandramauli Adnan. He's actually within 3/10, maybe 2/10 of a second here, battling for 4th place. So we'll see whether or not that will come to pass soon. Chong Jin Bin as well is currently trying to catch up to Aprilino, who's actually taking over his position, or has he? Looking like the timing tower is a little bit confused right now, showing Jin Bin in 14th place at this moment, but we'll see when we get the update as soon as we get over the control line. But yeah, as of right now, those are the only battles that are happening on track. I think everyone else is just settling in right now in their own respective track positions, just waiting for the queue to get into the pits and to swap out drivers.
Or, keep the drivers, just swap the engine, just swap the tires.
Swapping the engine would be kind of impressive.
Yeah. I mean, it is possible. You can actually do that. You can actually do that in racing
cars. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, no, in prototypes.
Yeah.
Because Audi pioneered that concept. But yeah, change of tires and top up fuel to get back out, but with the same driver. As I did mention earlier just now about the whole, if you want your you want your driver who's actually gotten the car up to a very good position, keep him there. Because he is in tune with the pace of the race rather than having someone completely new, albeit fresh, not being used to it and might just drop some valuable seconds out on track.
And Jaden's gaining a little bit more into Chandramauli Adnan coming out of chicanes, and Chandra is a little bit wide here, so Jaden's going to try to go a bit of a peek on the inside, but Chandra still is able to hang on for dear life ahead of him. So yeah, this is actually starting to come into blows as well here up in the front. This is the battle for 4th place between Chandramauli as well as Jaden Liao. Jaden, who had qualified in 2nd, had dropped several positions, but Chandramauli Adnan conversely has been gaining positions and finally found himself ahead of Jaden in this juncture.
Yeah, but the thing is that Chandra has been ahead of Jaden since the part where Jaden was falling further behind. So it's like Liao has to be content again to try to get by Chandramauli, and they both had a ding-dong battle for the championship for, well, Chandra at least. Jaden was leading the championship in bronze class for a while until he kind of went off the boil. Now they're actually fighting blow for blow out on track, this time for proper championship honors.
I'm very curious of what the tire situation are for some of these drivers. I mean, Jaden, he's been really falling behind in pace, especially compared to his fellow teammate or sister teammate, and also driving Ferrari here. Conversely, the pace between these two cars haven't quite seemed to be on equal footing here. I think it's Cal Vidja having served a penalty just now, just coming back out on the track, and unfortunately splits up both for Chandramauli Adnan and Jaden Liao, so that's actually it's holding back Jaden if anything else, because the gap between him and Chandramauli has opened up massively. Liao finally finds a way past Vidja, but has lost more than a second now between him and Chandramauli.
And I think Vidja tried to move offline, but because Jaden was following him, it looked as though he was being blocked there. So hopefully Jaden will not be putting too much into it on the stowage report. He just has to keep hacking it away to get up to the back of Chandramauli and Nandan, as Oscar Mothian Vichanchai actually moves out of the way. Good bit of driving as well from the young Thai driver to just avoid bogging the driver behind. Now then, in terms of battles out in front, this is by far one of the closest, and it's for the overall podium between Enzo Isan and Ferdy Ramadan again. But this time, however, Enzo, after losing a bit of time to Ferdy, has regained it all back as we come into the closing stages of this first hour.
They have a bit of traffic to deal with ahead, as well as Anton Buyan. His car is just ahead of Ferdy Ramadan, so maybe Enzo will be banking on that to hopefully be able to gain on him. Anton Buyan does finally move out of the way there, but Enzo couldn't quite capitalize on it too much, losing out a bit of time there compared to Ferdy as we are entering into the main straight. May not even have enough here to get the slipstream off of him, so that's putting it up. I mean, it was looking like it was going to be exciting for a little while. Might be more chances of traffic just ahead here, as I think that's Jay just in front of them right now. So Ferdy Ramadan will be running into him pretty much sooner rather than later. Coming to the SS now, Jay, I think he's not going to be giving way too much back. There's another car a little bit way slower there. I think there's Uncle Evil, the Uncle car just getting out of the way there. Yep. But Ferdy Ramadan in the meantime still hasn't gotten past the hobby culture car until just about now, or no, will not actually get the space at all here going to chicanes.
Meanwhile, actually there's an accident for the behind. That is Antar Buyan stopping in the middle of the road with a Team Uncle car. Oh! I wonder who's that one. That might have been Chong Jin Bin. No, in fact, it wasn't Chong Jin Bin. It was actually either Raul Chakraborty or Ali Khairuddin. It was Chakraborty. Chakraborty hit the car there.
Yeah, we saw the Team Uncle car get very slow just now as we saw Ferdy Ramadan and Enzo Isan pass him, and unfortunately it looks like Antar just ran into him, or maybe the Uncle Evil car spun. Whichever the case here, very unfortunate here with Chakraborty, who at one point was really running neck to neck with his teammate Ali Khairuddin, but now he's unfortunately gonna have to take a back seat here, having lost 2 whole seconds here. Just from that tiny little collision that seems to have done quite a massive number on his front bumper.
And the fact that the rear of that car is quite scuffed too, so quite a few things happening. In fact, Jaden Liao has actually dropped now to 6th place. So that one actually was a bigger effect than we thought, because that Jaden's dropped to 6th in front behind Derek Daniel, but in front of Ali Khairuddin. So Ali now has an opportunity to overtake here.
Yep, he has an opportunity here, and on to Jaden Liao no less, so we'll see. I mean, again, he managed to avoid the fate of his teammate there, Chakraborty. Now he has an opportunity to maybe gain a place here, get up to 6th place. A bit of a tap on the wall there for Jaden Liao. It's not going to do him any favors here as he gets on the main straight. Hopefully that didn't cause too much damage as we come down to turn 1. Ali Khairuddin trying to be as late on the brakes as possible, but still Jaden Liao still is able to keep his car hanging on the edge of the curbs there, and into the SS they go.
Yep, but it looks as though I think that time around it's Ali with a much better line, and he will get the slipstream from Jaden. The move may not be possible because, again, same cars, same speed, maybe a difference in setups might just create that, but you can see the slipstream there. Ooh, really caused the car to just be sucked up to the back of the car in front.
Yeah, I think Khairuddin had to brake a little bit harder than he would have wanted to going through the chicanes. I mean, he was already gaining under him prior to that through the S's, but now it's lost all that advantage now as we are entering towards the boot here. Ali Khairuddin, though, he still has a good chance to try to continue fighting here against Jaden Liao. This is a fight for 6th position.
Yep, and once again, anticlimactically for the overall results, for the results in class, not for the points paying positions in those classes. So it's between an M class car and a Pro class car, with the Pro class car being right behind here. 3rd place in his class against 2nd place in that class in front of him.
We'll have to see. Khairuddin getting closer and closer to Jaden Liao yet again, so is there going to be a bit of traffic ahead of 2 of them? I think that could be the case here, but Liao hasn't caught up to him yet, although Khairuddin has already caught up to Jaden Liao once more. So that's Oscar Tian Chai, so that he's not in the same phase of the lap as the 2 of them are, so they might actually catch up to him by the time they get to the S's. That could open up another opportunity again for Khairuddin to try to make a move. Still isn't able to get the slipstream on the main straight. Braking hard now into turn 1. Let's see whether Jaden will keep it nice and tidy. Still going a little bit off curve, but so does Ali Khairuddin. Still trying to maximize the speed. He's looking like, well, just look at that. Gains so much here as he comes through the S's. He's going to attempt to get a peek on the outside. Nope, Jaden is going to be able to move out of the way there, but not for this time. But Khairuddin isn't able to gain the momentum. Still tucked in behind now as we get to the chicanes. Fortunately, Montian Chai's car is still just ahead here, but Kyrian goes with a dive, tries to the outside, didn't quite make it work there. Jaden still is able to keep his car tucked in ahead, and still is able to defend his place coming out of chicanes.
And did you see that Ali tried to pull off the same move that he did on Zahib Hussein?
Yeah, I know, right?
But this time, however, Jaden Liao was matched at that one, and they still are pretty much like conjoined twins, still close together here between the two Ferraris. Oh, he dived!
No,
He tried to dive! He tried to dive there!
Tried to dive there as Montian Chai moves out of the way there to allow Jaden Liao to pass, and looked like there was an opportunity, but unfortunately Kyrian was not able to take that position away.
And all the while then, this is bringing Chakraborty back into play, because the Mode battle is going to be a three-way fight between three Ferraris, but from two opposing teams.
Yeah.
And one guy has a rear gunner for good measure, so if Jaden Liao was to be really looking behind his mirrors, he'll be not happy to see that two identical cars are going right after his bum.
Well, Chakraborty, I mean, you can see him on his screens right now, but he's still a little bit ways away here. Kyrian may have another opportunity to fight again if this continued pattern here of him being faster coming out of turn 2 continues to hold. So again, still the same places as they were before, but let's keep an eye out for how he's going to try to maneuver by the time we get to chicanes. Jaden Liao again still has to keep his eyes peeled here, at least eyes very much fixed on his rear view mirror, trying to keep an eye on where the Kyrian will make his move. Here we go into the SS once more. A little bit less momentum this time around for Kyrian's part. But Jaden Liao still is comfortably ahead here. Still has a good option here to try to defend. So which way Kyrian try to do it? Will he go for the dive yet again? Not quite. Still tucks in behind here. Not going for the move this time around.
And he's too far behind to do that sneak maneuver that he tries on the outer loop. But it looks as though it's just, again, between two similar cars, it's just the driving that's the real key factor here, whether or not the driver in front can defend well or the driver behind can try to find a way to pick the locks here and open the door.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're not in the same class at all here, but they're fighting really hard here. Rather, Jaden's really defending very hard here to try to keep his track position lost to a minimum here, especially you know, against Daniel, or even better yet, his teammate Enzo Ison, who is still very far ahead, several cars ahead, in fact, at this point. So right now, Jaden's just really trying to make sure that he keeps that Ferrari somewhere inside of this top 6 here. But Kyrian is doing everything he can to try to make sure that it's his Ferrari instead that's inside the top 6.
Yep, as a couple of yellow flags. In fact, it's in front of the leaders that we're going through right now. We're going to take it on board. Is that car? Yes, it is. And in fact, it is one of the Beagle cars. I'm not sure if that was for the Ramadan or that could be another car. No, in fact, it is a completely different car. So it is. Wait, is that Derek Daniel that was involved in that particular one? No, in fact, he's gotten through. So the car that was involved in the small incident there has managed to get going.
Yeah, I think Derek Daniel's a little bit further ahead of this group of cars. We're keeping an eye out on the screens right now. I think that's Daniel Ong right now, who's actually not on the same phase of the lap here compared to Jaden. You see the blue flags going up right now. Where we're just keeping an eye out. Looks like Kyrian is not going to be able to make the pass this time, so it looks like it's going to be our cue to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Ryan has, since taking the lead from that first lap, has continued to lead this race so far in the first hour. Will he continue to bring this Porsche 9292 to the checkered flag? We'll be finding out, but first, let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, and looks like some of our front runners have already jumped into the pits just during the break. Eamon Rhino was one of the first ones to pull the trigger on that. He's now come back out in 5th position. Chandra Mauli Adnan is now provisionally leading this race here ahead of Khairuddin. Aiden Tan is actually also decided to stay out, while Zorhaib Hussein has decided to go into the pits, so that's pretty much put an end to their little on-track battle that we've been witnessing for several laps in a row now. So, whoa, what happened there?
Speaking of Hussein, that's not Zohaib Hussein.
Yeah, that's a different Hussein.
That's a different Hussein, yes.
Yeah,
But,
A Hussein, I think. Was
yes, it is Asif Hussein, and driving for the Bengal Racing crew car, and he is just rejoining in front of Fadil right there. Nearly caused a big one, but luckily though, all's fine. But it was very close from what we were seeing just now.
Yeah, that was a little too close with comfort there, but looks like he did manage to get away with it without causing any more any collisions there. There's Khairuddin right now catching up there.
And one big thing to note is that we have a disqualification, and it's for Jordan McNeil. So
what did he do?
Well, he might have actually gotten something on track to the point that it actually disqualified, because we didn't hear anything from our headsets.
Yeah, so it's an in-game disqualification, perhaps.
Yep, he might have actually done that. And the fact that in front of him, in terms of position, is his teammate in the Velocity Pantera team car, Randy Go. So the team that won the team championship in Global Edition, not having the best of starts here in Endurance Edition for this season.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's how the roles happen, right? So if luck is not on your side, and looks like luck is not on Jordan McNeil's side this time around, as we are on board now with Tamjit Sultan driving the very Mimi livery of ABG Motorsport.
Yep, and was just only picking this particular fight because it looks as though it is quite close just now between himself and Gav Chia, but looks as though Chia might have actually overtaken him there, so that's why the gap looked much closer than we thought.
Yeah, it's actually fallen back down to 0.8 of a second. I think a couple more cars has gone into the pits. Safi Ratnyake is now in the pits now. So it's taking his regularly scheduled pit stop right now. Kandramauli Adnan still remains up in front. Here has decided to stay out. Oh no, actually he's just jumping the pits just as we jump on board with him.
So that will be his scheduled stop, but he's gone actually a bit further than compared to the other cars. So it looks as though, in terms of fuel and tire wear, the Ford Mustang is actually a bit better compared to the Ferraris, the Porsches, and the Lexus.
So yeah, a few more cars as well still parked in there. Khairuddin will now inherit the lead from Chandramauli Adnan. Imran Ryan, after all that shuffling there, it's actually gotten himself up into 3rd place here. Wonder where exactly, I can't quite see. Yeah, that might we'll update you once I actually catch where Enzo Ison has or rather Enzo Ison's car has ended up back on track here. I think is it his who was his teammate again? Enzo?
Wilson.
I think Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson.
Okay, Wilson's up in 7th right now.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's yeah there, the car number 18 in 7th place here. Ali Khairuddin, of course, who we're on board with. He's still decided to stay out a lot longer. His teammate Chakraborty, I think, is already taken pits, perhaps already taken a pit stop. It's already between Ahmad Jusmin as well as Thiago Pereira. Yeah, Zohaib Zai Hussein is now currently holding into the 10th spot. I think Dustin Raul Dev has already taken over from his teammate now, and his car number 28 is back up into 9th place. Yeah, the Bebega Suzu Ice car. So now, yeah, looks like we still have a couple more cars to get shuffled into the top 10, but it looks like Eamon Ryan's still very much on track right now to regain that lead.
Indeed, and it looks as though it just was a bit boilerplate, wasn't it? Just go into the pits, do your stop, come back out, easy as that for Eamon Ryan. Even if he was one of the very first to pull the trigger, looks as though overcut or undercut, doesn't seem to really matter. He's still staying it up there.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you compare to what Enzo did in his stint there, like Eamon Ryan very much, I mean, by virtue of just literally taking that lead from the start there and just staying out of trouble, has really gained a lot of time over the Legion of Racers car. So it's now Legion of Racers really having to really pull all the stops here to try to regain some momentum here and hopefully be able to stay not only on the podium but just at least keep that gap close between themselves and Eamon Ryan. But does seem like the Porsche that he's driving might be the car to beat here. I mean, he's the only, it looks like he's the only team really that's riding the Porsche, and he's really doing a bang up job of keeping it in the lead.
Yep, indeed. As now,
yeah,
we are looking on board with Zohaib Hussein. He's actually chasing up Ahmad Dusmin. And remember, Dusmin was the guy that jumped the start at the very beginning of this race. He's made it back up to the top 10. So, not a bad recovery drive. Even if the plans were a bit scuffed from earlier, all things considered, at least he is now back to where they want to be. Albeit, again, pit stop hasn't been done yet.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll still have to see after he gets you know, into the pit stop phase to see where he actually comes out. But you know, it is encouraging for sure. I mean, for BRM here to see that Jusmin is able to gain, rather still is able to gain quite a good number of places here, you know, with the pit stop phases to be able to get up to 10. So we know that at least he's somewhere within that vicinity. So it certainly has some pace to get to show here going through the rest of the season.
Although again, it's a glimmer of hope among the fact that, you know, without that drive-through, they would still be right up there in the thick of it. So, a case of what might have been, isn't it? But they cannot dwell on that right now. They still have a job to do.
Yeah.
And in terms of finishing positions, they will still be in a very strong one because I think it's about 6 cars in the top 20 for the silver class. So, at least we know full well they can still score a good haul of points.
So there he is, just having a chat, I think, just off camera there, while he's continuing to drive out on the track. Decided to stay out for quite a while here, a lot longer even than Chandramauli Adnan, whose car is actually the one just ahead of him, at least on track. I say just ahead, it's actually a whole corner ahead of Asmat Jusmin at this point, but yeah, you get the idea.
Yeah.
In any case, let's see who else. Freddie Ramadan, I think did he go into the pits? I think he already did, yeah. So he decided to stay in the car here and just get that tire change and the fuel topped up and is ready to go and still is in the fight for a podium position here. He's got Shamim ahead of him, who's not in the same phase, and another car just passing him by as we enter the S's here.
Yeah. There's Brody on our screens, and in the inset, it looks as though, oh, that's a great bit of driving for Iman Shamim. Signaled the way he wanted to be to just give Brody the space. And the fact that for Shamim, he's actually going toe-to-toe against the very car that took him up at this corner. So at the start of the second hour, which is now, sorry, somewhere in the first hour. So serendipitous is to put it lightly, but he would love to just put one over the car that took him out earlier.
Yeah, as of right now, he's 9 seconds behind Eamon Ryan, so he knows he's still in a good chance to perhaps keep some pressure going onto our current potential race leader. He's not the lead in the race yet because Hyrule just only entered the pits right now, so he should be able to take his normal spot as far as he's concerned very soon.
Yeah, net second place, of course, for Ferdy. So let's see then, because we're gonna go jump to Ali now for showing where he is. Yep, he stopped right in his box, and he will be waiting there for about 30 seconds before he can get going again. Now, something on track for us to look at is between, I think, Chandramauli and Nandan in the Jingle Tingle Pigger car, what a name by the way, against Daryl Ng. So, the Hobby Culture Nova car is going to have a bit of company as another yellow flag being brought up, this time not by Umanandan, but it is his teammate Manka Ngo, and he actually jumped back into the pits.
Well, let's put an end to that then. But yeah, Chandramauli still is the only car that's close enough, only driver whose car is close enough to try to challenge someone for position. That's going to be Daniel Ng just ahead of him. Now coming onto the main straight, still not close enough to get that slipstream here, but I think he's really just biding his time. I mean, again, came out of the pits, still has fresh tires, I think. I'm not sure exactly how it is for Daniel Ng in front of him, but looking at how much momentum he's gained coming out of turn 2, I think it's only a matter of time before Chandra is going to be able to take that position from him. Still couldn't quite find a gap. It's not that easy to try to pass through here, or rather, you pass here on your own peril. But Chandra certainly will have a lot of momentum now in a good position to attack going to Chicane. Which way is he going to go? Ng is going to try to take a defensive line right in the middle. He's going to try to block him out as Chandra had a peek around the outside, so couldn't quite capitalize this time. Coming into the transition here, looks like Chandra does gain a lot of momentum, tries to slip onto the inside, the exit couldn't make it stick though, and Ng still stays ahead.
Lovely bit of driving for the both of them, and for Chandra, that is not a good sign for him because he wants to get in front of the number 18 car when Wilson Moon actually comes in to do his pit to get pissed off. I think he has, isn't it? Oh yeah, he has. So he's lost a heap of time to Wilson Moon, if anything. So Chandra then might not want to risk losing further more time. He needs to dispatch Ng as quickly as possible.
Yep. The sooner he can get that done, the better, and he will be able to join his team leader, Justin Raul Dev, and perhaps a bit of inter-team battle on the cards for that. But as of right now, the blue Hobby Culture car still remains frustratingly ahead of Chandramauli through the boot. Now we're going to be coming up to the final section of Watkins Glen itself. Chandramauli certainly still has a lot of tools to play with here. Let's see which one is going to actually use against our friend here, coming onto the main straight once more. Actually, it's a lot closer this time. He may actually get a slipstream going to turn 1, so he's going to choose this moment to pounce. Taking onto the inside now. He needs to be late on the brakes to be able to slip onto the inside. Ng is going to try to fight him wheel to wheel around the outside, but hanging off of the curbing there is going to slow him down. And Chandramauli Anandan gets a little bit of tap for good measure, but he is going to be ahead of Ng by the time to get to the S's.
And where is that? There it is!
Oh,
there it is! I was about to point that out just now. I think Ashfiqur Rahman was facing the wrong way, and he's still waiting for cars to come by. There was the yellow flag, and in fact, he jumps back to the pits. Good bit of thinking there. Otherwise, that would have been very, very ugly.
That was such a jump scare looking from the bumper, Chandramauli Adnan, I have to say, though. But, yeah, I mean, I think Shakur could have, like, teleported earlier, but I think he was hoping to have a bit of a gap there. But that's a very precarious position to be in there, especially given how narrow the runoff area, the SSR, there's really nowhere for him to run away to get out of the racing line.
And trying to do a 3-point turn when there's 40 other cars out on track coming by.
Yeah.
Not a very good idea. So he'll have to need a spotter to just tell him that, okay, get back on it now, as opposed to just guesstimating where everybody else is on track. Even if you have the full map, you never know that the closing speeds can actually become very dangerous, especially when you know what the reverse park on track. But luckily though, he jumped at the pits, and that's probably the safest option for Ashfiqur Rahman.
Yeah, but again, I think that really just highlights how tricky it is when you got cars stop on track here on Watkins Glen because of how close the barriers are. You really cannot see what's up ahead until you actually run up right against it. And Chandramauli Adnan, whose credit, you know, really actually kept his cool and actually got out of the way there to prevent himself from running into Abik Shakur, especially after having made that pass early on against Daniel Ng. Like, that would just have been a huge blow to take there. Okay, Robert Arbolino actually getting very close to Fadil, sorry. Actually gaining onto him, coming in the middle, rather on the sole of the boot. Should be able to get ahead of the McLaren now and does take the position from the McLaren. Keeps it together on the exit here. Fadil still will have a bit of an opportunity to try to counter-attack, but I think Aprilino will be happy enough to just take the position and run away with it.
Yeah, and I think Aprilino just got that move done, and there he is on our inset, looking very happy, pleased with himself with that move. But that's only just for, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9th position.
For
yeah.
9th place, yeah. Yeah, because we don't have the same thing that we have in Global Edition.
Right,
where
yeah.
we can see the positions.
Our producer very much misses the overlay we had for the Global Edition. I mean, again, it's a different game. You know, this is ACC's own system itself, so kind of funny. He had to go literally manually count from the top of the timing tower down to find out exactly which position Aprilino is for his class, and he's certainly running away with it. Already having passed Fadil, he's already now 1.2 seconds ahead, so he's certainly got that job done and some more.
And unfortunately for us, in terms of battles, not much again we can say are on track, to be honest, because the pit stops have actually spread them out a bit. Though, having said that, this is by far the fastest closing gap on the entire circuit between the two Papega cars. Now this will be very interesting.
Yep, he's already catching up to Justin Raudev, who's in the car just ahead of him. They are both teammates. Susu Ice in the front, Jingle Tingle in the middle. Okay, that just sounded wrong coming out of my mouth just now, but that's the name they chose for in the car, so what can you do about that? But yeah, Tundra is actually gaining a lot of pace, you know, as you mentioned just now, so let's see, this could be, like I said earlier on, you know, inter-team battle could be on the cards here for Chandra as well as Justin.
Yeah, in fact, separating them by about 1.2 seconds is not that far away, you know, so Chandra then might be fancying his chances given the fact that Justin is the new driver into this particular phase of the race. I didn't mention earlier whether or not they want to keep the same driver for the 2 stints and have him call it early, or have them swap around. And it looks as though this might be the Papega for this particular crew's latter option, where they just want to see, okay, first they let Azib run first, and then Chandra, and then Justin, so he could try to stay ahead of Chandra.
I don't know how long he can keep Chandra behind him, because just look at that, over a few corners already, and Chandra is practically like, what, half a second? No, it's actually still about 8/10 as we break into the heel of the boot, but still like gaining so much into Justin Raudev. I think it's just only a matter of time before he catches up to him, and they're going to be forced to make that decision.
Yeah, again, too early in the season, very early in the season, right, to do team orders, but you never know here. If there was a faster car on the 2, they will try to just put their eggs into that particular basket.
Yeah, I mean, if Chandra can really keep up this pace throughout, I mean, he just had a little bit of a tap on the wall there off the edge. A bit of traffic is going to be coming up, so that likely might slow Justin Raudev down as he gets into turn 1. Ooh, didn't quite make that clean. Watch the unfortunate gets in the way of Chandra. Chandra is going to try to get on the inside. Watch the was going to be able to keep on the outside there, and does get out of the way there. So thankfully, both of the Papega cars are able to get through unscathed, but I think that lost Justin a little bit more time than he wanted to, because now Chandra literally literally 0.3 of a second behind him going to the chicanes.
Yeah, but it looks as though Chandra is better compared to Justin in through the chicanes. You can see that visually gets close, and he goes through the inside. Well, that was a bit anticlimactic, wasn't it? Because it looks as though that Justin might have actually opened the door there to try and minimize time loss while letting another driver behind get by. So again, that's the sort of bit of driving that you want to see when you're doing white markers, because in Global Edition we had plenty of those where drivers said, well, doesn't know what the blue flag is, or they just really punch you off the road.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to see, like, again, I mean, it is Watkins Glen. It's relatively a track that does favor, like, fast top-speed cars, and Chandramauli Adnan driving the front-engine Mustang does really get the better of the Ferrari that Justin Raudev is running here. Although, to be fair, it was a little bit like a mistake on Justin's part coming out of chicanes there to open that door for Chandra to get through. But again, like, even if he did successfully keep his car in front, I'm not sure how long he would have been able to hold off Chandra, because this guy is really going fast.
Yeah, in fact, he is just motoring along ever so slightly, but Justin looks as though he can still match him for lap time. Just that it's not being recorded as proper laps, so yeah, we really can't see how far Chandra is able to push here.
Let's see how that will transpire. So Chandra Mali now leads ahead of Justin Raudev, who's up at the 6th place. The next car up ahead of him is going to be Wilson Woon, who is currently sitting, what's that, about less than 2 seconds away from Chandra Mali. And again, to get to the battle for his class here, Shazma Shafiq, he's going to have to gain another 8 seconds on top of that, so a whole 10 seconds between him and the next car off his class.
Yep. And those are battles on track. Just a couple of instances that we can see some close one, including behind Daryl Eung is Ahmad Jusmin. Jusmin, I think, still hasn't stopped yet. That is quite a surprise.
Actually, yeah. And now that you mention it, yeah, he's actually stayed out for very, very long out here. It's already practically like 1.5 hours of his stint here.
Oh no, in fact, he stopped before.
Oh, he did. Okay, yeah, he did stop.
Okay. But that shows that the pace,
that means he's actually gained a lot then overall here. Then it's very impressive. I mean, we thought it was because he didn't stop, but actually he did stop. It's just that maybe he took a very short stop. Maybe just decided to splash and go. Maybe decided to try to keep on here because it looks like it's working out for him so far. Although that could carry its own consequences later on in the race. But as of right now, Ahmad Jusmin is still in the running in the top 10.
In terms of damage limitation for any championship points on hand, that's all he could ask for because in terms of the class positions, 30 still runs away for Bigo. Second is Chandra Mauli and Nandan in the Papega car, and then behind him is his teammate, albeit in a completely different car. Third place, and that's where we find 4th place, Jusmin, where he lies right now. Again, still somewhere. Oh, there's a.
Someone spun around in the pit exit.
And that is car number 3, as no surprise there. Who's
that's Michael Ngo, who's behind the wheel there.
Oh, and tell you what,
he had to cut across the track just now, but
Chakraborty. So Raul then had to take evasive actions there.
Yeah, luckily for him. I mean, I don't know whether you can consider it luck when it's been multiple times now that he had to deal with situations like this. I mean, you remember the incident just earlier, the first hour of racing, but again, still manages to keep it together. Still is, in the running. Although it's now in 14th place, keeping his car barely ahead of Chong Jin Bin, and still behind Kelvin Powell, who by the way in 13th place now is Kelvin Powell. So he's actually he actually has quite the recovery. Far cry from where he was starting off this race here in last place.
Yep, in the Tasha car. Nice to see that it's doing quite well over there. Meanwhile, this is a battle that's one of the closest on track, apart from between Chandra and Justin, but that's between teammates. This one might be a maneuver. Mukunan goes on the inside, and touch bit. A bit of a touch there between Mukunan and Fadil, but the touch there wasn't as bad as we would have thought.
It looked like this is a little bit of a parting gift, really, as Mukunun was able to get the dive done right at the entry of turn 1, and Fadil really was, I think, just trying to do something to maneuver, but it was by that point too late, and Mukunun's already so far ahead here. Now he's only got Palmares here trying to catch up to him here, and in fact, he's already got another LOR car just behind. Yep. Shakur, we are riding aboard right now, Esha Shakur. Under the main straight, he's actually trying to catch up to his other BMW in front. Might be the Beagle car, isn't it?
It is, yes. And it's Derek Daniel. In fact, that's how far Derek has fallen, because that car was on the cusp of the podium earlier, you know?
Yeah. I wonder what exactly has happened. I mean, maybe some penalties earlier. But we didn't see, I think, was it his car that got the stop-go penalty, was it?
Yeah, it was, yes.
Yeah, so that definitely explains why he's all the way down in the 23rd place, although is he actually closing in on someone? No, he's actually just passing some traffic on the way there. I think that's actually the team uncle car. Asher Sakor, unfortunately not able to close in too much there, but hopefully he'll be able to catch up there to Daniel. That car number 69, very nice.
Indeed. Right, we have to say a surprise hello to Tanzila Mahbub. So
hey.
Yes, if you remember that name, we were actually covering her in Global Edition while she was driving the women's class, and there she is now. in her very,
Very,
uh,
very regal throne, actually, I have to say.
yeah, a very aristocratic chair. As she's got someone for company behind, and this is for position way further behind in the AM category, as it's oh, that he didn't show his full name there, but it is very close.
Oh,
Then
very close. Yeah,
his name should be Zaipul Akram, because that is his father's name. We'll get that shortly. But
Yeah,
that was
well,
very close.
that was very close. I mean, Zaipul Akram almost into. I mean, his car already took quite a bit of damage. You can see from the side there on his left-hand side, a lot of scraping on the bodywork. But now the gaps open up between himself and Tanzila, so she will be able to breathe a little bit of sigh of relief. No longer under pressure now. Can now continue to focus on to her actual racing here. Ahmad Jusmin looks like he's going to be making a move now onto Daniel going around the outside, coming out of turn 2, and should be able to get ahead of him by the time he gets the chicanes. And yes, indeed, he does get his car ahead of him now. So that's finally done and dusted. Ahmad Jusmin moves up another place. A guy who we thought was had yet to take his pits is actually already taking his pit stop, but just a very short one here, and that's allowed him to make his way up from the middle of the pack and now into the top 10 and now into a possible top 8 finish. Let's see if this will come to hold for him. Oh, and yeah.
Meanwhile, yes, something
Yeah.
close. Yeah, you're about to point that out. This is between Chandramauli Anandan and Wilson Woon. So Chandra has stayed in the car for a consecutive stint. Wilson Woon has taken over from Jaden Liao, and this is a straight fight.
This is definitely going to be a straight fight between them. So it's a different car, a different driver, but the same car. And Wilson Wu made a bit of a mistake there. Did get onto the grass, losing him out momentum. Chandra will be all over him. Takes a position just like that. The Mustang still beating another Ferrari on track once more. And Chandra Mauli Adnan is now up into 5th place.
Oh, meanwhile, there was a bit of a trouble there for Randy Go. Randy's now into the pits, and well, not sure how many times does that velocity car needs to be repaired, but it is definitely not having the best of days. And to compound the issue, Jordan McNeil in the sister car has been disqualified quite some time ago.
And I think Justin Raul Dev is also closing onto Wilson Woon as well. We saw him just in the background as Chandramaldi Adnan was able to make the move there onto Wilson Woon. And now Justin is going to have an opportunity again in more or less the same spot. He's very close coming out of the S's here as Justin tries to go around the outside, can't find the space. Switches on the inside right now. Wilson cannot do anything to block. He has to give the space, and Justin takes the position thanks to the space that Wilson Woon had created there and moves up a place as well. The two Pepega cars getting past the LOR cars, and Justin just laughing his way into the 7th position.
Yes, indeed. And, well, he is racing from the Johor branch, by the way, of
Yeah.
Axel Sport there, so you can see a bit of an elevated rise compared to when you see the Axel building. It's more or less concrete on the floor. This one's more wooded.
Yep, so that's a place gained for both Pepega cars. As I said, now inside the top 6, and there you have it, confirmed on the timing tower as well. And Justin is certainly loving this here as Chandramalli Adnan is having to negotiate his way past a bit of traffic in front. Oh no, that is position. That's Ferdi Ramadan, who is actually already been caught up here.
He clattered the barrier. He's clattered the barrier
Oh,
somewhere.
he did.
The car is well and truly scuffed right there. And Chandramauli now gets up to 4th place.
Yep, and I think Justin will be following suit as well. Look at that. That's a massive bit of damage up in the front there. He's not going to be able to run for too long. Is Freddie going to go into pits? No, he's going to try to stay out. He wants to try to keep the track position, but unfortunately, that's going to compromise him entirely here, to at least to Justin Raul Dev. And Justin will be able to pass him on the straight. I believe Ramadan may not be able to do much against it. No, he actually just goes ahead and runs right into Justin Raul Dev, but Justin still is going to be able to move out of place and goes up into 5th.
And all the while then, Wilson will try to fancy his chances too. Here he comes up into the back straight. Right, this will definitely be looking good on the helicam.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'd lovely like to see that, but Wilson may actually get the move done by the time you get into the chicane. No, actually, Ferdy does break a little bit later there. He wants to make Wilson really fight for it here. I mean, again, Ferdy's really just trying to fight for his track position and his first round, so to speak. But yeah, I mean, again, the car that Wilson Woon is driving did qualify in front of Ferdy. Unfortunately, got passed very early on in this race, and now it looks like number 18 might just be able to get the better of the number 351 anytime soon.
Yeah, we'll see then whether or not Ferdy can hang on to this, and Ferdy is one of those few drivers who are still in the car since the first stint. But maybe, just maybe, they might have to consider switching around because he might be some fatigue setting in at his current juncture.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Not to speculate too much, but again, like having big damage like that, it might as well go ahead and get that pitted as soon as possible here. Makes no sense to try to let Freddy run on here and lose even more track position. Just try to get it pitted early and hopefully be able to recover some of that lost places here. As another 2.5 hours ago, that's Freddy going way too wide here. Wilson pounces on the attack in the final corner. A bit of a slide as well as the two cars come into contact wheel to wheel, but Wilson Woon frustratingly still not able to get ahead of Ferdy Ramadan.
Well, he might be frustrated with that, but he'd be happy that he actually saved that one as well. That could have actually gone completely awry if he went and did it wrong. All the while then, behind them, Jusmin's actually going to be in the running to try and get 6th place. Where on earth was this pace coming from? It's again such a real shame that the jump start and the subsequent drive-through happened so early in the race, because otherwise he would actually let it be burned.
Look at that, though.
He burned away, and look at that. Right the outside he goes, onto the back straight. Jusmin with a better run and looks so unfazed.
I think that looked like a little bit of a smile breaking out there for Ahmad Jusmin as he finds his way past Wilson Woon. Now he's going to be up against Ramadan. Both of these, I mean, they're both leg side, but unfortunately, Verdi is the one that has a lot more damage in the front, so I think it could be just a matter of when, if not if. But Verdi Ramadan still just hanging on for dear life. How is he still able to keep the car in front of the two of them so far? Ahmad Jusmin now is going to have his opportunity to strike, and these two guys, they are in the same class though, so this is going to have championship implications.
Well, too early to call championship implications though, because we don't have points on the board just yet. But in terms of early count towards permutation, maybe that will be quite a tale to run for another day, of course, because we only have 3 rounds right after this to go and put everything fully together. But again, as evident what we see today, Jusmin really has handled that car in the track. But it's just such a shame again that a penalty just puts paid to their efforts here.
No, I mean, again, like one man's bad luck, it's another man's good luck, and Ahmad Jusmin has gotten so much good luck so far. Just needs a little bit more now to get him past Ferdy Ramadan, but Ferdy is becoming that cork in the bottle. As you can look just behind it, Daniel Ung is also catching up the two of them. Ferdy is just getting his car all over the place here, just trying to prevent Jusmin from even considering taking a dive, and now that's opened up an opportunity for Wilson Woon to now go for the counterattack.
Yep, and all the while then, let's see how this one particular battle plays out, because it could go one of 3 ways even. Yeah,
Ahmad Jusmin does get a bit of an exit there on the outside and will be able to dispatch Verdi Ramadan without too much histrionics as we get into the chicanes. Wilson Woon is catching up to Ferdy. Had to brake a little bit hard there to avoid running into the back of him, though. That's how held him back, while Ahmad Jusmin will be pulling clearly ahead. Looks like it's more than a second between him and Ferdy Ramadan now as he moves up. Probably didn't expect this, into 6th place. Ferdy Ramadan, though, still hanging on, gets a bit of crash. Oh, Wilson Woon almost gets into a car that stopped on the side of the track there. Had to make evasive action, and that allows Daniel Ung now to actually catch up to Ferdy Ramadan, and now he's going to be challenging Ferdy for the position.
Yeah, let's see if Ferdy can actually put up a much more stand defense here, because yellow flags out on track for Asif Hussain, who's facing the wrong way, but we're not going to mind too much for him. We're going to see whether or not the Vigo car can still hold on to its position for dear life.
Yeah, I mean, didn't mind about him, but then again, like for Wilson, I think there was a bit of a heart stopper because he got bumped and his car is actually sending in towards the stopped car at that time. But luckily he was able to avoid that. Now Danny's gonna get in contact again. Ramadan really putting his elbows out, trying to force him out of the way, but to no avail as Danny will be able to get up in front. Wilson Woon and Chakra both come into contact, and Wilson goes into the tire barriers.
Well, that's a perfect spin. He got it J-turned back onto the right direction, but I think he just stalled it for a second and gets it going. But Wilson then has a car that's completely scuffed now.
It's like dominoes going on out here in this track. I mean, the whole sequence of events got kicked off from like Ferdy Ramadan having a big clatter against a wall, causing his front end to be completely damaged, and then losing position after position, getting himself into the midst of Ahmad Jusmin, of Danny, for Daniel, and then Wilson Woon as well. Now Wilson and Chakraborty come into contact. Chakraborty this time will be passing Freddy Ramadan for a position, should be able to get through here on chicane from Ramadan. It's just still surprising to me, why is he not getting into the pits now? Because it's clearly he's not having the pace at all to stay inside this top 10. It's going to potentially get passed by Wilson as well as Zohaib Hussein, who's actually coming up really strong now in that 10th place.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why he didn't just pit earlier, because might as well damage limitation. But the thing is, because he's probably too early in his stint to do so, he just wants to time it as perfectly as possible to get 3 pit stops in before having to do an extra one.
Yeah, but by staying out for like, what was that, 3 laps in a row, he's already lost like 3-4 positions now, potentially. I mean, Wilson Woon is a little bit behind, having just recovered from running into the tire barrier, I think being taken out by Chakraborty, and now he's going to have to defend against Zohaib Hussein, who just smells an opportunity to move up a track position here, potentially into 9th. Only Wilson Woon in the way.
Yeah, but Wilson again carries a bit of damage after that particular skirmish into the barrier at turn 11. Let's see then if Hussein has enough power in that Lexus engine to get by the Ferrari 296 turbo engine.
In the meantime, I mean, we're looking on board right now with Zohaib Hussein, but like, you know, about 2 cars behind him, Thiago Pereira is bringing it number 81. I mean, it's very squarely inside the top 15. But the CMMC sport car, bringing back our Sri Lankans in the chat, are getting very excited to see that their countryman is actually getting closer and closer to the top 10. So we'll see how that would come to pass. But as of right now, Wilson Woon just doesn't want to have Zohaib Hussein pass him now, lest he loses a track position. But Zohaib is coming very hard, coming out the S's, got a lot of momentum, will have the slipstream now going to the chicanes. Wilson is unfortunately going to have to concede that position now, or will he concede? No, actually he wouldn't. He would just slip on by him, just let Zohaib take the outside there, and Zohaib had to brake a little bit harder while Wilson just dives back on the inside and regains the track position.
Wow, then this battle is still gonna go hammer and tongs, isn't it? All the way through. Meanwhile, further behind, this is the technical car that was also informed the early was in P19. So great recovery from Technical Racing AMR. Now fighting with Fadil for P18 overall. Yep.
We saw both the Techno Burst cars in the pits early on for what seemed to be damage, and unfortunately for them, they lost a lot of track position as a result. But it's great to see that Zach Jensen is able to bring the car back up into the top 20, and now he just needs to try to get past Fadil in order to get into the 18th place. And there you have Justin Raldev looking to try to lap the 2 of them at the same time, while Ananda is very far ahead here. Blue flags is out here, so Jensen is going to move out of the way there. Fadil is still remaining on the racing line now, as both he and Justin Raldev come into turn 1 and turn 2 now. You can see Chandra just pulling way ahead there into the distance, and coming into the S's. Fadil unfortunately will not be yielding position quite yet, so Justin is going to have to do this hard way, or just have to wait it out until they get to the chicane before Fadil will be able to give some way.
Yeah, I think he's being caught by already, because he cannot do the same attack moves quite often, because some people might just figure out anyway. But again, oh, that's a big one!
Oh, that's a slide as well for the Techno Burst car. I think that went straight into the wall there, unfortunately, as Justin Raldev moves up, moves past the traffic. We couldn't quite catch the.
Jensen.
Yeah, Jensen just now, who were on board, just literally lost control there. While I think may have been spooked actually by Fadil giving way to Justin Raldev on the exit of the chicane, and actually ran into the way of Zach Jensen. Who unfortunately had to take evasive action and lost control.
Luckily that contact was very light, because if it was any further, then he would have been going by the pits 1 lap behind, just like what happened to them. Both likely in that team at the start of the race. Now, this is the other battle on track. In fact, Derek Daniels falling even further behind, 22nd now. So what has happened to this video car?
Well, just gonna have to figure out the answer soon. So we'll see where Derek Daniel will be able to find his way past. I mean, again, the car number 69 had a stop-go penalty, which is why they were pushed all the way down into the middle of the pack, really. And right now, Derek Daniel is going to have to do something here. Sultan's car is not exactly in the best shape right now. but is still able to keep ahead of the Lexus throughout the last lap. Let's see what now with the next lap coming up, whether that's going to come and affect him. Daniel tries to have a peek on the inside. Sultan has another car just ahead of him. That's actually a car that's out of phase, so Sultan's just unfortunately being held up a little bit by traffic, and that's but unfortunately for Derek, Daniel not able to capitalize too much of that from now as you get through the S's. Let's see whether or not Derek will be able to close that gap before getting chicane. I don't think that would be a case, because as much as the traffic is holding up Sultan, it's also letting him a bit of tow to allow him to defend hard against Derek. Daniel. Derek unfortunately couldn't quite find a way through. Had to brake a little bit harder than he wanted to. Tries to get slipped in on the inside. Almost came to contact there against the rear bumper of Sultan's car.
Yeah, we need to get an onboard shot, helic shot. That one, that was really close. As well, speaking of close, there's the back marker number 934, currently be driven by Genevieve Oy, our women's class champion in Global Edition. She's also doing decently well in endurance, in fact.
Yeah. Just laying out the way there. Now Palmares as well is going to go way off of the line there to allow Sultan as well as Daniel through. So now they both can continue to focus as they've got quite a bit of clear air in front of them. Daniel tries to go for the dive on the inside, but Sultan is able to outbrake him just in time to keep ahead of him as they go through the heel of the boot. Daniel still looks for another opportunity coming up the next turn, but Sultan still keeps a lot of momentum. I mean, again, I think it feels like the BMW and the Lexus are not only very similar looking from the back, as you've noticed in my commentary so far, but it looks like they are very equally matched in terms of power as well.
Yeah, in fact, in terms of power to weight ratio between these two cars just about like, as again, the difference in driving skill will make the huge amount here.
Yeah.
Especially through some corners like this, where it's a bit hard to determine whether or not outside will be track limits or just about inside will be considered track limits.
Yeah, oh, Daniel almost had to slip in there. Looks like he was going to go side by side with Sultan, but Sultan was looking a little bit slow coming out of turn 2, so that might be opportunity now for Derek Daniel. He's now going to try to pounce on the outside of chicane. He's going to hopefully be able to snatch the inside once he get to the transition point, but nope, he will be able to get it done on the braking. Does a little bit wide on the exit, and Sultan is able to fight back and take the position back as Daniel goes over the curbs and loses control.
Fair bit of driving in front of both of them there. Sultan actually just hung Daniel out to dry and says thank you very much, but he hits the back of Tanzila Mahbub, and Tanzila goes into the barriers.
Oh, Tanzila's not going to be happy about that, but Daniel is going to be happy that Sultan unfortunately slowed down there due to that collision. Now he's going to be back on the attack. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make it around the outside this time. Sultan still has quite a lot of speed and should have the engine power to weight ratio to be able to keep ahead of Daniel through this section here. Now coming up to the heel, Daniel still not able to close that gap here, even on the downhill part. Sultan, sliding a little bit on exit, so could be indicative of a bit of damage there. I mean, certainly may have caused quite a bit of damage there running into the back of Tanzila's car, but Daniel so far still not able to find an opening yet. Still having those peaks on the inside, but still getting the door closed in his face there by Sultan at every turn.
Yep. Again, this is going at a hammer and tongs, but I like how it's a fair, clean old battle.
Yeah.
It's just two drivers pushing each other hard.
Pushing it hard, he does. Daniel goes with a dive now into turn 1. Gets it late under braking, gets his car ahead. But Sultan, he is going to be able to get himself on the exit there, and he does get the momentum back again. These cars are very evenly matched, but the 669 still remains faster than the 69 coming out of these corners.
Yeah, but again, how long can this particular battle last? Because we know that for a fact. Some battles we thought were going to last for quite a long time, only lasted just a few laps. It's going on now for the third lap in a row as Sultan gets the better of Daniel that time round, and end of the so-called constitutional problems here for now.
Yeah. I mean, again, that time Derek was trying to go around the inside into the chicane, but then Sultan really squeezed him to the grass, forcing him to back out of it, and that might be able to save him for this lap. But yeah, like you said, I don't know how long they can keep this up though. And I mean, hopefully Sultan didn't gain too much damage to his front bumper earlier on, but it does seem like both these cars are still very evenly matched. They're still again going to come wheel to wheel here, going into the heel. But this time Daniel would not be able to get the braking done. Sultan had to brake and go a little bit wider this time around, but I think Daniel might just be able to clinch it, and he does keep his car ahead, go out of the transition, out of the exit, and up into the 20th space.
Yep, and Derek then managed to get it through there. We have a bit of lion dance going on.
Yeah, lion dance going on next door right now. So if you hear drumming on the mic, we just apologize for that. But Daniel, so far, yep, he's already got the move done finally. Keeps his car ahead of Sultan's car. And I think given how evenly matched they were in terms of acceleration and exit speed, I think he should be able to keep this place from this point on.
Well, they both are going to go around there and off the track. As meanwhile, I think it was Zach Jensen,
Yeah.
just a bit further in front of both of them, are going to make it a three-way fight if Jensen's not capable with the traffic or try to get past Fadil. Fadil on the outside.
Yeah, Fadil unfortunately will have to yield there. Jensen moves up ahead of him. Chakraborty is not on the same phase as them, so it's not going to be racing for position. He might hope that Chakraborty will be moving out of the way there, or maybe, actually, I think Chakra might be ahead of the two of them. My bad. But nevertheless, Fadil, again, getting a bit of a challenge from behind there from another car. I think that's Derek Daniel, who's joined them in the front. He is going to be able to get past here and to put Fadil just between him and Sultan.
Yeah, again, sometimes getting the rubber to green is great, but then when you're not getting it, it just feels awful, isn't it?
Yeah.
They just go overtaken, and then more and more cars start piling up.
Yep, and Fadil in the meantime is now just going to be holding up Sultan, as Derek Daniel will be able to pull very clear 1 second gap now to his opponent in the battle that we witnessed early on. While in the meantime, Zach Jensen now is just in the hot seat here, practically, as Daniel is only about 7/10 behind. Jensen doesn't have any car in front already. He's gotten passed by Chakraborty, but at this moment, not going to be able to get the benefit of a tow here to help him in his battle. Oh, bit of a slide there between Fadli, as well as I think Fadli was trying to get into the pits, but unfortunately collected Sultan on his way in, and Sultan unfortunately gets clattered into the wall.
And Sultan was lucky to get away with not getting so much damage at all. And in fact, he avoided the attenuated barriers that are filled with water on that side.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that would have caused even more damage.
Oh man, I think Sultan misread the situation. I think he was trying to cut onto the inside of Fadil that time, but just as Fadil was already planning to go into the pits, so very unfortunate case of wrong place, wrong time there for Tamjid Sultan.
Yep, and in the ABG Motorsport car, nice touch that. Look at the back. Look at on his walls. He's got the 3D printout of racing circuits. In this case, the Nordschleifer,
the Suzuka, and Spa.
And coincidentally, all three of those circuits are on ACC.
Well, not that layout of the layout of Nordschleifer.
Yeah,
it's the Nürburgring.
Yeah, but still, it's the Nordschleifer regardless. Then it's available. As Tazila Mabu had a bit of a spin just now. She triggered the yellow flag, and around the same time, Genevieve Oy is also doing the same thing.
Oh no!
So would that indicate that they both got into the same incident?
Would it? I mean, yeah, they were on the same phase. I don't know, hard to say at this point, but you can definitely see a bit of damage in the front of Genevieve's car and Tanzila as well. I mean, she also had damage, no doubt, because of getting clattered in the back early on. Ashifikur Rahman spinning out a bit in the entry of the pits. Wonder what happened there. A lot of damage on his front end, actually.
Yep. Wow, so many things to focus on now because we were having a dearth of battles.
Yep.
Now there's plenty, except for the ones in front, of course. Which, okay, by the way, if you folks want to know what's the gap right now, it's about 13 seconds between Iman Ryan and Michael Vincent Velasquez.
That's crazy. Iman's just flying away with it right now as Daniel Jensen comes to blows here going into turn one. Daniel's going to be forced to take to the runoff area, barely missing the barrier on the side there as Zach Jensen moves up into 17th. Coming to the S's here, I think Derek is going to be driving a little bit hot under the helmet right now, the figurative helmet, so to speak, as he's gaining back onto Jensen. He wants to get the position back from him. Coming to chicanes, going around the outside here, just needs to nail it under braking here in order to get the apex on the next turn, and leave Zach Jensen on the outside for
Oh!
And the two of them come into contact, and Zach Jensen will be able to get away with it.
And the fact that Derek Daniel got punted the right way around was probably fortuitous, even if Jensen was probably trying to do the right thing by putting him back the right direction. Though, if Derek does actually fail to get past, he might just say, okay, that incident probably was the reason why I got this damage, I could pass him.
Well, we'll see. I mean, again, like he was gaining a bit. And we'll see whether or not he'll be able to gain again on the next part of this section here. I mean, he's definitely not going to be too happy with Zach Jensen after that bit of contact. I mean, he was already, by rights, already having a position, having a space. It's just a little bit of a pit maneuver there by Zach Jensen that pushed him back into 18 planes once more. But look at that. I mean, even despite that, still is able to gain onto Zach Jensen now. It's looking like he's going to try to make another counterattack on the next lap.
Indeed. But after that particular crazy exchange, there is a couple of other more battles further behind. This is Pakong Panasopongkol chasing up to the back of So Chi Xiang. So, Thai driver versus Singaporean driver. Let's see who's going to get the better of this one.
So Chi Xiang is actually getting a little bit wide there. I can't say that as fast as you can. Panasopongkol is gaining a little bit on that last few corners here. Doesn't like too much control. I mean, both of these are front-wheel drive cars, but no.
Front engine wheel drive.
Front engine, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Popcorn still is going to be able to looking a little bit squirrely actually doing the exit. I was noticing just now. Seems to be keeping out of control, but hasn't quite gained onto Chi Xiang. The gap is now opened up to more than the second between the two of them. So unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that's going to be happening anytime soon. And that, unfortunately, was the only battle we had on track so far. Yeah.
Apart from the fact that we can highlight the leader of the entire proceeding.
Crazy gap.
Yeah. It might not be as big as something like, say, if Nakib or Alif or Tasbi would drive and just go scamper around the distance. But it's still impressive regardless that among a few drivers with relatively close skills up in the sharp end, Iman would be able to pull away here and just stay there. There's Iman right on our screens. A bit different from the pictures that we've uploaded of him when we highlight the winners, because he has gotten a bit older. And slight blemish on the side there. We cannot speculate for now. Probably was a small incident or just a bug bite. But it's not affecting him one bit because he's still hacking away at the front here. Although the gap descended, just slowly decreasing a bit to about 12 seconds, whereas just now it was above 13, and there might be a battle between Chandra Mauli and Shazwan Shafiq, in fact.
Actually, now that you mention it, yeah, it's only now been half a second to Shazwan, and Shazwan is being held up a bit by traffic, and that's probably helping Chandra at this point. Oh, look at that, losing control again.
And there's another car stop there. You can see, stopped on the side of the road. Is John Paul Mansilla in the Veloci Ragazzo car.
Yep, both Ananda as well as Shamim is able to get past there without getting into those cars, but man, oh man, really having to thread the needle there. But yeah, Chandra still within half a second of that Ferrari in front of him, looking like he's going to try to make a charge now for a possible podium position. This is going to be exciting stuff here. I mean, podium overall, I should say, as Shazwan is currently leading the class ahead of sorry, is he?
He's pro. Yeah, he's in the pro class.
Yeah.
So it is a battle for the overall podium. It wouldn't mean much, but it will be quite a feather in the team's cap if they can get a podium over the class above them.
Yep. We'll see. Still trying to get closer. Now 4:10 a second as we get into the main straight. So this is a great opportunity now for Chandra Mauli Adnan to make it third overall. Shazwan Shafiq breaking quite hard in that corner there, allowing Chandra to actually catch out of him. This is not going to bode well for him, as now Chandra is going to have free reign to keep close to him through the S's here, and we've seen how good he is at this part. Look at that, he's already trying to get side by side with the Ferrari here as we get to the helicopter shot. Looks like Chandra is already trying to get himself side by side now in the perfect position to strike now for the next corners coming up. Bit of contact between the two of them as they try to separate, but no, comes to the contact with each other and forces Shazwan Shafiq into the wall.
Oh, and talk about coincidental. That's the exact spot that me and Shazwan Shafi were involved in that incident in 2023. Well, somehow karma repaid the favor for Shazwan there, but albeit he didn't get hit by anybody.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he just pretty much went off onto the runoff on his own, but looks like he did take a bit of a hit. But man, I mean, again, it was contact between them getting into the chicane in the first place. Like, I mean, it's certainly not going to be easy for us over here to adjudicate, but that's why we have two official MAM stewards in the room behind us, in the room across from us, to find out, to adjudicate whether this is something that needs to be looked at. But nevertheless, Chandramauli will move up into third position anyway. Ahmad Jusmin now is caught up with Shazwan Shafiq and is now threatening to try to make it another place loss here for Shazwan.
How on earth did Jusmin get back up into the top 6 and still, yes, I am not kidding right now when we're looking at the gap here, he's only half a minute behind, roughly, okay, about 45 seconds behind Imarayan, but all things considered, if he didn't have that jump start just now, he would have been right up there in the sharp end as well. Would you believe that?
I mean, we've been seeing that like throughout this whole race here, just Ahmad Jusmin moving up the places over and over again. And yeah, like you mentioned, if he didn't get a drive-through, we have been seeing him fight against Iman Ryan. I mean, that 45 seconds certainly looks like that could be the case, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm just really disappointed on his behalf because I do drive with him sometimes in other leagues.
Yeah.
That Jusmin, he is fast. He can be very blinding, but just that this one thing is just, you know, very uncharacteristic for him. It doesn't really happen, but when it does, it's something like this. It's just like, God, can you try to get it back on the, you know, in his mind. He says, can you please get back on it and just get into position? I think Jusmin might have been G'ing himself up this whole time, but judging by the facial expression, he's putting it at the back of his mind. He just wants to get as many points as possible at the start of the season, especially given the fact that this is now a potential podium on the spot.
Oh, no, it's actually getting in the way of Shazwan there, forcing him to brake quite hard. But Ahmad, that might just play into the hands of Ahmad Jusmin now. Unfortunately, he's not going to have the space, or will he have the space? He's going to find the space anyway, trying to make it 3 wide coming into the heel, but Shazwan closes the door just in the nick of time. No one's going to be left hanging around the outside as Jusmin moves past him. But that looked like could have been a pass there for Ahmad Jusmin. Just unfortunately, Shazwan was still able to get in the way.
And the fact that he is already on the podium in the silver class, so Jusmin doesn't have to get too crazy when he tries to overtake. It's just that for him, the potential race win's still on the card in the class. So, okay, now he's smiling right now. There's that smile. So he's happy that he's in good spirits. But let's see then. Battle's still not over. He still has to get it going right here.
Yeah, still has an opportunity here. I mean, Shazwan now still being held up by more traffic forming up ahead here. Let's see, coming into the S's here. Ahmad has a lot more momentum. He just needs to find a gap there. He will be able to get wheel to wheel with Shazwan and potentially even passing, getting to the chicanes. Now he's going to be side by side. Shazwan's going to be forced to dodge a little bit thanks to that traffic, and that just delivers the position there. The Ahmad Jusmin slips in there.
He thought better of it. He has thought better of it after what happened between himself and Chandramauli. He just thinks, okay, not a second time. He doesn't want to have that in succession.
Not again, he says, as Ahmad Jusmin now dispatches the traffic one after another. And this time around, yep, he moves up into 5th place. What a comeback it is, really, for Ahmad Jusmin.
And he's still, sorry to cut you there, but he's still within a shout for the win. There's only 11 seconds between himself and Chandramauli, who's the leader of the silver class.
Yeah, this thing. So, my goodness, we're going to be keeping a keen eye on this as we are now hit the halfway point here of our 4-hour race. We're going to be taking a bit of a short break. Iman Ryan, of course, has been the leader through and through, and what an incredible lead he has so far. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, with more messages, but don't go away. We will still be right back here with more racing on the Endurance Edition.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we're back here for the ERGP for the next 2 hours of this first round of 2026's Endurance Edition. Iman Ryan still in the lead of the race, followed by Velasquez in the LOR team car. Then we had Chandram Ali Adnan with a very incredible charge to get himself up into the overall top 3 here alongside his team leader Justin Raudev. But Ahmad Jusmin, despite having to serve a penalty at the start of this race due to a jump start, has actually climbed his way back up into 5th place, and that's been quite the exciting story to keep an eye on so far in this race.
Yes, and the fact that when you consider that the strength of the field may not be as large as compared to previous years when we had all the big hitters, I'm just glad to say everyone's still within a lap of, the same lap of each other.
Race, yeah.
So if something big were to happen to anybody up in front, anybody behind can still stand a chance of getting a good position here. So it's close. That's what is important, and that's what keeps it really interesting. Plus, we're looking at right now Michael Vincent Velasquez. He is the one that we are keeping an eye on because the gap just now was about 13 seconds. Now it's 7.9. And the lap last time around for Iman was a 45.6. Velasquez was a 44.9, and Iman's still doing 45s, 45.3. So it is not a back marker issue. This is really something's going on with that Porsche. It's actually now going off the boil.
Yeah, I mean, Iman has actually got clear track for quite a while now. It's going to run up into a bit of traffic up ahead, though, and that might actually deliver a bit of grace here for Velasquez, as he's only got one car to get dispatched here before he can actually try to close the gap even more. I mean, as you were speaking just now, like the gaps has been closing and closing between the two of them. I mean, I did notice like his front bumper had a bit of damage. I wonder if that could have been a factor in it.
Might be, and it's not just because of tire wear, isn't it? So that might just be the likely scenario here. And in fact, I'll just check out on the race control, interface to see if there's any contact between car number 333 and yes, there is. So
possible contact. To be fair,
it says possible, yeah, between 325 and this one. So 325, that's actually the Technobus car, which is the Technobus Ferrari. So it says possible, so we cannot really say for sure if that is anything conclusive, but it's quite food for thought, isn't it? Maybe that slight possible contact is enough to make him lose about 2 seconds in the last 2 laps at least.
And still losing even more, like it's 7.259 now between him and Velasquez. So certainly whatever's befallen him here is certainly affecting his pace. And now that's opened up the door here for car number 21, the LOR team, to finally bring the fight straight to Iman Ryan, who had been leading very handsomely through the first 2 hours of racing. But now I fear coming to this midpoint here, now it's going to be Iman Ryan under pressure here.
Yes.
Yeah, if he's not able to get his laps up to snuff here, especially against Velasquez, may be in danger of having to be challenged for the lead finally.
Although, having said that, right, the times between the both of them was just plateauing a bit. It was a 45.3 again for Iman, but a 45 flat for Velasquez. So it has stabilized, but it's only just temporary. Let's see whether or not, again, look at the gaggle of cars. We're going on board with Iman now. That's actually what he's going to see. 3 cars of pretty much similar speed that he has to overtake.
And conversely, for Velasquez, there's literally nothing between him and Iman Ryan. So Velasquez is having now a good opportunity here to try to gain even more, if anything else.
There's Calvin Pao, Kek Xiong, who's actually driving in that Itasha livery on the side for the GSR Silver Stallions car. But I don't think he will be too much of a hassle because he does have good racecraft anyway, so he'll just move out of the way and give Iman an easy run at it. But the pensive look on Iman's face, there's a car off there on the side, just as we were looking at. It is, again, it is a number 50 car. But
number 50, yeah.
Yeah, but who's driving? Because we can't even see. It's John Paul Mansilla. So Mansilla has actually dropped it straight into the barriers, and potentially the race might be done there for the number 50 Veloce Ragazzo PXN car.
Yeah, it's not able to get it moving anytime soon. I mean, fortunate for him, he's very far off from where the track is, so he wouldn't be a distraction to anyone, even if he tries to, even if he's able to recover the car. So we'll see how that will turn out. In the meantime, Justin Raudev
has been overtaken.
Has been overtaken by Ahmad Jusman. Yeah, so wow. I mean, again, Ahmad has been impressive in his comeback here. It was to the point where I'm suspecting that like Ahmad might have just like minimized like the fuel addition after he got that drive-through penalty. So it looks like it's worked out well for him. He's climbed all the way back up here. Now, the consequence though of if that is exactly what he has done, the consequence of that is that he may have to take on a little bit more fuel in his final pit stop, or worse come to worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just as you were saying that, there he goes. And you're right about the stint thing. It is a little bit on the low. He might have actually gotten a bit lower with fuel because his stint time is more than Aziz Shami. So maybe that's why he is actually just under-fueled the car.
Yeah, so, I mean, to his credit...
Justin, yeah.
Yeah, that's put him, like, you know, inside the top 10. I mean, all the way up into a top 4, potentially, when he got past Justin Raudev. But, yeah, consequence is that he's going to have to pay for it later on in this race. So, might have to take a little bit more fuel this time. We'll see where he's going to end up as soon as he comes out of the pits here. But still, very impressive climb here for Ahmad Jusman.
Yes, and it's probably one of the drives of the race. Can you imagine all the way nearly plumb last to just being on the cusp of the overall podium. It's an impressive drive. In fact, our producer agrees as well. He is definitely thinking, yes, if he was race engineering that car, he'll be giving himself multiple pats on the back.
Yep. So here we're on board with Michael Vincent Velasquez. You can see him in the inset as well. Just getting the
coming
gloves
in.
off, like yep, coming in now.
Oh, that's close!
That's close.
Whoa, that is so close.
Although I think by the time we get into the pits, they will be able to phase each other as
Yes.
there's no collision detection inside the pit lane itself. You know, just make things a little bit simpler for us here in AZT.
Compared to say R Factor 2, where the cars are solid, then that will be a problem.
Yeah.
As Ashfiqur Rahman was the one that came to almost a dead stop before even where the pit lane was.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know exactly where that detection zone is for when your car get ghosted inside the pit lane, but that was definitely going to be cutting it a little bit too close if he was stopping just before that pit entry line.
Yep. As you can see then, Michael Vincent Velasquez looks quite calm compared to the pensive look that Iman Ryan had. But I think it's for him all according to plan. And at this phase of the race right now, the bid is between his team. The car is functioning so well and he is driving absolutely brilliantly so that the car is right up there. Oh, what happened to Velasquez there? Is Velasquez gone?
Wait, what?
Oh no, in fact, Velasquez
he's still there. He's still
okay, because he disappeared from our timing screen for a second. But
I think it was because of driver swap, because
Yeah.
now Isan behind the wheel.
okay, so Enzo is now taking over. So they're doing a different strategy. They're not going for double stinting. They're just trying to ensure that one driver is consistently fresh every time they take over. So that is actually a good thing as well, especially given the fact that we saw Enzo's stint at the start there wasn't setting the world light per se, but he did get better towards the end. So he was getting faster and faster as the car was getting more or less into the groove that he really wanted. So let's see then. As he has freshened up a bit, he has taken probably some fluids on. Of course, the rest of us who are actually fasting can't do that. But he has actually taken on some fluids and just freshen up, give some pep, and then get back on the track.
And conversely, I mean, for Iman, he's been racing in that seat since the very start of this race itself. So certainly this could be one way for LOR to have a leg up against him. You know, just making sure that their drivers are consistently kept fresh. Whereas like Iman Ryan is going to have to nurse this car really. Rather, what we suspect is front end damage here that may be costing him some time per lap, and that's allowed him to actually like I mean that's caused him now to lose out quite a lot of that lead that he had.
And crucially though, will he actually repair that damage in the pit and cost himself more time? Or he would just bite the bullet, fix the damage, and try to make it helpful leather on track, because we know the pace of that Porsche in his hands, or even Amir Naim's hands, can be quite fast. But is that sacrifice they're willing to make as opposed to just losing time hand over fist on the track? I would say so. Just take the pit stop. Go to the pit stop and repair the damage.
Yeah, considering that like regardless, like the number 21 is still going to be stuck behind some cars, although Chajamali Adnan is now gone into the pit, so that's allowed Enzo's car now to move up into third place. So I think that window, if you're like thinking about him going for the repair to just potentially take a longer pit stop, might be closing a lot sooner than expected here, as only Justin Raudev stands between Iman Ryan and Enzo Isan at this point. So,
We have a car. Oh! No!
That's not like that.
Yeah, not like that. Wicked look gets involved. Back forecast. Justin Raudev. Justin's involved as well. Would you believe that? But he spun it around and kept it going the right direction. How did he save that?
We're going to have to look at it in the highlights, I suppose, but very unfortunate. Satsara was the one who got spun around there, tries to rejoin, but ends up getting in the way of one of the Bigo racing cars, and unfortunately, it looks like he's really caused massive damage. Look at that. His wing is even sideways on his car now. That's just massive damage to his rear.
Yep, and he has beached it on the curb on the toe of the boot. So now, can he get it out? As you can see, another car comes through. Yes, he will get it by safely, but wowee, a moment of madness where 4 cars got involved in one go, and one of them was Wukit Low as well, just being spun around. He actually kept going as well, but Justin, unfortunately we can get how he saved that one. Wizardry in terms of car control, managed to just do a 360 and kept going.
360 no scope maybe? Well, we'll see. As of right now, Yeah, Justin's gone into the pits. It looks like Sasara. We're still on board with him. Is
Yeah.
now, yeah, just going to be slowly making his way around the track.
Okay,
but
yep.
you can definitely see. Yeah, I think his suspension may have been screwed up as well. As he's like literally going a bit sideways there, trying to get the car back under control.
Yeah, I wish we actually saw how Justin actually recovered from that. We did see him spin around, but I think if we can just simply deduce, he kept the wheel straight. He didn't turn anymore. Just let the car return back to its natural position, which is going forward. So, yeah, again, he might have had the scare of his life, but the damage that caught from that, we don't know. So, again, it just goes back to the point of if Iman was to fix the damage whatever he had from the possible collision with the Technoburst car, he might just be fancying him doing the same, because Enzo Ison right now, we don't know his pace after coming out of the pits. How is it? Like, it's a 45.6 compared to a 45.6 for Iman, so roughly the same.
Yeah, roughly the same. And I do believe, like, even at the start of the race, it was more or less even between the two of them. Like, I think Enzo may have made a mistake or two during his first stint that caused him to get into blows with Ferdy Ramadan. But even battling with Ferdy didn't help him give him any favors, because he continued losing more and more time as the stint went on between him and Eamon Ryan in this case.
And to prove the point about Ramdani, who actually took over from Jusmin, yeah, you proved the point that he did take on extra more fuel, because it was about 41-second stop that time around.
Yeah.
Whereas compared to something like Eamon Ryan, it was a 32-second stop, and Enzo, we're looking at right now, a 35-second stop.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely. I mean, that explains probably why he was able to climb so quickly up the order. He was essentially having a much lighter car than everyone else, but that's helped him a lot. I mean, Kanzani Ramdani has taken over the wheel, but he's still in the top 3. He's still up there, still in the running. So
yeah.
I mean, it's credit to him. Like, it's a strategy that has worked out well for them. Now they just need to be able to bring this car home to the checkered flag and hopefully still on the podium.
And there's Ramdani. We know how he looks like because we sent a trophy to him before and gotten a picture out of him. But looks as though that the wheel's not completely clamped in, and I hope it's not going to shake off while he drives.
I mean, he could be screwed underneath the base there, to be fair.
Maybe, yes.
Yeah.
But that is quite a weird way to put it, and you can see the Balpan random sign. Nice touch.
Yeah, nice touch indeed.
Anyway, yep. Anyway, this is actually a close battle on track between 3 different cars. So we have Jet Lip. Oh, there's a car taking.
Literally jerked the wheel there, just trying to stay out of the way of everyone else as Kairuddin and Lim are getting through. Jet Lim, very nice name there. Currently in that 5th position, now under pressure from Kairuddin just behind him, going to turn 1. It looks like he will still be able to stay ahead of him, hopefully through the S's, but we've seen how racy Kairuddin can get, and he doesn't necessarily take any prisoners in battles so far, especially getting to that chicane.
Finally, he actually pointed the camera up to see his face.
This time.
The whole time you only saw half his face, and it made it look as if the seat was bigger than him, but I think it's just the way that the seat is made. It just looks huge. Anyway, coming up to his favorite spot, you know how he can attack, but that time around, Jet actually had in his number and just keeps him at arm's length. But look at that second phase. That second phase of the corner, out of the outer loop. He's faster, but he couldn't get it by.
Yeah, he had to run over the curbs there and almost into the grass there, just trying to keep up with Lim. Jet Lim.
Whoa!
Out in the back there, but Jet still keeps it under control. But Kairuddin is going to take this opportunity to get right in front. That looked like a bump and run if I've ever seen one.
Maybe it was bump and run proper. He would have actually sent Jet straight into the barrier. Straight to the barrier or just completely sideways. But I think Jet got the message. It's not your fight.
Yeah, true.
Because he is in the AM class and leading the AM class, might we add. So it is probably thinking, oh wait, hang on. I'm on for a win here in my class, so why do I need to fight a class higher? So I think he knows full well that he doesn't want to risk going off completely. So yeah. Fair play. But Ali probably gave him the kick up the backside that he did not really want.
Yep. So that pretty much takes any there's no other battles really to speak of here. I mean, there could be a potential with
look at that. After the pit stop cycle is done. Yes. So it turns out that the Apex Racing Brunei did fix the damage that happened to the car. You can see that it's much clearer now compared to the scuff marks. So Enzo Isan now has taken over the race lead and will be leading by about 5.5 seconds ahead of Amin Rahim, who has taken over from the young charger of Imarayan, and he'll take a well-deserved rest after that particular stint. It was Herculean in his effort, but unfortunately because of an incident, has actually put a bit of a damper on that, but it's not over yet.
It's not over, and we've seen what Enzo was able to do against Iman Ryan, but now with a fresher driver in the form Amiro Nayan behind the wheel, let's see whether who's going to be the better out of the two of them. Now, Enzo did have a break as well, so he's actually just about as fresh as Amiro could be. Although I think given that Iman Ryan did take the first 2 hours, it's likely Amiro who'll be taking this car to the checkered flag now. So yeah, race is now on here for the checkered flag.
And now whether or not, the question is Velasquez will be able to actually be in tune with the pace of the race? Yes, he actually drove just now, and he was frighteningly fast. Really fast to the point that he was actually giving Iman a bit of a scare towards the end of his particular run in this race. But with Amir Naim now probably up to speed and up to temperature and into the race itself, yeah, we might actually be seeing some like-to-like fighting here. That is what we want to see. A battle up for the win. Even after 4 hours, they're still not far apart as we see a spin into the boot section, and we can't pick it out right now. In fact, it is Umanandan Jayaratnam again. So Umanandan, unfortunately, not really galloping away in a graceful manner, because again, it gets involved in an accident. And yes, the front Uma name is like a reference to a certain anime that is very popular right now.
Yeah, tangentially related to the racing that's going on here. In fact.
Yeah, sine, cos, and tangent. And he's actually jumped back into the pits. So that's, you know, cautious driving, very prudent, because he knows full well that he can't make it back anyway.
Yeah, so now on board with Kelvin Powell. Of course, Saul was only like half a second behind, but he's got a bit of traffic to deal with here before he can finally get through to Jaden Liao. Jaden's also trying to get through Panapakul, who's just in front, and now Panapakul's already gone out of the way there. Should be able to give way as well to Kelvin. So
let's see if he does actually. Panasapongkol, who's actually now side by side with him. He actually wants to be in a fight, but then he gets he gets punted away there by Antar Buyan just for good measure. Yeah. We have another incident there at the boot section. It is Ang Chung Sian.
Yeah. So
okay, so
a couple announcements on the race control there.
Yep, so Zayan Intas, and if anyone could hear that particular live audio from our race steward, who's working alongside, coincidentally, with a very veteran steward in the Malaysian racing scene, Rabin, who's probably keeping tabs on the whole thing, and probably listening to us commentating right now. So glad to have a professional set of eyes watching over everything as alongside our seasoned stewards in the sim racing world. So there you go. The crossover there is happening for real, and it is very much a match made that will definitely be revolutionary for future events.
Yeah, so there's a 10-second penalty there for Zayan Intaz, and look at who we have here. Fahad Ghafoor behind the wheel. Our admin, our server admin, I should say, is actually going to be racing up, and it's actually going up against Sultan in this instance.
How much sleep has he had in the last month?
I mean, that's how he normally looks, though.
No comment. We have to keep it PC on that. but the thing is, look at that. He hasn't lost any of his aggression that I've known him when I was racing alongside. And to be fair, he has every right to try to make for a dive, because Sultan in front of him wasn't really defending the position until quite late into the corner. So this is going to be a straight fight between two Bangladeshis.
Yeah. Fahad right now trying to gain some time. I think Sultan's able to pull a little bit ahead, Fahad a little bit wide. Okay, so it looks like Sultan is going to be diving into the pits instead.
Yeah.
So now that opens up for Fahad to just go ahead and run on.
And I was about to pick up just now, Zayan actually hit the attenuated barrier. So he hit actually the water barriers, because that's the same sort of thing you see in American highways to stop cars. They actually put it here at Watkins Glen. So yeah. He actually hit one of those and just came to a dead stop.
Yep, so unfortunately with that, there's not really any battles to speak of inside the top 15.
Oh, well, we have one
Well,
with...
we have one here, but this is going to be a battle for the 26th place. Panasoponkul
Yep.
is currently held up a little bit with car in front
Yeah,
there.
Umanandan has actually come back onto the track after having his control serve penalty.
Oh, he's really not giving any space at all to both of these drivers here.
This might end in tears, you know, because they're not actually giving each other any sort of leeway. As Ame Akhri tries to actually get into the inside, but no, just couldn't do it. And Umanandan really jumps onto that curve there. I was almost afraid that he's going to hit the barrier and just jump into the path of both of them, actually.
Panasoponkul is not going to be too happy about that so far. I mean, it's just pushing him into Akiri's clutches right now, and Akiri is just really having to make the most of this. Hasn't been able to get past Panasoponkul quite yet, and already I think behind them is that Chandramaoli's car. I think it could be Chandramaoli looking to try to lap the two of them here, but yep, Pana's finally Pana's still held up by Uma right now. Still going to try to go into the inside this time, but look at that. Uma is just really not giving any quarter at all, and Akiri is finally going to be able to get himself alongside Pana. I'm not sure if Pana's going to be able to defend against this. He's going to try his darndest to try to keep the position between him. But finally, Akiri pushes and squeezes Pana's Soponkul into the wall there and causes him to fall in behind as Jin is the car actually just behind him.
Young Jen. Yeah.
Young Jen actually just moves up and actually goes past. Sansara's on track there, right at the pit entry, right in the middle of the track, forcing everyone to just squeeze onto the outside wall.
And credit to where he's due, though. He's actually waited for people to come in. Well, for good measure, hits the barrier on his own, just to put salt into the wound.
I mean, if I was in his shoes, I would probably move my car down off of further away from that racing line anyway. But oh well, at least it didn't cause collision currently. Ali Khairuddin, in the meantime, getting up alongside who's that?
Youngjan.
Yeah, Youngjan.
Whoa, and Youngjan actually managed to pull away with some Ford horsepowers right in front of the Italian Stallion horsepower and gets by. And all the while then, because Umanandan actually is the one that's causing this whole thing to just bunch up. Would you believe that? This is a battle between completely different phases of a race, and they're all just trying to jostle for track position.
Yeah, Umanandan's just really like. How many blue flags does it take to get a black flag? I think it might be the question he's trying to pull here, but Youngjan finally finds a side. Akiri almost takes out Hakim there. Khairuddin is just having to hang on for dear life on the racing line there and hopefully stay out of trouble, but Akiri is going to be able to get ahead of him, although Khairuddin now gains a lot more momentum, should be able to chase up and get onto the inside of this next turn. There's Umanandan just in front of them here. And Khairuddin will be able to get past Akiri and finally he's going to be able to breathe a sigh of relief.
He's not happy with this. Look at that.
Yeah, flashing his lights.
Umanandan Jayaratnam actually is not playing ball with anybody right now. I'm not sure why he's defending so hard. This is against the overall leaders, you know. And now he's finally relinquished, but he needed the door to be pried open there. So Umanandan Jayaratnam might just be given a couple of warnings or two, or even some sanctioning for basically ignoring blue flags for a whole lap. There you go, blue flags being waved on the stand again. This time the fact that his teammate's coming by.
Yep.
And his teammate is actually in P6 overall. So that was not helpful at all.
Not helping, yeah, that's just not helping. I mean, maybe if you were doing that kind of like team play thing where, you know, you're just holding up the rest of the pack there so your teammate could gain advantage. But in this case, it's just bordering on dangerous, really. Just getting in everyone's way here.
And for good measure, you see that Ferrari there, Ame Akhri just now was the one that overtook him and had a bit of a friendly line saying, hey, I didn't appreciate that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Jinx.
Jinx.
Oh, there's a car up there!
They spun out
it's Ame Akhri!
Ayah.
Just as he just overtook. Oh. And that was Oliver Boy that actually got the penalty there. So 335 for Apex Racing Brunei Academy B, the German. In fact, it was just, that's how far the connections go for Apex Racing Brunei. They got a British driver, an Australian in the form of Lucas Keys, but he's not racing in this round, and a German driver who's probably up quite early in the morning to drive in this one. to go through. But 5-second penalty for pushing car out of the way and getting an unfair advantage. So probably paid stipends in terms of proper penalties in this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be incredibly early, even coming from Germany itself. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how many hours it is behind. Here.
7.
7, right?
So -7 is about 7 a.m. right now.
Yeah,
So
literally, literally past daybreak here for Ollie Boy, but well, I mean, it's time to race. It's time to race, and he's behind the wheel right now. Kelvin Pao Kick Xiong right now, actually right up against the bumper of Jaden Liao. Actually threatening to try to take his position by the time they get to the chicane, so let's keep a keen eye on this. Kick Xiong trying to have a peek on the inside. I think he's just keeping the door open in case he wants to swing around the outside, but nope, will not be able to do so as Jaden Liao keeps it really late on the brakes there and actually opens up the gap. Now Kick Xiong is going to get pressured from behind here, almost coming together with that. I believe that's that's a McLaren that's just behind the Mustang.
Yep, Call Vija in the other Pantera car, the one that is actually running close enough that we can see in the main top 23 leaderboard. So he's doing some good numbers for them. But right now we're focusing on. Oh no!
That's quite a dive,
yeah.
Vija.
Did I just say he's doing good numbers for them? He nearly did a bad number on that one on Kelvin, and in fact he overtook Kelvin right on the spot right there. So it might have been a misjudged maneuver for a driver with a lot of real world experience. But I think in terms of sim wise, he's actually quite experienced as well in sim racing. He does a lot of other platforms, but maybe he just wants to get a bit of giddy up because he's only about 9 seconds behind another driver in his particular class. So Rafa Rahadian only there for the taking for P9 in the M category.
Yeah, Vija is still getting a little bit wild behind the wheel there. I do love the little, like, the quick reaction times from our virtual marshals, because as soon as Vija got past Kelvin Pao, like, the blue flag went up for him immediately. So, yeah, that's going to show that, like, Vija is really not racing Kick Xiong for position, but he's in the race of his own there, to be fair. So it's just going to be up to Kelvin to try to figure out how to negotiate his way past.
Yeah, and again, okay, we'll just stay on this because it's interesting.
Yeah.
He actually got a scare of his life, Kelvin Pao, in that Itasha car. Now, will Call Vija play ball with him? Let's see. They come up now to the inner loop chicane. No, not there yet at all. But because his momentum got a bit compromised, he might just actually lose ground anyway. So, yeah, this actually may not be in his favor, and he's losing more and more ground to Jaden Liao, which was his original intention anyway. But again, because they're from different positions, it may not mean much because he really wants to go after Ayaz Kadonka Abdullah, who's actually in P9 overall and P5 in class.
Yeah, like, just a little observation on my end. It just looks, I mean, it's just a testament to the size difference of these cars here. The Mustang looks almost like twice the size of the McLaren in front of him. It's almost like a cat chasing a mouse at this point here.
Yeah.
With Kelvin Pao being the proverbial cat in this case.
Well, I mean, it kind of fits because the Itasha on the side does
has cat ears, right?
Yeah, cat ears, yeah. So makes sense. It makes a whole lot of sense now in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, it's quite annoying for Kelvin, and I feel his frustration now. We don't have his combo camera right at this point because our producer's gonna take a leak. But I'm pretty sure he is not happy the fact that a back marker is holding him up, and they're not even playing for the same positions. It's not even for the same team, different countries altogether. So I don't know why he's doing that. Now Kelvin is trying, but Vija still hangs on to the position.
Yep, still hanging on, still just not giving quarter at all, even with all the blue flags are waving out. Yeah, it's just really, I mean, it's gonna just force Kelvin to just do it the hard way, pretty much, trying to get wheel to wheel.
Whoa!
Wow!
Well done. Whoa!
That was I think that was definitely an anger there from Kelvin.
Yeah. Now, if you want a very definition of bump and run, that's the bump and run.
That's exactly it.
Yes, exactly. Textbook definition. So, yes. Well, he did share a story the other day of how Johorians drive in Malaysia, welcoming Singaporeans. Well, that is pretty much my definition. And, you know, ironically, that will be considered a normal way of doing it. I can't imagine the more aggressive way. Anyway. But back to now the battle for the overall positions, and this is for P5 or P4 overall.
P4 overall.
P4 overall. But the thing is, not even for the positions in class. This is Ali Karudin, who is actually third. He doesn't have to do any more than that. He's well clear of Wukit Low, his own teammate. So he's just probably trying to take here for positions, because how he would love to just get one over Yongjen just now, because Yongjen was very sound in his defense.
I mean, Yongjen, one of the youngsters, and certainly, I mean, that's the thing about being a youngster in this kind of sport here, is that, you know, always having to prove yourself against some of these older drivers. And well, I mean, Ali Karudin is looking to try to gain as much as he can here, but again, like you mentioned, very comfortably in that third spot. Very unlikely he's going to be able to catch up to Amir Naim, or even less so Enzo Ison. It's almost practically a minute between both of those cars there. So yeah, and again, with his teammate Wicked actually in the same class, even though there's several cars down, he's Wicked is 4th position in his class here. So Kairudin really doesn't have much else to prove other than just maybe knocking Yongjen down a notch.
Well, it's just for keeps. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
But the thing is, how he wouldn't want to risk it as well, because they're in such a prime position right now, and to get points, especially when there's no drop points now, very high scores on the very first round of the season, it is going to be so important to build that groundwork for the rest of the season.
Yeah. So haven't had much of a weather update, because, you know, it's been consistently just a slight cloud cover all throughout. Although I do note that by this point now, track's actually gotten a lot colder, at least like 5 degrees since about an hour or so ago. And there's a bit of crosswind actually happening at this point, though it's a very minor crosswind, about 3 kilometers per hour with random direction, but could count for something, especially in some of these like hilly sections here. That crosswind could potentially catch some people off guard.
Yeah, and speaking of catching people off guard, Fikriaska, in the number 351 Bigo Racing Division wide lap car, has actually dropped it at the entrance of the outer loop. So he might have actually dropped it by himself here. In front of him.
Chongxian and Sabik getting into it though.
Chapman, Sabik, and Chongxian, yes. They're both not even for the same position either, but Fikriaska, but with his front bumper looking like that, I think he might have taken a bit of a hit.
Yeah, and Chongxian maybe breaking him very hard through the corner there. Fikriaska almost running into the back of him there. Just stopped in the nick of time. And yeah, Chongxian's just really all over the place, isn't he? Just got into wheel-to-wheel contact just now, and then running over the grass. It's just, and then also just getting in the way of Asuka just now.
Yeah. Well, we want to continue what happened in that particular ding-dong shenanigans, but we had to get back up to the overall placings, because this is between Yongjen and Ali Karudin. Ali then back on our camera. I don't know if Yongjen has his on to see his reaction. Let's see then. This is one of Ali's favorite spots to try, and he might want to try again then, but Yongjen actually places his car quite well to prevent so, and he has a better exit compared to the Ferrari, with Ali now having to regroup.
Yep, I mean, the Mustang certainly with the front engine rearward drive, be a little bit more stable over the curbing, but perhaps, but again, Karudin also has a lot of speed thanks to the Ferrari horsepower. But yeah, it seems to be quite evenly matched. Although for the last lap here, Karudin has been gaining slowly but steady over Yongjen, so I think it could be a matter of time.
Yeah.
But Yongjen also, conversely, not known to easily yield position to anyone, even someone from not even his own class.
Well, yep, he will be the one to fight. Yep, it's quite a dichotomy, to be honest, because when you meet the guy in real life, he sounds like the type that wouldn't really be fighting too hard for anything, because he's so chill. But when he's out on the track, then you know that his true colors come out. And if you go karting with him, well, that's the sort of driver that could be uncompromising. It's we might have to jump away for a bit, because Dennis Ong has actually dropped it into the outer loop, and wisely so, reverses it out of harm's way so that he can actually try to rejoin safely. And the first car that meets up to him is one of the cars that has been quite a loose cannon today, is the ATXR number 6 car.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Dennis. Now back onto Kairudin. Still closing in here. So we saw him get close early on to the chicanes. We're going to be approaching that once more. But I think this time Yongjen actually has a lot more of a gap here ahead of Kairudin. So may even not have an opportunity this time around. There is a bit of traffic forming up in front of them, so perhaps if they do catch up to that, that might open up more doors here for Ali Khairuddin to get past, but as of right now, he still has to stay behind that Ford Mustang.
And indeed, that Mustang actually is proving to be quite a tricky one to handle, especially the fact that the horsepower that the Ford has on the straights, much more than what the Italian horsepower has underneath. And yes, both symbols are horses too, so
Yeah.
go figure, right? But the thing, oh, well,
that's why.
having said that though, through the corners may not be his strong suit, and this might be Ali's best chance yet to try and overtake Yongjan.
But Yongjan is still keeping the pedal to the metal here, just accelerating out of there and still is able to keep his car somewhat ahead of Khairuddin. Now we'll see in the transition into the exit, Khairuddin still is able to hook his wheel in, so this is not quite over yet for Yongjan. Khairuddin now around the outside, keeping good average speed. He's going to get squeezed a little bit, but still is given quite a bit of space here, respectfully, by Ngo Yongjen. But he still is in the running. Look at that, still hanging around the outside here is that Ferrari. But now he will have the inside going into the next turn here. But Ngo Yongjen, no, he cuts in front and gets himself back in position.
Look at Ali's live reaction there. How is he miffed? Yes, he's very miffed.
Yeah, getting his phone out. I think ready to make a protest, maybe. Live protest reaction going on here.
Yes, and I thought that he had a phone in his hand, but it turns out that his other arm is still hanging onto the wheel. But really then, that was actually fair hard racing, if I'm honest. Yongjan still gave plenty of space to Ali, and Ali, likewise, didn't really want to force too much of the issue. So I think it was just hard, fair racing.
Yeah, I think it was just like a bit of like out of sync when getting into that final turn there. I mean, Khairuddin had the inside, but I think he lost out a bit of speed by the time he got to the midpoint of that corner, and that's where Ngo Yongjan was able to regain that position and just basically cut off Khairuddin as he came out the exit there. But yeah, that's pretty much has opened up the gap now. Yongjan is now 2 seconds ahead. Yep, 2 seconds ahead of Khairuddin here. So Khairuddin is going to have to do it, pretty much going to have to do it all over again, catching back up to Ngo Yongjan.
Yeah, to regather that one. But again, it could have been much worse, especially with that final corner claiming so many victims here today. Imagine if there was a gaggle of cars coming by, then we would have been in an ugly situation where it just throws everything out the window. And speaking of that, just as I said it, there we go, final corner, someone, and it's Sombit Day One who's actually spun it around. Okay. Get it back safely, don't stall it, and just get it back. Yeah, there we go. Nice. It was hairy moments for a bit, but just as I said, the final corner claimed victims. Well, there was another one right there.
Yeah, almost like literally the same position that Sasara was in earlier on, and I mean, thankfully he did manage to get the car moving again, getting back in position. But we'll see. We still got another 16 minutes left in this third hour of racing. So far, no other major battles to speak of out on track here, as we're still on board with Sombit Dewan. Enzo Isan still remains in the lead here. He is right now just getting himself out through a bunch of traffic, and right now, happy to invite Alex Young onto the comment chair with us here.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Round one of Endurance Edition here, 2026. Victor, it's been quite an interesting race, hasn't it, so far? Good weather. I'm surprised the weather looks good as well, because we thought there was going to have some rain at some point.
It's gotten a bit colder, but I think that's actually working to the driver's favor, if anything else here. And yeah, it's just no rain, no moisture to worry about. It's just been clean all throughout. It's been, yeah, as you mentioned, it's been quite interesting, like start of the endurance race so far. But at this stage now, I think everyone's pretty much quite settled in. I mean, now that Enzo Isan's regained position here after losing the lead in the start of the race here, finally he was able to get himself back up after the last pit stop here, as Amirul Naim, who was taken over from Imran Ryan, who had led most of this race so far. Unfortunately, it looks like he got into contact with some other car that's caused him to slow down a bit, forced him to get into the pits a little bit longer than he would like to, and unfortunately has lost out the lead as a result.
Yeah, probably had to fix the damage. The question is, does he have the pace? They're running a very similar pace at the moment, but Isan's just doing a good job, isn't he? Just edging it out a bit more. And man, it must be so frustrating for Naim. Naim, you know, they had the chance to win this race. It's not over. Still an hour and 15 minutes to go. Could still catch up and do something, but he's going to have to try and find some pace. Just a couple tenths of a lap would be enough at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not the end of the world here. There's still like 17 seconds of difference between them. I mean, that was more or less around the gap that he actually had compared to Enzo early on. It's Enzo in the inset here wearing
Yeah.
the strawberry hat.
Yeah. So Enzo's been impressive, isn't he? Is he from Singapore or Philippines? He's
Singaporean,
I think he's Singaporean, isn't he?
Singaporean, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's always raced under this.
Philippines, actually. No, I
Oh,
think
sorry,
it's
Philippines.
Filipino.
Sorry,
Yeah, because I
Filipino.
saw him in I think Toyota. Was it last year? Wasn't it? I think. So
Ah, right.
yeah, very young, up and coming talent, very promising. I think. Seen him improve. I think he was gone through the ranks. I think he won silver a couple of global editions ago. So very impressed with this young man. Good talent for the future. And yeah, it looks super calm. Loving the hat. I don't know what the hat that is.
Yeah,
Maybe-
we were speculating. I think it was like a strawberry hat because it's like you can see the leaves of strawberry
Yeah.
just right on the top of the hat itself. So yeah, I mean, again, like if it wasn't for him losing out the start there to Iman Ryan, I mean, Iman had a very good start
Yeah.
early on. It's allowed him to not only snatch the lead away, but he actually kept that lead in the first half of this race here.
Yeah, I mean Ryan showing his experience there. But at the moment they're still second place. Oh, the gap's come down a bit. That last lap,
Yeah,
what is it? No, it's still 17 seconds.
17 abouts, yeah. It's
Yeah.
still about there. And yeah, last laps are still more or less evenly matched here. We're on board here with Oscar, Montian Vichen Chai.
Moscow. Well, that's a heck of a name to pronounce.
I know the Thai names. I mean, Ammo has certainly been killing it as far as like pronouncing all these names so far. But yeah, Oscar right now trying to get past. Then it's Ong, who was just ahead of him. There's I don't think there's yeah, I think there's another car that's lower just in front of them. But I think Oscar should be able to get it done just before. Yeah, and he does get it done before they get into chicanes even.
Yeah. And then he moved on to his racing line after doing the overtake. That was a bit risky, I thought. It was fighting
Yeah,
the other car to hit you at the back. But he got away with it. Love the color scheme as well. So this team, VR Sim 2 Premier PNX,
Yep.
PXN. So, yeah. Oh, we got a 5-second penalty, car 669, I think.
669. Oh, that's actually Shatman Sabik ABG Motorsports car. So yeah,
Yeah.
it had been in its fair of like battles so far, but it looks like that one was maybe a bridge too far as he comes
Oh,
up behind.
And he's
Uma.
hit another one again. Oh
Yeah,
dear,
oh,
that's
that-
terrible. Terrible.
Terrible, and Uma unfortunately is gonna have to take it onto the outside, and
That's got to be another drive-through, another penalty. That's some. So we often see this, don't we, Victor? Now we're in the third hour of a 4-hour race.
Yeah.
That's normally when the least experienced drivers of each lineup get into the car. So I see some careless mistakes for sure. And they're going to get penalties for that. And how it works is if you do a small penalty, something small, you might get a 5-second. But then if you do a second one, it's not going to be another 5-second. Again, guarantee you that. It's going to be a bigger one. So that car could be going right down the order now.
yeah, so a bit unfortunate there for Uma, as right now on board with Jet Lim, and oh, okay, I thought he had gotten contact just now, but that was a bit of net code.
Yep.
Yeah, he was trying to get past someone just now. Yeah, that was their one, and now he's successfully gone past there. Getting a bit crowded on this part of the circuit, I have to say, though. Been seeing blue flags being waved near constantly throughout. Certainly some drivers like Uma earlier on was actually holding up quite a bit of cars, potentially really just ignoring blue flags for the better part of the lap, and just had forced a lot of guys to just find a hard way to get around him.
All right, Jet Lim from Hobby Culture Racing Nova in car 388. Obviously a Red Bull fan. I hope he's not. Maybe he's a Max Verstappen fan, but I don't think Max had a very good qualifying. Didn't even make Q3.
I mean, I'm purposely keeping myself unspoiled.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. It's
That's
all good. It's all
okay.
good.
I won't tell you who was on pole then and for
Yeah,
later.
we'll see.
But
yeah.
Jet there going through the second sector of the track now, looking very comfortable. Bit of a smile there. Maybe he's listening in on us. No headphones for him though, so he's just probably using speakers from the monitor or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
But
like
yeah.
I think sometimes it's just a matter of comfort for some people, right? Like some people don't like to be wearing the headset like throughout the entirety of like this 4-hour race.
Yeah, especially I mean, you've got a long race, so you can be in this on the rigs for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
I can get that. I know Russell Reyes also swears by earpieces. He's an audiophobe and file, and he loves audio, so he has these special molded earpieces and stuff. He loves
right.
that stuff. He says he can hear everything in the car. It's all about the audio, he says.
Yeah, so now we're on board Joshua Ivan Moliano, who's only about 7/10 behind Mateen, so it's actually catching up to him here. Though unfortunately, this is a battle in the for 22nd place. I mean, as you can see, like for the most part, everyone else in the top 15 are already quite settled into their track positions. We're just keeping an eye out for any aberrations really in that regard. But yeah, this is really nothing to be unexpected. We're already coming up to the final hour of racing here, and yeah, I think that's okay. So Mateen is going to be taking a dive into the pits there, so that's going to allow Moliano to inherit 22nd place.
Nice. Red and black always a great livery to look on.
Yeah, that's
And it's nice to see the Apex doing well. You know, the team from Brunei making some good strides, some good results. Second in pro class right now. And they're not doing bad in silver as well. They actually got fastest lap of the race in silver. 144.1 by Mohammed Akhtar. So yeah, interesting indeed. Now who are we watching on? We're back on with Jet then.
back with Jet again because I think he was getting closer and closer to Yongjian. Yongjian we saw early on was actually battling with Khairudin. Khairudin finally got the better of him, but there was quite a bit of trying on Ali's part in order to be able to get past him there. But again, that's not really for class, I think, even for Jet here, who's in the AM class.
Yeah.
So it's actually catching up, and yeah, you can see Yongjin on the screens there. It's only
Jet Lim, isn't that Jet Lim on the screen?
Yeah, that is
Jet Lim, yeah. So the AMA class winner, it's got a big gap over the guy in second, so they're looking in really good shape. Who else we got? Ali Khairudin. I wonder if we got a zoom shot of him.
Yeah, we did.
I wonder if he's still in Johor, if he's gone back to Australia. Oh, there he is. I think that might be his Johor rig. Good driver from GSR. Can he catch third place overall? 20 minute.
Very long shot there.
Now 28 seconds behind Ramdani in third. That's going to be really hard to catch. What we
Yeah.
really love to see is the battle for the front.
Yeah, because like between Enzo Isan and Amir Naim, it was actually about like 10 seconds or so between them, but now it's actually opened up
Yeah,
a lot more.
almost 21 seconds. So Naim, you got to put your foot to the floor, mate. We want to see a grandstand finish. Let's see you get close at the end. It will close up a bit after the last round of pit stops, I believe, because Apex Racing Brunei did stop a lot later than LOR. So that does mean that they don't have to put a full tank of fuel in. So they will close up the gap after the last round of pit stops. I don't think enough to close 20 seconds, unfortunately. I think Enzo is still in pole position for Legion of Racers. So yeah, they're going to be hard to beat at the moment.
Yeah, especially with a gap like that between them, it's not very likely they're going to be able to make that up in the last hour of racing, I should say. So yeah, I mean, especially for Enzo right now, like it's got very clear air between here and to the next car. So
Yeah.
certainly will be within a good condition now to just continue to keep that gap extended or just maintained.
Let's have a look at that lead for silver then. Ramdani there. Wow, look at that livery. He's still in the lead. Balapan Random Motorsports and looking quite good. They've got over a 30-second gap between the guy in second, which is Yongjian right now in one of the Pepega cars. Looking a bit battered, but actually this might be the best result for this team ever if they can hold on to second position. No worries there, guys. No pressure at all. But you know, there's another Pepega car in P3, so yeah, it's definitely, I think, the best race from this team. Second and third in silver, so they'll be pretty overjoyed with that, assuming they can stay there.
Yeah, as it was Ajami Mokhtar taking over from Justin Raul Dev, who early on was following in with Chandra Mauli. I mean, Chandra actually had a very incredible race, like got all the way up to like second at one point. And actually had been having a steady climb, you know, all the way getting up, and you know, really after he passed Justin's just really been like following him along, you know, going up the climb and onto the podium. So looking very good actually for both of the Pepega team cars.
Yeah, well done to them. I mean, hopefully they can. Let's see if they can close it out. We still got one more hour to go.
Yeah.
But I know they're going to be over the moon with this result because they've showed speed in the past, but never quite could execute quite as well as they hoped in the race.
So this was another, I think this was conductor. Oh no, sorry, that's a different car I was thinking about. But I was going to mention like another driver was he actually had the jump start at the start of this race here, but somehow managed to get his car back up into the top 10. Although he kind of did that by basically underfueling a little bit during his stints, so kind of had to pay for it in this last phase of the race here. But to his credit, managed to actually get the car all the way back up into possibly a points position. We'll see how that is.
Well, most importantly, in his class, in silver class, he's P4. So yeah, he'll be super happy with that, I think, after that early penalty.
Yeah. So yeah, as of right now, it's still very much going to be status quo for a lot of people out on the track right now. It's only going to be another hour racing. There may be another driver swap incoming for some of these drivers. Definitely not going to be a swap for Amiro Naim, I believe. So he's likely going to stay with the car. Enzo may be swapping off to his teammate later on in the next hour. His teammate being Michael Vincent Velasquez. So as for Oscar, for Freddy Ramadan, he actually was up into third place, qualifying third, but unfortunately had a big crash in his front, dropped several places, but surprisingly didn't actually pit to address that damage. And by the time I think he's actually gone into the pits, like he lost 5-6 positions.
Yeah.
So very costly decision. I mean, still inside the top 10 for now, but I think probably could have reduced that damage there literally by hitting much earlier.
I think they're going to be overall disappointed. I mean, the pace was so good. They were right at the front, challenging the top two. And on class for a silver class win, I would have said, obviously. But obviously that crash put pay to it. I think they'll be quite relieved to be back into the points. P5 in silver is not a disaster. And how far is he? Yeah, he's 20 seconds or so. Over 20 seconds over P4 and silver. So that's going to take, it's going to be hard to close in 1 hour, but you never know. They're going to give it a try. What do you call it? Is it BEGO or BEGO?
BEGO.
BEGO. BEGO Racing Division. Oh, love the names.
Yeah, so I think we just saw Fahad Ghafour getting into the pits just now. Just a short pit, looks like.
That'll be his last stop of the race.
Most likely. You only got 1 more hour to go here, so I think it would be one last one to close out the race with. So on board again with Amir Naim, and so far last lap's actually looking a little bit slower than early on. So that gap's actually widened up a few more seconds here since we last checked him. Yeah,
23 seconds. Naim's going to hope that Isan gets out the car and hopes that the last driver is not as quick, I feel, because Naim can be super fast, so I know he's not going to be happy with this pace. We don't know if he's carrying any damage. It could just be that the car's very heavy still.
I mean, he had early on when it was in Imam Ryan's hand, it seemed like he had damage to the front bumper. That seems to be addressed already during the driver swap, but that I think the extended pit stop definitely cost them the lead of this race here.
Yeah, so there we go. Imran Naim, you can see him in the insert there, racing out of Brunei, Apex Racing Brunei. Like I said, one of the most improved teams over the last couple of years. Mr. Apex says he's got to not do that too often if he's going to try and close down the gap. I don't think they've given up because they know they can short fuel on the last stop, and that's going to close the gap right down.
Yeah, so in the meantime, I think Jet Lim is getting close now to Ngo Yong Jin. We saw Yong Jin earlier on getting passed by Khairuddin, but looks like another driver is going to be threatening to take his place once more. So Jet Lim has been quite fast so far in this phase here. Got a bit of traffic to deal with between them though. It's quite a lot of cars have to go around.
Whoops! So Lim they're getting unlapped by Azkar there, I think.
Yeah.
So Lim has to be very careful here for the Hobby Culture Racing Nova. If I was him, or if I was a team manager. Because actually, if I was him, I'd be racing everyone. But if I was a team manager, I'd be coming on the radio saying, listen, be careful here. Because you're just fighting against the silver cars right now. They're not in the same championship. So you got everything to lose and nothing to gain at this point. So I hope the team manager might get in his ear and say, listen, be a bit steady here.
Yeah, this one, I mean, again, he has an earpiece inside, so no doubt will be in communication with the rest of his team there. But he is slowly starting to gain onto Ngo Yong Jin, though, so could be likely that he will try to make the pass anyway should he already catch up to him. Now coming up through the S's. See whether or not he'll be actually closing that gap a little bit more.
Yeah. So yeah, difficult situation for him because maybe he is taking it pretty relaxed. You know, he looks pretty relaxed because he knows that he's not racing the silver car in front of him. But it's tough, right? He doesn't want to just get out of line and let everyone go through. That's you don't do that when you're a race car driver. A race car driver is always looking to go forward, not backward. So But you know, this is the actually, you know, what the best solution is just be much faster than everyone and keep going forward, overtake everyone in a nice, clean way.
Yeah, but
But
I think the BOP that's applied here, you should kind of equals out everyone. I mean, we saw like the Ferrari and the Mustangs
Yeah.
pretty much being neck to neck. The BMWs and the Lexus really not really having an advantage each other.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think a bit harder to do.
yeah, we take our BOP from LFM, and I think they do a great job. I love that we got so many models up there. Okay, I think a lot of people use Ferrari because historically it's always been a good car, and I think partly because of the name. But generally, you can be quick in any car here. Here we go, Lim again, very slow in this last sector.
Yeah, so
And I've seen the car move a bit, so I'm a bit worried that they may have some latency issues. Yeah, you know, caution maybe might be the
think-
order of the day.
yeah, I think you might be right. I mean, it does look, even though he is catching up to Yuan Jin, but perhaps he is being a little bit more circumspect than we're
Yeah.
giving him credit to.
Ascar gets the run on him. If I was Jet Lim, I would just let him go here.
Yeah.
Just let him go. He's just unlapping himself. He got nothing to gain here. And then just try and follow Azhar. Jet's very good in the first two sectors. It's the last sector he's quite weak at. So, you know, an analytical driver would just kind of go, listen, I'm going to follow this guy and try and learn, maybe see what I can learn to be a bit better in the places I'm not so strong at.
Yeah, but again, I think he's pretty much not going to be too worried as far as his own race is concerned. Still
Yeah.
in the lead of his of the M class and
Yeah.
very far ahead of where Jaden Liao is even. So not really under any threat really. So yeah, that's Satsara who unfortunately had got his car spun out close to the pit entry early on and caused a bit of consternation
Yeah.
for drivers early on. I mean, again, like your car was literally right in the middle of the track, spun the opposite way around. Very difficult situation to be in.
Yep, so I was in race control just now, and I watched Saxara for a few laps. Him and his teammate, you can tell, are very inexperienced. They're missing apexes all over the place. Hopefully they'll be able to go do a bit more racing before round two, because some of the moves, I saw them jump out of the, like this, when he just did that, jump out of the racing line, that white car. That's a really bad thing to do.
In the meantime, Asuka actually, like after having unlapped himself, is now actually coming to blows with Jaden Liao. He actually puts his elbows out on the inside. Now he's going to be forced to take onto the outside here, allowing Jaden to regain his track position here. But I think they're going to be coming to blows later on as they come around towards the final corner. Jaden Liao is just trying to do everything he could now to try to keep Asuka behind. But Asuka still has been looking to try to regain positions here after having lost out quite a bit early in the mid phase of this race. But I think Jaden's now trying to give him a run for his money. Switching over to the outside now is Asuka as we go into turn one. Jaden Liao still will be able to get a good entry into here, but how is the exit going to look like? I think Asuka is going to be able to gain on him now. And through turn two to go, Asuka will be ahead of Jaden Liao and moves up a position.
Yeah, so Liao doesn't, this is an actual position change there, but now Liao did not defend that in the right way, and he's got his competitor just behind him. He doesn't let his competitor by because that competitor's trying to lap him. This is the fight for first and second, and Lim is going to put a lap down on his competitor. So if you just look at it, this is first and second in the AM class, but there's now one lap between them. So Jaden Liao I don't think he made the right decision there. I think he should have let us cut through earlier, but in a way that didn't cost him time, because now he's going to lap down to the guy who's fighting for first position. But I just want to talk about Liao at the moment, because Liao's quite interesting. Jaden Liao did a great job in qualifying. Qualified P2
Yeah.
from LOR, and I thought that was super impressive, because this guy's a bronze driver. So I was really pleased to see that sort of lap right by him. So obviously he's come a long way, but you can see the racecraft, the decision making in the race, still not there. That's why he's in bronze. But if he can keep improving like he is, man, we should put him in silver.
Yeah, that's the thing. But but it's impressive his qualifying was. I think he lost positions very early on, like constantly dropping down from second down to third and to fourth. And now he's like literally penultimately out of the top 10. So certainly like hasn't quite matched the pace he's shown in qualifying.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a driver to watch for the future. The pace is already there. Just needs to work on the racecraft and the decision making.
Yep. So now let's see, Azib Shami Mokhtar is actually catching up to Jet Lim right now, but half a second behind as we come out of turn two. See how he's going to be able to close in that gap going through the S's here again.
Yeah. And this is battle for position, not the same class, but this is 6th and 7th position. Mokta's going to want to get through here because he's fighting for 2nd place. Is just 3 seconds up the road from this, so he's going to have to try and get past Diao.
Yeah,
Sorry, Lim.
Yeah, Long Jen is actually just ahead. It's actually gotten past a couple of cars, but it's very much within touching distance here. So if anything, Azip, if he can actually get past Jet Lim quickly, then he will be able to actually fight Long Jen for 2nd here in the silver class.
Yep.
So
Where else? What other battles do we have going up and down the pit lane? That's pretty much just the closest one right now.
Yeah, pretty much that's all about it. So it's just really now a matter to see who's going to be able to outlast here. I mean, we're already entering the final hour. I don't know if we're going to be taking a break here. Okay, yeah, we will be taking a short break here before we get into that final hour. So we'll be right back as we have a look right now. It's still Enzo Isan who has retaken the lead in this 3rd hour of racing here ahead of car number 333, where Iman Ryan had been leading the first 2 hours, but now it's a straight fight here between the Ferrari and the Porsche. Who's going to be able to come out on top? We'll be finding out when we get to the final hour after this break.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the eRGP Endurance Edition, round number 1. We're now in the final 50 minutes of racing. Enzo Isan is currently your race leader, having taken over in the third hour here from car number 333, which is currently being driven by Amirul Naim. That has been the story so far. And it looks like it's going to be pretty good for Enzo, as he's now extended the gap now to 28 seconds. Amirul Naim, despite his best efforts, has not actually been able to light the timing board on fire and close that gap. In fact, it's actually gotten wider and wider since the last few laps. So as of right now, we're already seeing some drivers already going into their pits here. We're on board here with Jet Lim, who has now jumped into the pits here, coming in from 7th place. Same as well for Jaden Liao, who was just only now pulled into the pit box.
Oop, and I see Fahad Ghafor's back in the pit lane, the pro driver in that red Ferrari. Oh, it's a shame. He's had a lot of pit stops, so they must have picked up some more damage. The team from Bangladesh.
Yep. And Sabi Ranayaki, I thought saw him like stopped on the side of the track. Looks like he's teleported into the pits now. So yeah, I think we are still seeing potential pit stops here for some of the guys up in front. I think Kamzani Randani is now 3 pits in. Enzo Ison, Amir Naim still have yet to make their final pit stop. So they still remain up in front for now. As of yet, yeah, it doesn't look like the 323 is going to be able to close that gap so much, given the pace we've seen from them last time around. I mean, in the hands of Iman Ryan, it was actually a lot closer to Enzo Ison, but I guess it's going to be now a question of whether Enzo's teammate, who will be taking over after this, Michael Vincent Velasquez, how he's going to be stacking up against Amir Naim then.
Absolutely. So yeah, we're waiting for those pit stops. They should be coming soon. Yeah, actually, Ison in the LOR car should be pitting very soon. Oh, Ali Khairudin is in now.
Yep.
Car in P4. Well, was in P4.
He was in P4. Now it's going to be coming into the pits here, so that's
Oh. It always sucks when you overdo your stop because it doesn't put you on the jacks, doesn't put the fuel in, so you got to reverse the car. Oh, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like in real life you have someone to actually mark where you have to be, but I think Khairudin is taking a good spirits. Again, not too pressured, I think, because he is very comfortably in that 3rd position for the pro class anyway.
Yeah, and Khairudin is actually a really super fast driver. Hasn't looked super fast today, but when he does put in the practice, he's really super fast. Okay, on screen now, In Yong Jen, TGR rookie. This is one of the rookies for this year for Toyota. He's under some big, is he under some pressure there? No, I don't think so. He's in P4 overall, but that is P2 in silver. So on for a good result. I think they got to stop one more time, don't they?
I think so. I think he's still having one more stop to go. Yeah, he's only 2 pits in so far, so he has one more pit stop to go here. Here's Kanzani Ramdani, who is currently the leader in the silver class here, and leading by a very comfortable margin to Yong Jen. 46 seconds between him and Yong Jen, so pretty much will be a shoe-in, I believe, as far as the silver class is concerned.
Yep. As the sun sets, you could say. You could see the sun is setting, the yellow light is appearing, and you can see the shadows are lengthening. Ramdani, really good pace in the Lexus. And you have to say, I think, out of all the cars, I know the BOP makes it very similar, but the 2 Lexuses have managed to do some really good lap times. Here, car number 28, and also Azhar in car 351 is got the fastest lap of the race. So the Lexus is showing to be very handy around Watkins Glen.
Yeah, Lexuses, the Ferraris as well. I mean, we've got 3 represented here in the top 6 even.
Yep.
And I mean, it's already been like a very popular choice overall, I think, amongst our ERGP drivers here. So Asuka, I mean, again, the car number 351 certainly has seen better days. Definitely got its front end fixed after a massive hit early on in the race. But great to see that Asuka is able to get the car back up into a top 7 position. As of right now, I think, yeah, no one's really close enough to have any battles to speak of here. So I think at this point, I mean, it's just going to be more about management than anything else. And especially given that the temperature, like at the start of the day, it was around 27 degrees. Now it's actually gone under 20 degrees here, at least on track, 90 degrees Celsius, in fact.
Yeah.
So...
Well, if that's the case, we could see a new fastest lap at some point, couldn't we?
Perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps. That's because it is getting cool. Everyone's about to do the last stops. Already started doing the last stops. So less fuel, new tires. Velasquez is in the pits and out.
Yep, taking over from Enzo Ison, so right on cue here. So that actually left number 9 to regain the top spot here for car number 333. But he again had the near 30-second gap between himself and Enzo before he went to the pits. So I mean, again, could be opportunity for him to try to make some gains. But now that Michael Vincent Velasquez is behind the wheel, it's now going to be a straight fight between him and Amirul. And Michael did have a bit of rest. He let Enzo take over the third stint.
Yep.
Amirul, he's going to be taking the he took the car from the taking over from Aaron Ryan at midpoint. He's going to be taking it to the checkered flag.
Yep. Well, no, Naim has to do one more pit stop, of course. But yeah, Naim's really got to get the hammer down now. If he can get down, his last lap was 46.2. That's not good enough. He's got to get back down into the high 44s. That 44.62 might have been because of traffic, but he really needs to get into the high 44s if he can. He can start closing that gap down to Velasquez. And don't forget, he's got a short last pit stop to make. Doesn't have to put that much fuel in.
Yep. So let's see, Kanzani Ramdani, I think we saw, oh yeah, Aiden Tan now having taken over the car here for car number 388. That's moved him now out in 7th place here. Taking over from Jet Lim, I believe. Asuka has just set the fastest lap here, 145.320.
Wow, that's the last lap. That's impressive.
Yeah.
He's flying.
He's actually really flying there, and far cry from how it was early on when the 531 had massive damage but decided to stay out and lost so many positions. So at least they're trying to regain some of that back. I think the gap is still going to be quite far away from Ramdani himself. I think it's looking like more than a minute and 30 between him and Ramdani here. So if anything, probably just trying to get some. I mean, are there bonus points for fastest lap?
Wait, I don't think that's correct because it's fastest lap. This says 45.3, but I'm pretty sure they were in the 44s earlier on. We need to get the screen on that says the best lap, fast lap. Yeah, that's right. Fastest.
I mean, still, yeah.
45.3 is his best lap for this stint. His actual fastest lap of the race so far is a 44.1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Asuka's, yeah, I mean, he's flying. He's still pushing. He's still trying to recover. P4 in silver, P6 overall. But probably got one more stop to do as well.
Yeah, and speaking of stops, I think that's Nguyen Jin now pulling into the pits here. No doubt going to be passing things over or maybe even staying on here. I think Chandra, I think Chandra actually was doing the first 2 stints here. So I think Nguyen Jin is going for his last pit stop. Comes in 4th position. Kanzani Randami is going to be taking over here. Asuka, I think, still a little far off. So I think Yongjen should be able to get out if he's only swapping some tires here.
Yeah, he did push the chair back though. So when the drivers push the chair back, it looks like they're done. Let's see who gets in the car for last stint. Oh, no. Yongjen looks like he's fixing back in. He looks like he's... Yeah, he looks dialed in. He's ready to go, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it was just maybe giving a bit of a stretch on the back there after having sat in there for quite a while.
I think you're absolutely right, Victor.
Yeah.
Okay, Yongjin in for the last stint. He was P2 before the stops. I think that he'll be keen to hold on to that, but like you said, I think it's going to be a bit difficult to catch up to him, Dani.
Yeah, Asuka is still not even in the final corner yet, so I think Yongjen should be able to come out still ahead of Asuka and still in that 3rd position here, so no change. Yeah.
Well, 3rd position for now, but will be 2nd because Mokhtar in the other Pepega car has not stopped yet.
Exactly, yeah. So
Pepega Susu Ice.
the food themes are really coming strong here, especially from Pepega themselves. I think there's Mateen from Apex Racing Brunei Academy A, who's coming into the pits now, going to be conceding position to Shatman Shabik as well as Rahadian. And yeah, the one else, I mean, there's Tiago Pereira from CMMC Motorsports, esports, sorry, who is have quite a share of fans inside the YouTube chat. As a large group of our Sri Lankan viewers have joined here to cheer on their fellow countrymen.
Yeah, and I love the outfit, the baju,
Yeah,
the livery he's running. Yeah, Pierre, good driver as well. Let's see how he does for the last stint. Or was he getting out the car?
I think he's just about getting out, maybe. He was in the previous stint earlier on, so I think he may either be swapping off or we'll see. I mean, we'll see when he gets the camera back in. Fahad Ghaffur coming in again to the pits.
My God, how many pit stops has he had?
I think it's 7 now.
Wow, 7 pit stops. That's not been a good day.
Yeah, I mean, you can see a lot of damage in his car anyway, so I don't think it's necessarily for any other reason here. But yeah, certainly going to be a bit of a blow for him.
Look at the two different kinds of cars. You got Fahad's car and the GSR car looking a bit damaged, and Pierre's Sri Lankan car looks immaculate. It looks so beautiful.
It looks like just practically rolled out of the showroom, doesn't it?
Do you think there's an option here to wash the car in the pit stops? Because it looks like it's been washed.
I mean, yeah, now that you mentioned it, yeah, that might be the case. Here's Michael Velasquez. He's now behind the wheel. He's already getting himself up to speed. Actually matching the best... Oh, sorry, that's the best time.
That's his last lap.
Last lap. It's not so good from Amir 9. He actually like 2 seconds down.
Yeah, Nime's last lap was terrible. But Valaka's last lap was a 44.4.
So
that's
flying.
quick.
That's flying absolutely here from Velasquez. So...
Yeah.
I mean, again, Amir Naim still has yet to make a pit stop, but this might not bode well if he's not able to maximize his time out on track right now prior to the pit stop. But, I mean, for LOR, though, this is certainly looking like good news. I mean, they thought, I mean, one would think, especially after getting passed early on this race here, that they might have lost out on a potential win. But to their credit, they've actually managed to gain it back, and partly due to luck, partly just by that persistence. But both Enzo Ison and Michael Vincent Velasquez have done a bang-up job.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to beat. You know, even though Nime would be short filling for the last pit stop, I don't think they have the pace at the moment. And LOR look really good.
Yeah, so there's Azib Shami Mokhtar, who saw going to pits, still inside for now. Going to be passing things off likely, as Amir Naim still out on track, still trying to push. Is he going to be going to the pits yet? No, still going to be staying out for a little while longer. I mean, again, I believe, yeah, the two... Oh, wait, oh, sorry, yeah, he's only 2 pit stops in so far, so he still has yet to make the final pit stop. I think he's going to try to hold it off as long as he can, although looking at Michael Velasquez's pace, the LOR driver is coming out the gates literally swinging here, so,
Yeah.
so work is very much cut out here for Apex Racing Brunei,
Yeah.
should they want to retain the win.
Yeah, Apex still the last 2 laps in the 46s, so not looking very good right now. The pace just is not there. LOR 45.0 the last lap, so yeah, that's says a lot.
So let's see what's going on here. A bit of a battle forming on track here. Rahadian versus Sabik. Sabik has quite a few battles of his own here, but now it's going to be up against this pink front Ferrari by Entropy Motorsport. And Rahadian doing quite well to close in the gap coming into turn 2. Now coming to the really tricky part here, which is turn 3. We had a bit of a jump scare, so I think the one car actually got stuck somewhere around the inside right after turn 3, and that almost caught Chandra Mauli off guard here. Luckily, he was able to dodge out of the way, but yeah, I mean, for Rahadian and Sabik, I think it's going to be clear sailing for them through the chicanes here. Rahadian not able to close in too much onto Sabik quite yet. We'll have to see as the laps go on. Meantime, Kelvin Powell, who had he had actually qualified last, somehow managed to make his way up into the top 15, and now is up into 12th place. It's actually catching up to Wilson Wu. Now, not exactly racing in the same class, but another driver who has had quite an impressive recovery in this race so far.
Kelvin Powell. I think he had a problem with the server, so I think he's been the same driver the whole way. So this has been a long race for him. Ramdani there, he's looking good, isn't he? He's kind of gone. That's it. Yeah, big gap. Yongjen P2, Pepega. Yeah, he's not going to close that. It's 41 seconds.
41
but the gap.
seconds.
Oh, adjust current P5 overall, but third in silver. Teammate Justin. Dev, he could close that gap, but he would need to have some very fast laps, only 5 seconds behind.
Yeah, it's only just gotten out. I mean, again, could have gotten some fresh tires after having taken over from Azib Shami Mokhtar, so that could actually work in his favor. In the meantime, I think Wicked actually catching... Oh, actually caught up here by Wilson Woon. He's really trying to desperately put some gap between himself and Kelvin Powell early on. Or is it?
Yeah, look, so it's for position, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Lawi Kid and actually fighting together with Kelvin Powell. I think that's actually what Lao Wicked actually passing Kevin Powell early on, and now Kevin Powell is able to take the position back, and is still locked in battle right now as Wicked actually catches him on the inside here, coming on the exit, going into the final two corners here. Lao Wicked actually cuts his car in front of Kelvin Powell. I think that should be enough to confirm his position here in 11th place.
I wonder, this car was right up there for a while. So this car number 14, Ali Khairud and Wu Kit. So I don't know why they've dropped back in the last half an hour. Let's see if they had to do an extra pit stop. Yeah,
they had 5 pit stops.
Yeah, 5 pit stops. So something's happened. They've had to do another pit stop there. So they've dropped outside of the top 10 overall.
Yep. As for Kevin Powell, unfortunately, he's going to have to settle for a 12th position for now. So now what's going to be up with Amir Naim? He's again decided to stay out. Still has one more pit stop left to do in this race. We're coming up to the final half an hour in this race here. Michael Velasquez in the meantime, last lap 145.5, and certainly a lot faster compared to Amir Naim's 146.3 last lap. So yeah, I think like if anything, even after the pit stop here from Amir Naim, still going to end up behind the LOR car.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. Now there's another reason why he might be going so slow. He might be lifting, coasting, thinking he can make it to the end of the race. But I don't think so. He boxed quite a long time ago. Let's see if we can get his throttle trace up. We can't get his throttle trace up, can we?
I don't think so. No, we don't get any telemetry here.
Yeah.
Even at most, yeah. I mean, at most we only can kind of see what their pit delta was.
Let's go from here. Let's listen to what they're doing with the throttle. No, it sounds like he's pushing.
Down the main straight here.
Missing apexes still.
Kind of ironic coming from a team called Apex Racing, but yeah.
No, he's not lifting coasting. He's pushing.
Yeah.
They're struggling with understeer, I think, because he's consistently missing apexes.
It's kind of significantly colder, actually. Now that you mentioned it, it's already 17 degrees, early on it's 19 degrees, so as the sun is continuing to set out here in virtual Watkins Glen, the track is just getting colder and colder by the minute.
Wow, but look at the map. He's got absolutely no one in front of him. He's got clear track for ages. Oh, this is lovely. He can just focus on the driving, push a little bit. Let's see if he can start putting in some good lap times. His last lap was a 46.5. Come on, Naim. You need to get into the 45s. Low 45s, please.
It's pretty much just going to be banking on that because so far Velasquez has been consistently close, if not under, that 145 to begin with. So a lot of pressure here on Amir Naim here to try to regain position, or rather to regain the lead of this race here. But frankly, the time might just not be on his side here.
This is a better lap from him. Let's see what it is at the end of the lap. But like I said, like we were talking about, the other car in P2 is doing mid 44, so now he's got clear track. He really needs to hustle here and try and get into the 44s, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he's got lots of clear track, so if he's able to find that pace here, it's going to be a huge boon for him, because I don't think Velasquez and car number 21, very far behind, got a lot of traffic to deal with. So yeah, I mean, conditions just right here for Amir Naim, so now it's going to be coming across the line. Oh, he's going to be able to get an improvement on his time.
No, last
time,
yeah, 46.4.
46.4.
That's
so
terrible.
Despite pushing hard, still not able to find the time he needs.
Yeah, real struggle here. Shane, coming to the end of the race where you really need to be able to bring it all, in the Porsche at least, struggling to produce the lap times they need. And when they come in the box, they're going to lose the lead for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the gap was, what, 29 seconds earlier. Now it's down to 25. Michael Velasquez has just literally been very consistent conversely on his side. So
what happened to the top silver car?
Kanzani went down. I think he went to the pits there.
Yeah, but that's an extra stop.
That is an extra stop.
Oh my God, Ramdani was winning. Car number 98 was winning silver by a big margin. We've missed something. He has had to come in the pits again, maybe to fix some damage, because he's gone from P1 to P4 in silver class. He's P7 overall. Oh, stop go 30. Oh my gosh, and now he's got to stop go 30.
Oh no, I think might have.
He must have had come in for a pit stop and then sped, and now he's got to stop go 30 ped.
Yep.
Disaster for Balapan Random Motorsports.
Yeah, at one point in the lead of the silver class, now that lead inherited by Pemeka Jingle Tingle, Go Yong Jin.
Oh my god, so that was a bit random. Okay, so Yong Jen there, Pepega, oh my god, leading first and second. Wow, these are going to be some very happy boys. There's going to be some celebrations in Johor and KL, I tell you that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Chandra Mauli, certainly would be happy as well to see his teammate actually going to be potentially getting the checkered flag first for the silver class. And Justin Dev being next to him as alongside as well. This is great showing here for Pepeka.
Yeah, I recognize that that video as well. He's obviously at the Axel Academy in Johor doing that.
And Fikri Asuka as well, actually looking like he's going to be able to get a podium
Wow.
out of everything. Like,
wow, how many pit stops has this car had to do? I mean, they've been up and down and everywhere.
actually, just one additional.
Only three, but
only three.
he had a long stint with the damaged
Longer,
car.
yeah, he definitely had the longer final pit stop there. But
Yeah.
in spite of that, still going to be looking like a podium position here for Bigo Racing Division.
Oh, that's a great result for them. I mean, obviously they prefer to be first, but considering the damage they had to fix, P3 would be great.
Yep. In the meantime, for M Class, currently in the hands of Aiden Tan is the car number 388, and
Yeah.
by a very comfortable margin. Again, pretty much nothing could go wrong, or nothing could go wrong on track. We did witness a little bit of net code early on when it was in the hands of Jet Lim, but seems to be under control as we have a look on him here. Wilson Woon, in the meantime, 3 cars down from where Aiden Tan is, so not really under any threat of losing that first position anyway. And as for, Work It Low, I mean, pretty much in a race of his own here. The only pro class amongst the sea of AM class and silver class drivers here, and still very comfortably in third, going to be finishing in third here, likely for that pro class. So, yeah, as it stands right now, I think no other big battles. It's just really a matter to see if anything goes wrong from this point on. So, Michael Vincent Velasquez, he's actually gotten even faster. Or has he gotten faster? Yes, he has. 144.2 his last lap. I think that is the best we've seen from him so far. So, I mean, while Amir Naim is struggling out on track here trying to get time, it's going to make it a lot, still going to make it a lot harder here for the Apex Racing Brunei team to actually retain the lead here. They still have yet to make one more pit stop, at least from by our estimation here. And given that Amir Naim has been struggling quite hard, the gap that early on was looking at 30 seconds, already gone down to 20 now with Michael Vincent Velasquez behind the wheel.
Velasquez, these will be the leaders once Apex Racing make their last pit stops. A very impressive job by LOR. Leading the pro class, second in the AM class as well. So they've had a good day. Some very promising performances. And Velasquez has impressed me as well today. He's been solid, hasn't he?
Yeah, so far. I mean, he took over. He's basically been sharing duties there with Enzo Ison. Enzo started the race, and now it's going to be Michael Vincent Velasquez to finish the race off. And look at that. Again, another best lap for him. 144, almost flat here. Just a tenth off of that. So while again, just continuing to get faster and faster.
New fastest lap.
Yeah,
44.0.
exactly.
Wow, he's got the they're doing their homework, because in this championship you get 2 points for fastest lap, and Velasquez obviously making sure they get full points from the race today.
So yeah. Look right now, no other battles. I think there's a battle might be just forming here for 25th place. Fadil, who we had witnessed a few moves of his own early on, is now being chased by Adam Hakim, who is driving the Pepeka Hubba Bubba car. A little bit rough over the curbs just now for the BMW, but Fadil, a little bit too close for comfort there between the two of them. Hakim having to back out of that fight a little bit there, so couldn't quite make the pass happen that time around. Fadil, in the meantime, still going to be able to pull ahead here, almost opening up the gap now between the two of them. So that's putting this battle on a little bit of a cooler. So, as we say goodbye to Alex Young from the commentary booth, we're going to be joined once again with Ammo to close out this final 25 minutes. So far, nothing much, no other battles really to report off as and Hakim, though he got quite close to Fadil, not quite close enough to make the pass and almost actually came together in that fight. As of right now, not really gaining in onto him when it came to the main straight anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, I think was listening to it for a bit, but looks as though there was that one moment where I think someone got a pit stop wrong, didn't it?
I don't know. I mean, we saw Fahad Ghafour like having 7 pit stops in a row there, and that was Kanzen Ramdani who had the stop and go 30, which seems like he's taken that, so he's gone from 7th place all the way down to 10th overall, and that's put him now in 6th position when it comes to the silver class.
And 2 laps behind the overall leaders. So yeah, that is quite disastrous. And for a team that had a mixed bag of emotions today, to finish, of course, yeah, top 10 finish in the end is not a bad thing, all things considered. But based on the pace that they had, definitely could have actually had a shout for the overall win too, to be honest. Ramdani and Jusmin, really they could have had more from this race.
What has happened to Kevin Powell? It's actually dropped a place here. Well, I guess maybe Udisira managed to get past him somehow. It's not going to be changing his fortunes as far as the class is concerned. But Kevin Powell now is actually finding himself in a bit of a gaggle of cars. There's Yongjen getting a little bit offline there and having to stay all the way outside to avoid the gaggle of traffic on the inside. And yeah, Udisira in the meantime looks like he's going to try to make another move, this time to Hossein. And we'll be able to dispatch that really quickly, just really lapping them as far as he's concerned. Still very comfortable in 3rd place, the podium position, in fact, here for the AM class.
And apparently, because what Imran has told us is that he had a drive-through for, track limits. But then when he tried to come in to serve that penalty, he actually just ran... he actually missed the pit lane penalty line, pit limiter line, so that's why he got a penalty from.
Yeah,
so
classic
that's
story, unfortunately.
So he got a penalty on top of another penalty. So yeah, that kind of put pay to any sort of result.
Oh, McNeil.
And how did he get un-DQ? Because he was disqualified earlier, wasn't he? So
yeah, that's actually a good point. I thought he was out of this race, but no, he's actually back in, but he's like he's only got raced like 10 laps so far. So like, I'm not even sure why he's back if that's the case.
Yeah, that's quite a weird one as his teammate there, Ezra Collin, comes in to go and probably have a scheduled pit stop. But yeah, McNeil was right at the back.
I mean, he's, yeah.
Well, yeah, there you go. That's the proof. 107 laps behind. And I think Afi might have actually done his bit behind the scenes as one of the stewards who has access to the servers just said, okay, un-DQ. Probably was not his own doing, so that's why McNeil's back in the race, albeit way behind and no chance in heck to even get anything out of it.
Meantime, looks like this is going to be the only battle to go here. 26th place. Or is he? I mean, actually, he's actually fallen way behind by the time we joined him here. 2 seconds behind Adam Hakim. I think he was actually much closer early on. Adam Hakim, conversely, he was actually quite close to Fadil early on, but that gap still frustratingly remained in around 1 second between the two of them. And yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be much movement on this end of the circuit here. So let's go ahead and see what the front runners are doing. Looks like Michael Vincent Velasquez has still having to fight his way through some traffic here. He's so far holding not only second place, but also the fastest, the best lap of the session so far. Now it's going to be able. Now it's not likely going to gain any time through this here, as he's being blocked by Kevin Powell as well as Jordan McNeil, who are actually racing side by side through this corner here.
Yeah.
A little bit tricky going on between the two of them, but Velasquez should be able to get through. Blue flag's just going to be waving constantly as he's trying to negotiate his way past. Now he's only got McNeil.
Look at that. Naim's in the pit lane. So, Amir Naim has actually come into the pits here, and this, you reckon, might just be for a bit of a splash and dash.
Pretty much. Like, let's see how...
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at that. Yes, in fact, it is for a scheduled pit stop. So this is actually quite a surprise.
So yeah, I mean, he really stayed out for way longer than he needed to, you know, overall here. And in spite of, like, I mean, he pretty much had a chance while Enzo Ison has gotten into the pits and Velasquez was coming out. He had a chance to try to get a leg up onto the LOR team to hopefully retain the lead. But as soon as Velasquez came out running, he was setting fast, very, very fast laps, got the best lap of the session. Well, Amir Naim, conversely, couldn't even break under 145.
Yeah.
So very much like behind throughout all of that, and now that he's finally gotten his pit stop, should be coming out now, still ahead of Ngoyong Jin, but still, yep, going to be behind the LOR car, and pretty much it seems like the damage that
Yes.
Eamon Ryan had early on in the middle of this stint here has unfortunately come back to haunt the Apex Racing Brunei team.
And also the fact that the pace that Enzo Ison showed in that phase before handing it over to Velasquez was also enough for Velasquez to just consolidate it up in front afterwards. So really, it showed that the level that LOR had just with these two drivers is enough to just get them through. And meanwhile, I was about to point out this. We haven't done a DQ. It is Calvin Powell. So Calvin's now been disqualified from this race. Two cars. Well, make that a third car after McNeil as well in the Pantera car. Zulfikri Wisely's been sent off as well.
God, they've already run like 117 laps, 120 laps respectively there. That's just gotta hurt a lot there to just get disqualified at the very end. But again, I do believe that disqualifications are handed out by the game itself. It's not something that, I mean, if it was something that was handed out by race control, we would know it through the notification here in our ears. But yep, looks like disqualification here for Kelvin Powell, disqualification for Washdi, but re-qualification instead for Jordan McNeil.
Yes. And you can see when you look at the mini-map, there are two black dots on the racetrack, and that's not something that's common because we see that triangle, and that's obviously the race leader when we focus on them. And then several other dots for cars droning around the track. But with two cars with black dots, that's just something out of the ordinary. And someone stopped in the middle of the track. That might have been McNeil, wasn't it? No, it's Collins. That's
5.
yeah, so
Colin.
it's the teammate to the McNeil car. And what's happened to them? So they've stopped at turn number 1. It's still a very dangerous position regardless. We don't have safety car, unfortunately, in ACC, so otherwise they could have deployed it. But it looks as though Ezra has managed to get it going. That might have been some equipment failure on their part because they are racing from their own studio in Sunway as well. So might be some equipment problems there.
Yep. Only battle is happening on track right now is this three-way that's actually going on between Pakorn, Adam Hakim, as well as Muhammad Fadli. They're all within half a second of each other here, so a bit of a train going on. But it's really only a battle of pride at this point here, 17 minutes ago, as Panasopankul is only in 23rd place.
Yes, 23rd overall, and let's count here in where they are class, because it's also important to know that points go all the way up to P15. Yeah, this is P12. So 12, 13,
so
and 14.
Some points to earn here.
So some points to be taken, but it's just for scraps. But either way, because of the fact that we have no drop points at all for this season, every single point will be so crucial. So we can go on board with Fadil because he actually has the best view of the lot. Fadil actually has the view where he can see what's happening, the box scene in it. And if the two in front of it were to be coming a cropper, that's 2 free positions and 4 points on the board for just finishing 12th.
Cool is just going to try to keep Adam Hakim behind. I think saw Adam getting a little squirrely on the exit on the second to last corner just now, but just managed to get it under control. Going to turn 1 here, a little bit of a dive as well from Fadil's part. Trying hard to just keep up with this battle here, but Pana is just really holding on and just blocking his way through. But I think Adam Hakim will be able to get slipstream by the time to get out of the S's here. So
Yep.
we'll see how they'll fight it out in the chicane. So Muhammad Fadil just going to be hanging back a little bit. Adam Hakim already having the peek around the what's going to be the inside at first, but now going to be outside. True, he's going to try to cut in front. He does cut in front and does take the position away from Pakorn.
Yeah, Panasapongkol actually was playing it quite safe because he probably has seen some warnings for at least some sort of footage from what happened earlier as Fadil then goes on the inside, but then Panasapongkol actually loses 2 positions in one fell swoop. But he might have actually seen earlier what happened to Shazwan Shafiq, where he just got yeeted out of the way with that collision. So yeah, I think better to play safe. Even if it's a couple of points lost, he wouldn't want to actually drop it completely, given the fact that Amir Akhri is not that far away either. In fact, it's a 4-way fight here for P12. And meanwhile, a couple other drivers falling cropper to just now is Henry Crooks, in fact, getting a drive-through. So he actually just took over that car from his teammate, and that would definitely be setting him back. In fact, it was Ollie Boy who actually had the car earlier. Now he's actually giving it to Crooks. So that might have been because Boy might have went through the pit limiter line a bit too fast.
Yep. We've seen what happens when you do that there. So yeah, that has pretty much ended the battle now for Adam Hakim as well as Fadil. Fadil also has gotten past Pakor and Pana, so it's already all the way down in 25th.
Yeah, we don't have to click on it, but yeah, we're just actually seeing that McNeil is, of course, we know he was un-DQ'd, but it looks as though Zulfikri Waisti is the only one that remains in the pit box right now.
Yeah, still staying on there. Jordan McNeil, surprisingly, has rejoined us towards the end of this race here, despite having been disqualified in the first 10 laps of racing. In the meantime, here is your current race leader, Michael Vincent Velasquez, only about just under 14 minutes to go in this race here. Going to be lapping Ngo Yong Jen, who is in 3rd position. That just goes to show how much the gap is between Velasquez and the 3rd place Ngo Yong Jen. Amir Naim, in the meantime, after having come out as his final pit stop, unfortunately will be sitting very far back, 50 seconds behind where Michael Vincent Velasquez is at this point. But yeah, barring anything unusual going on here, looks like it's pretty much going to stay status quo like this. So let's see if they can successfully bring these cars back to the checkered flag.
Yeah, in fact, just wanted to get a classification on who was the other one that got DQ'd just now. It was Ezra Collin, wasn't it? Yeah,
No, it's not Ezra. It was Kelvin Power.
Calvin, yeah. Calvin has since left the session by the looks of it, so he is not going to be with us anymore. But at least McNeil can console the fact that at least he wasn't the only one that came a cropper because of that. So there's that. Anyway, leader in the AM category, Aiden Tan, has actually come into the pits. So this is also for a splash and dash. And looking at the stint time, yeah, in fact, it's only 35 minutes on the clock for this one. So this is definitely, the car does have enough fuel to make it to the end and has to come in.
Yep. Not going to be able to make it to the end here, and that's just going to be frustrating with only 12 minutes to go and of racing here out on Watkins Glen.
And yeah, because we're jumping to Wilson Moon because of the fact that this might be a change for the AM class lead. But let's see if Aiden starts.
Still a big gap between the two of them, to be fair. I think more than a minute between them. But again, I'm not sure how long Aiden Tan is going to be staying inside the pit box anyway here. So, I mean, should be a short one here. Hopefully, if he's just needing a little bit of a splash to ensure that he makes it to the end. But Wilson Woon is not too far away from the end of track. He's already coming up to the penultimate corner now. So, Aiden Tan, I think, is just only pulled out of the pit box. By the time he does, I think he's still going to be ahead of Kondoker. So, yeah, he's going to be still clear of that. So, a bit of a heart stopper, but looks like he still will be in the lead of the AM class after all.
And you can see a bit of a smile on Aiden's face. Probably more of a smile of relief that, okay, might need a bit of a splash and dash, but it's enough to actually just get the car across the line and, crucially, open up the account for the 2026 season with another win. And in fact, Aiden also was part of that squad last year for Team Uncle. Looks as though he didn't get promoted to silver this season because you need an all-silver lineup to be part of the silver class. Regardless though, he'll be happy that another win is on the cards and potentially building blocks for a championship season as well. Anyhow, a bit of a battle that's probably going to form here for the final position on the overall podium and the silver class win. So, who's going to take it here between Yongjan and Justin Raldev? Your guess is as good as my one here, Vic.
I'll put a bit more on going on Jen so far because he's just a little bit ahead and it's just very little time. Not to disparage the Justin, but so far like his car is not really shown to be that much advantageous compared to the Mustang in this race so far. Just consistently been behind that throughout this race. So I mean, unless Youngjin somehow makes a mistake, which I think is quite rare for the youngster even. So, I mean, again, we'll see. I mean, it could still be like a overall win for Pepega anyway, regardless of which one of these drivers.
Class win, yeah. It's a class win for them. But here we go. Let's see then, because the last time out was just so close. In fact, the gap between the both of them is about 1.5 seconds. 45.7 for Yongjan, 45.3 for Justin Raldev. So, this might just be coming into the closing laps. In the final 10 minutes here, will Justin have enough pace to get by Yongjan? We'll keep an eye on this battle. This is going to be really exciting stuff because as far as we're concerned, rest of the field, we're not seeing that much closer in terms of potential battles. Apart from the Fadil, Hakim and Akri battle we saw earlier.
Yeah.
That's about the only close battle on track apart from these two right now.
I want to see whether or not the gap between Justin as well as Youngjan will collapse here. So far, Fadil and Hakim have been quite consistent at that half second here.
Oh,
Michael Ngo spins out.
yes, and no relation to Ngo Yongjan, who's actually finished right in third right now. Michael Ngo from Singapore. Again, in the car that has been in the wars here, there, and everywhere. And in front, Yossi Sofian. Yeah, you wouldn't want to rejoin like that. Even though he had plenty of space on his right, he just didn't probably give enough of a leeway to have Yossi come through safely and not having to skid on the marbles.
Yeah, but again, I mean, it's tricky, like trying to rejoin just at the mouth of the entry coming into the S's. It's such a narrow place that there's really not much runoff, and given how close the barriers are in the place there, not much visibility as well for anything happening up in front. So really just have to be constantly on your toes, I think, as a driver going through that place anyway. I mean, it's a very sweepy and unfortunately very dangerous corner. Has claimed quite a few lives over the years. But, yeah.
I mean, most notably, of course, Francois Sever right over here,
Yeah.
where the Pirelli sign is right now. It's just that luckily the barriers have since been really solidified and made more sturdy, as opposed to when in 1973 when the accident happened, was the car just went under and then it uprooted. So it actually acted as more of a guillotine than something to stop cars from going through. In fact, a similar story happened as well right up to the next part where we know a barrier claimed the life of a driver. It was Helmut Koenig right here in 1974. Car just went, he just lost the brake, it just lost down the braking, slid under the barriers, but before the car could completely go through, the barrier uprooted again and it just cut his head clear off. So better than it was back in 1973 for sure. That's why NASCAR and IndyCar have continued to race here. In fact, even the IMSA Sports Car Championship have continued to race here as well post those years. F1 stayed here, of course, until 1980, but the circuit itself, it's still one of the best attractions in upstate New York, and certainly really the most challenging road circuit in the whole of the United States.
One of the fastest as well, I believe. Like, I mean, just given how long and sweepy these corners are. Bit unfortunate for the Pepega fans there. It doesn't look like Justin is closing the gap. What has happened to Fahad Ghafour again? Oh my goodness.
I think the lack of sleep.
I mean, he had to pit the car like, 7 times so far. Like, certainly has been facing a lot of issues going on here, but now it's going to be side by side.
With Wukit.
Yeah, with Wicked no less.
Yeah, his teammate, and Wukit actually just comes by. I think he doesn't want to cause too much grievances here. Apart from the fact that Fahad, talking about grievances, McNeil nearly come into grief here, and he flashes his lights at Fahad. Yeah, out of gesticulation, knowing the fact that I think he could have actually backed it up himself and not be involved in any of the shenanigans, and he's still flashing his lights. Is the Malaysian right behind him, the Malaysian Scott, flashing his lights at the Malaysian Bangladeshi.
Yeah, wow, it's getting really dark out on the track here. I think it might actually be literally night by the time that the checkered flag gets waved out here, or rather, like very close to twilight. I mean, practically is twilight at this point now. So headlights are already flashing hard here. McNeil currently sitting behind Yudhishthira. Justin Raudev still 1.5 seconds behind Ngoyun Jin, so it hasn't quite closed the gap. Not going to be delivering us that final lap battle we were hoping for.
And coincidentally, not that far away from what we were seeing earlier, so he is actually in the same airspace right now as Fahad, Ghaffur, Wukilo, and Yudhishthira and McNeil when they were battling just now.
And as well, also got like I think Velasquez is also catching up to that pack as well. So
well, he's through it. He's actually through. He's in the middle of that particular maelstrom. So let's see then. It will not be such a problem because again, knowing how Velasquez has plenty of experience under his belt, he would not do anything too crazy. And you can see that Justin is smiling a bit because he just gave a bit of a flash to his teammate right in front. Hopefully that would not be too distracting for Yongjan because, again, there is such a promising position to have anything happen to any one of them in the top 5 right now. After putting in such a great performance, it will just be absolutely heartbreaking.
I think it's not going to be as like distracting in the virtual cockpit, but from what I've heard from drivers who have raced at night, it is very distracting in real life when someone's flashing in the middle of the night. So
yes. Oh, Ezra
Collin. Yeah, I mean we saw him spin out earlier. Now he's rejoined and almost got in the way of Justin Raul-Dev there.
Yes. Oh, and did you see the differences between the lights when we were on board with Justin and when we were viewing outboard? So you can see the extra pair of lights are on, that's the endurance lights. But when we go on board with Justin, it looks a bit brighter than it is on track, to be honest, if you're a spectator. Oh, that's could have gone a bit alright if he actually got so much curve there, but he's smiling and he's looking into the camera. Yep, I think he almost knew as if that we were watching him because there he gave us probably one of the most candid shots of the race.
Yeah, pretty much. And also knowing there's a server admin in front of him as well, just wanting to try to keep his keep it nice and clean this pass over here. But he does so, but at the cost of 0.3 of a second between him and Ngoyun Jin. He's now 2 seconds behind, so no luck in trying to find that gap. Mohamed Reza from 69 Motorsports, I think the same car was spun around just in another part of the track, actually, now I should mention it, but that's a lot of damage being sustained to the front. But given there's only 3 minutes left, I think might be just better to just run it off and just try to get the car to the checkered flag by hook or by crook.
Yeah, I think this might be calls for trying to increase the safety rating, isn't it? Because we did drop it for this one, for this round, so that drivers who have managed to actually get their licenses from their respective FIA ASNs can compete. But by the looks of it, it might just need to be tweaked a bit because some cars were a little bit more loose cannon than others, to put it lightly. And this one has been involved in plenty of the incidents. As now we actually see the identity behind the name, but and yeah, you can see that the way that he's turning that thing, it is pretty much not going as straight as he would have wanted.
Yeah, then scrap my suggestion of trying to bring it to the checkered flag then, I suppose. Unless he's really, I don't know. I mean, again, if it's actually drivable, despite its obvious like suspension geometry screw up.
Oh,
no! My God!
Okay, okay, that is not on. And in fact, imagine if that was the race leader coming by. If it was Vincent Velasquez that came in, that would have actually been bringing a lot of drivers in the LOR camp to tears. But luckily for Danish Hakimi, Mohamed Reza, he brings it into pit lane safely, which is about the time that we can actually jump to Velasquez.
Yep, Velasquez, who right now I think he's already gotten past that big gaggle of cars we saw him through early on. Very impressive final stint here from him. In fact, like really, I mean, him together with Enzo Isan really have been the standout so far. Even though they lost out the lead to the number 333 of the Apex Racing Brunei, but through their own perseverance and also a bit of luck on their end, as Iman Ryan seemed to have gotten into possible contact, cost him a lot of time and forced him to take a longer pit stop, which allowed the LOR car to actually inherit the lead of the race. And in the lead of the race, they are right now with 1 minute to go on the clock.
And meanwhile, a bit of a battle brewing for the final position on the podium in the Silver Class, because Fikiaska came into the pit lane just now for a bit of a splash and dash himself. So he's half a second behind Shazwan Shafiq, whereas Justin Dev just managed to get back within a second. So the Silver Class battle still not over yet, but we're just, so to speak, serenading the first race win of the season in the Endurance Edition for 2026 to LOR Racing. And Michael Vincent Velasquez, as well as Enzo Isan, have put up an absolutely superb performance. Almost not put a foot wrong at all, apart from just the start where they actually dropped back a bit. The rest of the way, they have been impervious.
Yeah, it's how you start is going to be how you finish. And Michael Vincent Velasquez is just counting the seconds down now. I think he should be able to see the checkered flag after he comes around the final corner on this lap. And there you have it. Timer is out. That's going to be signaling the end of this race here. Michael Vincent Velasquez leading by nearly a minute here to Amirul Naim. It's now coming around that final corner. And boy, oh boy, celebrating hard. The checkered flag is out, and LOR Racing wins the first round of the 2026 Endurance Edition season.
And that'll be the first opening round they've won since 2024, the champion year for Andika Ramamalana and Dylan Tan, as well as Louis Moreno. Moreno Pratama to come across the line there. And Yongjan just pipped to the line to just Radev to win it for silver. Meanwhile, this is the close battle that we were just alluding to earlier between Shazwan Shafiq and Fikri Askar with Aiden Tan now. Actually, in fact, Aiden Tan, we need to get a camera on him as well. There we go. He comes across the line. He is your winner in the AM class. But this is actually going to be very close between the two of them, because this is for the final spot on the podium.
Yeah, I think Amirul Naim will be closing in onto that checkered flag soon, as well as Askar unfortunately having to give way to Ramdani. There's Amirul Naim taking the checkered flag to confirm his second place finish behind LOR Racing. Askar in the meantime still trying to close in the gap, but no, doesn't look like it's going to be happening this time around. It's already opened up to 0.8 of a second between himself and Shazwan Shafiq. Shazwan should be coming around to the final corner soon and should be able to confirm his third place finish here in the silver class. Checkered flag inside. Shazwan Shafiq comes across the line.
Yep, a podium position for GSI Esports. So, all in all, a very good day for the team here. No, in fact, it's third place on the podium. So in the pro category, yeah, our computer got it mixed up there. But what if it is? We jump back to Michael Vincent Velasquez and an absolutely dominant performance. In fact, he is going for the in lap for the long way around. So at least that's actually a nice way to do it, because sometimes some people just jump back in the pit lane, but we applaud those who just actually do the full procedure and do it the old-fashioned way.
Or rather doing a Polish parade lap, if you remember.
No, the Polish lap is going backwards.
Yeah,
so
that would not be safe at all to do here, unfortunately.
No, that would be what that'll be done on an oval when everyone's actually come back to pit. So that'll be the Alan Kowicki way, yes.
Yeah. And Lawicked also celebrating his own. I mean, it's quite a far off finish compared to the rest here, but a fourth place finish certainly will be good anyway here for him. Justin Dev, of course, with Goyong Jin having taken second and first respectively here for the silver class. So, and as we see, I think Aiden Tan, we saw him early on celebrating hard. Wilson Woon will be taking second place here, I think, for the AM class, and Yudhishthira, entry in third place for the silver class.
Yes. And spare a thought again for their sister car, which is Ramdani and with Jusmin, how they fought back multiple times from all the way back to grid, back up to the front, and then through just a simple case of driver error again, lost out on an opportunity to get not just an overall podium, but potentially could have actually had the pace for the win there, because they're only about 0.2 of a second off from the fastest lap of the race as well, set by Velasquez. So yeah, incredible race today. It shows that despite a bit of a thin field at the pro category, doesn't mean we're not robbed of a good race. We had that in spades and then some.
Yeah, I mean, still a lot of drivers in the silver and the AM class as well, and quite a bit of racing, especially early on. Things definitely slowed down a little bit, although still not quite slow on track here. But by the time we get the checkered flag, it still was quite the battle there between LOR Racing as well as Apex Racing Brunei for the pro class. Although it seems like LOR Racing looking very strong now with this opening salvo they've set off here for the 2026 season. So with that being said and done, we're going to be taking quite a long break between the rounds this time here. We're likely going to be seeing you guys for round number 2 towards the end of this month here. So make sure you guys are subscribed to our channel and also follow our social media so you'll be notified of the full official results as well as the point tallies. And again, you don't want to be missing out any one of these rounds. The drivers themselves will not be missing out any of the rounds here should they really be trying to challenge for the championship. And last but not least, anything else you'd like to leave our viewers with as we close out the show?
Actually, it'll be one of the shorter ever waits for between rounds because end of March, yeah, it was after Raya, so we are gonna get an immediate return to racing afterwards. So Red Bull Ring will be the next one, and can't wait to see how that plays out because it'll be the first time we visit Red Bull Ring on ACC. And we know we've done it before on Santa Costa, but this is gonna be certainly a different sort of test because it's gonna be multiple loops around the circuit because of how short it is compared to other circuits on ACC.
Yep. So with that said and done here, thank you all so much for joining us in this first round, the opening round of our first ever FIA sanctioned officially this ERGP Endurance Edition, first ever in the Southeast Asian region. Thanks to all the chatters in the YouTube chat who has joined us for the show, and we thank you guys once more. So yeah, again, hopefully we'll see you guys in the next one, and until then, good night and good luck.